Woohoo! It was almost late, but I wasn't. Ah ha ha ha! Post. Uh, post. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Not frames, bitrate is fine. Everything is fine. There we go. Hello, Draco Kraken. That's not the correct way to spell my name. My goodness. No, you're fine. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you. Alright, cool. I can close that. And we're good. Let me studio mode this. Wahoo! Everything is working. That's good. Okay. Hello, Pizza Funk. Hello, Timothy. Why is it the British spelling? Honestly, I don't know. I just prefer it with the E. I didn't learn that it was the British spelling until way later. I came up with the username when I was in high school. I was 14 when I came up with my username. So, yeah, and I just spelled it with an E. It just seemed right to me. But I understand. It's not technically the Americanized version. But, you know, that's okay. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on95, and, I will be joined by both of our lovely co-hosts later this evening. So, it's gonna be the whole band. We're all gonna be here today. Boo and Aiden will be, about a half hour late or so, maybe a little less, we'll see, because of personal engagements. So, it will be just me for a little bit, but we've got plenty to talk about today, which is exciting. It's going to be a longin', potentially, this time around, because the video that I've got is a longin'. It's one video. It's about an hour long, almost. Ho-ho! Get ready. How have you been, Alejo? I've been okay. So, interestingly enough, I was sick for a while, as everybody knows, or if you don't know, hey, I was sick for a while, and, you can hear me coughing a bunch in a bunch of different things, and I still cough a little bit here and there, so I'm not totally out of the woods, technically, but, I'm better now, to a degree that is, significant, which is good. I was suffering from it could be any number of these things. So at work, not everyone, but a lot of people got either flu A, flu B, or COVID. So ABC was in my my work and took out a bunch of people. So I was unlucky enough to get one of those illnesses, maybe all three of them, who knows. So I've been dealing with that for a good while now. Mostly the coughing aspect, because I felt fine after a few days, like, you know, health-wise, aside from the coughing. So, yeah, could have been any of those. Dunno. Nobody knows, really, what everybody had. But, I made sure to, you know, quarantine myself for, like, 4 days. So, I wasn't, symptomatic, or I wasn't going to be able to spread it if it was COVID. And I think flu, as well, would have been fine, after that time as well. But my entire department that I was in, that I am in, excuse me, was also they also got infected. So literally all of us, when we came back in, were like, fuck, man, that sucked. But we all had the same symptoms, so we all had the same thing. So, thankfully, I don't think I've spread it to anybody. I would feel really fucking bad if I did. But, you know, that's all good. Oh my god, both hosts, how many goat sacrifices did that take? Yeah, no, it's been a little bit since we've all been in the same, in the studio together. Haha, ho ho. But no, yeah, it's been a while since we've all, been on the show together, which is unfortunate, but I'm glad that we are. So, yeah, it's just, you know, it's just how it works, right? Maybe you're the host with infantile cancer. That's right. It could be me. I don't know. So this is the thing. I don't get sick very often, but when I do get sick real fucking hard. So, yeah, it's not great. But I'm glad that it's over at this point. It's been fucking annoying to deal with, right? So yeah, I'm just hoping that I don't have that happen again anytime soon. It would suck, and I would hate a lot of things. Being sick is the worst, especially when you don't feel well enough to do anything. So, like, most of the time, I was just laying in bed, had something on that I wasn't really paying attention to, just so that I could, like, not be, you know, bored. But I was dying, so it was great. Glad that you're okay. I was worried for a sec. Oh, it's cool. Thank you. Don't worry about me though. I'm good. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna bounce back usually. Um, sorry about all the diseases. My bee, such a goof, Viridian. Hello, Viridian entropy. Yeah, well, you know, you could have just laid off on all the diseases there, Viridian. It could have been like we could have been friends. That would have been nice if you had just like not put all the diseases out there. But now I'm just really questioning whether or not, you know, it's okay to be friends with you. Uh Same, I don't get sick much, but when I do, holy shit. Yeah, exactly. So thankfully that means that I'm gonna be able to do a bunch of stuff soon. Like we've been able to do game stuff. At least yesterday we were able to do Sonic, which was, you know, it's not a great game, but we're able to do it again, and we're able to I'm going to be able to edit tomorrow, which I've been meaning to for a good long while, but hey ho, when you're sick, you want to die. So, you know. Hello, August. When's Beyblade? Oh, I would actually really like to do Beyblade again. I still have my old Beyblades from when I was young, or maybe I only have the one. Not sure, but I know I have one somewhere. And it would not win any Beyblading. It would suck. It would get broken immediately because I don't have a good launcher. Hello, Shin. Welcome as well. But yeah, or I don't have one of those not auto launchers, the motorized launchers. You know those? They're crazy. My suggestion: play Atom Fall. Isn't that the superhero one? Or not superhero one, but the VR like Superman-esque game. I remember that from a while back. I can't spell. Atom Fall. Oh, no. I'm thinking of the other thing. I've not heard of this one. Atom Fall. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's by Rebellion. Oh, interesting. Played a couple of Rebellion stuff. Okay. I'll look into it. Absolutely. Thank you for letting me know about this. Let me go add it to my wish list. Beyblade needs to buff old gen stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Well, yeah, so as I'm adding this to my wish list here, Atom Fall. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're all having a good time with your days and everything. I will say I have been working on getting keychains ready. That's exciting. Yeah, cool. Yeah. I have a sample of a keychain of me, which I don't know where I put it, which is bad. But I'm getting those. I'm getting the other two's PFPs also made up. So, as soon as I have all three of them in, and I get them to order, or I order them and get them in, we're gonna be able to have keychains of our little guys, which I'm actually super excited about because that is one of the main reasons why we went with whatever, Fourth Wall. That's the site. So keychains, everybody. I really am actually very excited. I hope it's great. Atomfall is when a nuclear fallout happens in England, and you're exploring the place. It's survival based. Gotcha. Cool. Also, have you checked on Garibay? Normally I don't, but he's obsessed with getting Orion Akaba back on the show for some reason, like he's some martyr. It's so bad even Crispy's Tavern did a video. Really? No, I haven't looked at Garibay in a hot minute. I try to avoid him until it's time for a Garabingo. But I'll go look really quick just to see some titles. Because they make me the Garibay. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Based Garibay? Don't do that. When was that video made? A day ago? Calm down. I hope it's a goof. Okay, I shouldn't just, yeah. I have to actually search his. There we go. Okay. Let's see. What the fuck? Sorry. Oh my god. Some of the literally one of the things. Oh, hello.
Hey, what's up? How are you? Sorry. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Oh shit, did I make it so that Discord's gonna make badoops? Oh my goodness, I did. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't usually have that as a thing, but you're gonna hear my Discord badoops.
Ooh, what a shame.
Actually, I can just put myself in Do Not Disturb. That'll work.
Oh, okay.
Alright, cool. Here we go. Oh my god, I'm online for the first time in like forever. Wow.
Oh my god.
Technically. I'm stud hunting Lego style on the side tonight. Hell yeah, Dave. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Love it. Love it. Pizza Funk says, hello, Ghost Man.
Hello. What's good?
Timothy also says, hi, Boo.
You would get the reference if you were watching our Sonic Frontiers streams.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
I made. Yeah, but they should.
I don't know.
Especially the first one. The first one's very good.
First one's fun.
Yeah. I wasn't there for it, but yeah, it was pretty good. I'm done.
I could have had extra lore done by now, but I was lazy. No, you're good. Don't worry about it, Timothy. No worries at all. But yeah, no, sorry. I was just I've been informed that Garibay has made it into somebody else's video at some point. Crispy's Tavern.
No.
Yeah, apparently he's going super hard on something, which is weird. On Orion Akaba being back on the show, which I don't know what that's in reference to. But I looked at his channel.
Wait, what show?
I don't know. I looked at his channel, and the second video that I see is "Do American Jocks Owe Payment to Dungeons and Dragons Players?" Which I immediately went, "Oh God, stop!" Oh, okay, it's for Critical Role. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's got. That's like 3 days ago. That's already. Oh no, there was that 3 days. Man, he went hard on that. Okay, weird.
Right.
I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. I don't watch Critical Role. Don't know anything about Critical Role anymore, aside from what I know from before. You know?
Yeah, pretty much.
So hey, he can obsess over it as much as he wants. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I never clicked start order. My goodness, why didn't I do that? There we go.
Holy hell, this is a 53-minute video?
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Actually, it might be pretty good for discussions and everything because you haven't been around for a Red Ragged Fiend video yet.
Uh-oh.
No, it's good. Usually he's fine. He actually has his own perspective on these things, on these kinds of things, and he gets, he goes around the thing a little bit, repeating himself a little bit here and there, but that's fine. We do the same fucking thing, right? So, but he's not been bad. The only time that we stopped the video was it was during the 24-hour stream, the section that you weren't in. And and we just we were watching the video and there was just I think we're past this. I think it's this is something that we just can't discuss anymore because it's kind of so basic, yeah. But this is an interesting topic. That is a very eye-catching title. For those of you who don't know, who haven't looked at the title of the stream for some reason, somehow, this video is called "Cantrips Are a Mistake," and so it's just interesting to have that be a thing. This is coming from Red Ragged Fiend, and like we said before, I honestly hope that this guy blows up a little bit because it just seems like a nice dude who's just making this stuff and giving his opinions and shit, and why not, right? But yeah, so it's just a really odd thing to say of cantrips being a mistake because cantrips are pretty good, I would say, in current edition. As an addition.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because I certainly have some problems with cantrips. It's mostly just what they do, and sometimes their power level can make it so that, for example, warlocks.
Yes.
You are Eldritch Blast.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Most likely, yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do agree on some levels that cantrips are. I don't know. I wouldn't go so far as to call them a mistake.
No.
But I definitely think that they should be nerfed in some areas. But I'd like to hear what his actual thoughts are.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't know if I would nerf them at all. I'm not sure about that because I think that what I would like is for something like a warlock to have more diversity in what they take as a cantrip.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Ryan Akaba is the guy that got kicked out of Critical Role. Gotcha. Dude, it's not just 3 days. There's over 10 videos and it's madness. Oh, okay. Great. Wow. Sure. Garabay's going crazy again. Shocking. 5e cantrips are too powerful. All right, fair enough, August. This is the thing. I might be coming at it from a weird perspective. I don't know. But what do cantrips do again? Great question, Timothy. Let's explain cantrips just real quick. If you don't know, in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, they updated cantrips because they've existed since 3rd. But they've updated cantrips to the fact that you have them all the time. They are a spell that can always be used because spell slots are a thing that your more powerful spells need to use, but to have a backup, the fighter can swing his sword. He always will have the sword. He doesn't have all his abilities all the time, but he has his sword. Where a spellcaster will then have a cantrip because they don't have fireball, such like that. And the cantrips level up, quote unquote, in the sense of they scale by every 4 levels, in the sense of at first level it does will take acid splash. It does a d6 of damage. At 5th level, I think it's 2d6. And then I don't know the exact levels of these, by the way. But and then another level, it'll be like 3d6 or maybe 4 or 5d6, right? It goes up enough that it maintains relevancy so that the caster can always have something, right? Now, with somebody like the Warlock, with Eldritch Blast specifically, you can get, and they've probably changed a little bit with the invocations and stuff with the current edition, but I'm not thinking about that. We don't need to worry about that too much because they're interchangeable, really. But with 5e, you could basically just power up that one spell of Eldritch Blast and make it so that it it added your charisma modifier and it was longer range, and it would also get like the ability to target multiple things as you leveled. So you like at 5th level, it would be able to do 2 Eldritch Blasts, and then at like 11th or something, it was 3, something like that. And a lot of spells do that, cantrips specifically, sorry, so that they continue to be more useful. So, and I guess that having something like that kind of going, or getting more and more powerful could potentially be a problem, but I don't personally see it that way necessarily. But I could be convinced if, you bring up enough points to me that show how it can be a big problem. But I don't think it is necessarily. Hot take, the cantrips aren't the problem, the lack of monster weaknesses is. Why use anything other than Eldritch Blast when you can't tailor your magic to what you fight? I would agree with that. Because force...
more weaknesses.
Yeah, force is the thing that overcomes everything, and that's what Eldritch Blast is. There are, at least from base 5th edition, there were 4 monsters that resisted force, and that was it.
And I'm pretty sure that they were very, very rare monsters too, like ones you would just never fight.
Yes, I believe so. And like, what is it? Like 90 of them were just immune to poison.
Yep.
So
I think it's actually more. I think there's over 100 poison. I think either resistances or immunities.
Yeah. That's why I was saying completely immune, and then a bunch more were resistant.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you're good. So yeah, I think that the resistances and stuff being so few and far between and so prevalent. Sorry. The weaknesses being so few and far between, and the resistances and immunities being prevalent as hell, makes it so that the cantrip taking and your spells kind of being tailored to certain things is a little hard to do. And obviously we can fix that a little bit here and there as DMs by saying, oh, this is actually going to be weak to this, because why not, right? But I think it would be nice for the official stuff to promote those weaknesses more. And to be fair, I have no idea what the newer monster manual looks like in terms of weaknesses and resistances and immunities. So if somebody has that information, you can tell me, and maybe you can alleviate some of these concerns. Excuse me. But yeah, so again, I think that the update of cantrips to be that backup spell that you can always at least have in your back pocket is incredibly good. Because I wouldn't want casters to rely on melee weapons or ranged weapons when they aren't necessarily building that way, like at all, right? So that they don't feel useless during the fights. Excuse me. Now, obviously, we always have the scaling problem of mages. That will always be the case unless you're playing 4th edition. And that's why 4th edition has good stuff in it, and we should all appreciate that. Everybody knows. So, but like, cantrips specifically, I don't know if they're a big contributor to that necessarily, but they might be. Dunno. All right. Well, Aiden will be in soon, hopefully, and he'll miss this initial bit. But is there anything else that you have to say about Cantrips before we begin?
Honestly, because it's been so long since I've played a D&D game with cantrips, not really.
Okay.
I would have to really look through all of them.
Yeah.
Kind of refamiliarize myself with them. But I'm willing to bet that since this is a 53-minute video, he's going to be doing that.
Yeah, we'll have some context given, probably. Hopefully. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as said, this is Cantrips Are a Mistake, Red Ragged Fiend. Let's begin.
Were cantrips a design mistake for D&D? So a little bit about just the basic history about cantrips.
Oh!
So cantrips kind of jumped out on the scene in a Dragon Magazine article for first edition AD&D.
Oh, really? Okay. See, again, already. Well, thank you for giving us more context that I didn't even know. This is why we like this guy.
Written by none other than Gary Gygax himself.
Oh my god.
And kind of explained most of the sort of utility of them as what we would kind of probably mostly consolidate today into things like prestidigitation or thaumaturgy, very simple sort of parlor trick kind of effects.
Okay.
And then cantrips kind of went away outside of the Dragon article, didn't really resurface again until after WotC picked up the D&D license, picked up the D&D brand, and came out with their third edition of the game, in which it was native right there, straight in the book. It's been 20 odd years now, and we still have them, and I think you can see that their cantrips have really grown from this original idea of a little tiny sort of utility magic, almost could be confused for sleight of hand, to now we have cantrips that scale and become more powerful than leveled spells.
Okay. That's something to note, I guess. I hope he has more examples of that specifically, because the leveled spells that I'm thinking of, I guess, would be your classics, I guess, like Fireball, Lightning Bolt, and all that. Maybe
or
it's...
first level ones.
Yeah, maybe
first
it's...
level, second level.
Yeah, like, fuck. I can't think of a good first level spell that does damage specifically off the top of my head for some reason.
Yeah, right. That alone is, not really the best.
No, because I'm literally only thinking of cantrips like Chill Touch and what's it, the Bell one? I don't remember. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, there's a bunch of cantrips that I can remember.
Yeah. Because they're the ones that you always start out with.
Yeah.
And you might not... Well, I think that's another problem right there, is the fact that whenever you have a spellcaster that can do cantrips,
sure.
You always... Excuse me. Even right off the cuff, you can name several of the damaging cantrips, but none of the level 1 spells.
Well,
so
yeah, but I think the level 1 spells are a lot more about the utility, right? Because you've got Charm Person, you've got Disguise Self is, I believe, a first level spell. Like there are a lot of things that are less about damage.
Yes,
as far as I can remember, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, for sure. It just strikes me as odd that all your damaging spells in the like when you first start the game are the cantrips,
sure.
And you're most likely, honestly, not even gonna bother with some of the more damaging first level spells.
Yeah, I would honestly rely on the cantrip more so than damaging first level spells when I'm starting out.
So it's just weird, you know?
It is.
I'm not sure.
Like, I will say other things, like the cantrips of like what is it? The one that gives you like a D4 edition. I can't remember what that one's called either.
A bless? Is it bless?
No, bless is the first level.
Oh, okay.
There's one that is literally like you have to do it, and in like 2 seconds, if you don't use it, it's gone. It's a single.
True Strike.
Oh, True Strike is also one, but not that.
Okay.
No, True Strike nobody takes because it sucks. Guidance, I think it is. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, maybe it's guidance.
Draken Kraken said it. Guidance. There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Guidance is you get a D4 and you can give it to somebody for a attack roll or ability check, I believe. And it's hard to give that to somebody most of the time in most situations because you have to know that they're going to be doing something. And it's one of those things of like, oh, are you letting people know that you're going to be trying to pick this lock so that you can get a guidance boost? You know, all that kind of stuff. There's like several little cantrips that are like that as well. And you only usually get up to like 3 max at first level. And you don't, light is another good one that you might take as more utility and such. And there's no other spell that really does that because light is probably one of those things that should be just a cantrip that you can use forever because it's really useful and it wouldn't take a lot of magic to say, hey, glow slightly, you know?
Yeah, right. Although I suppose in cantrips you do have dancing lights.
There's also that.
Yeah.
Is Dancing Lights cantrip or is that a spell?
I believe that's a cantrip.
Okay. Well, there's
because it doesn't illuminate anything, and it's just a.
I think it's very dim illumination. I believe.
Yes, it's honestly not very useful.
Yeah, I think it could be ranged in some way. I think that was the thing, and like it was for. I think that was for arcane casters more so than your divine casters.
Okay.
I think it to be fair, it's been a hot minute since I've really thought about it. But they had the variety so that each of the spellcasters with their different types of magic would have similar things, right? And you would probably take like 1, maybe 2 damaging cantrips and then something that is utility focused, and then at that point it's like, well, I guess I should take more spells that might be maybe a damage here or there, or probably more things that fit my character more for the utility aspect. And I don't know, I wouldn't say that the inability to remember a lot of first level ones is much of a problem, because I feel like first level spells being more of a utility focused thing that you pull out when you need it, like sleep and all that kind of stuff, they are more powerful in that respect because they can get you past things way more than like having to fight something. Because at first level, you don't want to fight things, usually.
Certainly not as a caster.
No. Like, you will, sure, but if you can avoid it and get through everything, you're in a much better spot. So I feel like first level spells being kind of relegated to utility and getting past problems rather than confronting them directly is probably good, honestly. Because the cantrips take care of that damage slot that you don't really have to worry about until, when you can get access to 2nd and 3rd level spells, which when you get to that point, you've at least leveled up enough that you're not going to die, so you can necessarily, so that you
not immediately anyway.
Right, so that you can engage with combat a little bit more safely, right? But I don't know. Prestidigitation is important so your character can avoid housework. Yes. Absolutely. Yep. Prestidigitation is one of those wonder spells. Or cantrips, excuse me. Cantrips. Because it is specific, like it does need to be stated that they are different, because specifically you can't use 2 spells. You have to use spell slot and cantrip if you're going to be doing stuff in action economy.
Yeah.
And so now as we move into sort of D&D 2024, and now I've played a few games of it, both as a player and as DM, and trying to consider are cantrips a mistake, and really it has been this new sort of version of the game coming out and sort of testing that and kind of putting it through its paces and learning more about the system, that I kind of came to an idea that maybe cantrips were a design mistake.
Okay.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that. Primarily sort of my gripes that I've seen sort of as this sort of evolution of cantrips and how I think it's actually kind of hurting the game in general in the direction that it's sort of trending, and wondering if I'm alone in this, see if you guys feel the same way. Obviously, leave comments about that below. I am interested to see, what maybe future editions of the game would look like, or even what maybe the current edition of the game would look like if we played a game that we just pulled the cantrips out of. Or severely limited or modded them with some homebrewery to make them not have the same sort of issues that we're about to talk about.
I will say, from what I remember in third, they worked like spells. They had spell slots.
Yes. Yeah, they were.
And I think they could get up to like 5, like it was, but they were pretty much what you're thinking of like prestidigitation and all of that.
Yeah.
It was pretty
I
simple
think they
stuff.
were first level spells.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Hey, hello.
Oh,
Hello.
How you doing?
hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay.
What? Can you guys hear me talking?
Yes.
Barely.
Okay.
You were saying like 2 words and then going silent, then 2 words and then silent.
Yeah.
Oh, I was asking how you guys are doing and waiting for a response.
Oh, okay. You
we're all right.
didn't sound like it felt like your mic didn't pick you up fully. So
Gotcha.
that's probably it. Did your mic get reset or something? Maybe.
No.
Okay.
It's just been this way.
All right.
How are you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
Good. How are you?
All right. Yeah, so far so good.
Good.
Throat is a little sore.
Okay.
So I will probably be a bit more reserved.
Yeah, no worries.
Tonight. But yeah.
Well, you've come at a great time. We've not gone too far into the video. It's almost an hour long. And
fantastic.
But it's Red Ragged Fiend, if you remember.
I do not.
Well, the guy that we've covered a couple of times who does some good stuff. And he.
I'm sure once I see.
Yeah, you'll recognize once you see the actual video.
Yeah.
But he's asking the question if cantrips are a mistake. And he seems to be on the side of yes, they are a design mistake.
Yeah.
So before we go on any further, what are your thoughts on cantrip design, I suppose?
So I think cantrips should exist because I think that telling a player who chooses a particular play style, i.e. magic, hey, you have a resource and then you are just not allowed to interact with the game. I think that spell slots by their lonesome are a little harsh, and I like cantrips as a bit of a buffer of hey, I can at least do something. I'll be on the sidelines throwing acid splash.
Hey, also went for the exact same cantrip that I went for in my example.
But I do think that 5e is a little free with their cantrips.
Okay.
I like cantrips that are stuff like prestidigitation or that evolved prestidigitation where you could make a gust of wind up to 5 feet to get rid of dust or whatever.
Right.
I like magic like that. Very mundane magic. Very grounded in people's
day to day.
I don't know. It feels sort of just basic homemaking magic.
Yeah.
It feels very primitive.
It's the simple things that everybody would have access to.
Yes, I like cantrips like those. I think that the cantrips that we see in 5e are by and large kind of ridiculously combat focused.
That is true.
And also in some cases really good for being for having no investment associated to it. Granted, exceptions exist that are justified, such as like Eldritch Blast, where there is a whole playstyle centered around that one cantrip. That I'm fine with.
Right.
But yeah, no, I do believe that cantrips should be reduced. I think that we should get rid of some of them that we have.
Okay, so you're talking about the list of them rather than their usage, I guess, like the amount that you can use.
Oh yeah, no, I think cantrips should be infinite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making the clarification. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I agree with that. And I guess that is a good way to put it, because yeah, there are like so many damaging ones, and this is the thing that Boo and I were talking about before, that we couldn't really think of level 1 damaging spells necessarily, but you can immediately start thinking of cantrips, really, which isn't necessarily a problem, because I find that the utility that level 1 spells really offer with things like Charm Person and Sleep and Disguise Self, which I'm still iffy on if that's level 1, but I think it is. Those are they kind of make up for the fact that you could have your sword that you have access to at all times as your spellcaster class. Because everything else is like a lot more intricate. I guess it's the weird thing, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more, the weird thing is the amount of damage that some things can do. Because Boo, we were talking about I was thinking about the bell one. I can't. Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
There it is. Yeah. Soon as.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a D12. It's conditional, but it's still a fucking D12.
Yes, it's a D12.
It's a
but
fucking great sword.
I would say, yeah, it's a great sword, or it's a heavy crossbow, right?
No, heavy crossbows are D10.
Oh, are they? Oh, I thought they were D12s.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they're D10 as
well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
never mind. Let me clarify. They are D10 in 5e. I do not know if they got improved in the 2024.
I don't think they changed damages. I think they just gave them types of masteries.
Okay, then yes, it is a D10.
Okay.
That was actually a big whole thing about in a Z Bash video.
I remember that now. Yeah,
the
right.
one about Eldritch Blast,
yes.
where he's like, oh my god,
yeah.
this fucking super cool backstory for how you get Eldritch Blast, and it's like, okay, does D10, it's like the same as a crossbow that you can just buy.
right. Which, I think the amount of damage that you get right off the bat might be better to be even across the board. Maybe have it be a D6 for most everything, just to, and then maybe it improves as you level, right? As
either
well.
that, or you have to take like specific things to improve it.
Yeah, something.
Yeah,
because
I think you should have to take something specific to improve it.
Yeah, because like
so like if you really like Eldritch Blast, maybe you have to take Eldritch Blast twice to make it a D10 or a D8 or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Because like cantrips. As we're continuing to talk about it, cantrips, as I'm thinking about it, you are like a master of immediately. You know.
Yeah.
And I get that they're supposed to be really basic things, but if you're doing a D12 of damage, you know, I'm like, that's a lot.
That's enough to kill somebody.
That is.
They're basically just you can cast gun with a wave of your hand.
Yes.
It's supposed to be waving your hands and some candles light up.
Right.
But you are doing a great sort of damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
and if a level 0 spellcaster can do it, why can't just anybody do it? You know?
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they're apparently super easy to get. So
there are some recommended settings in 5e where it said like every single person knows a cantrip.
Right. Yes.
A cantrip. You are like born knowing this cantrip.
Yes.
And I would just like to imagine someone who like amasses Toll the Dead followers, and then like a single night and 500 people casting Toll the Dead.
Yeah. They can't stop us all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, with that many people casting Toll Dead, you could just fuck off dragons. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, exactly.
Sneak into a dragon's lair, cast Toll the Dead, just fucking instantly melt it.
Right. Yeah. Again, they can't stop us all.
Yes.
No,
That's 40k shit where it's just volume of fire.
Exactly.
Now.
Yes. Exactly.
What's the thing where they get to auto succeed on a roll?
Legendary
resistance.
Yeah. You only have 3 legendary
Yes.
resistances. I have 500 peasants.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes.
Have fun.
Yeah. So I'm glad that it was brought up because I'm thinking about it in a whole new light of just that kind of thing. And yeah, I really think that even though like it should be represented in that way of it's a shitty spell, but it can do stuff. You know,
Yeah.
like it is so basic bitch, but hey, whoa, we did it, right? Yeah. Just because anyone can swing a sword, not everyone can cast a spell. Yes, August, exactly. I guess I wasn't thinking of it in that context because I was thinking of it as like cantrips are easy. But then when you think about it really, it's like, oh, but you could kill a man. Like real fucking easy.
Yeah.
With a wave of your hand. And that's something that you should probably regulate a little bit more. And obviously, you know, it is what it is of like if you make it so that your peasants don't actually die from one of those, right? Do Aiden and Boo have the chat? I put the link there, so if they're looking at it, they're looking at it.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah. So Magic Missile has been an important spell for me because of my terrible luck with dice. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, fair. And also, Devil's Advocate, the fighter gets to swing the D12 greatsword every turn. Why shouldn't the wizard have a D12 he can do every turn? Because
I agree.
The thing with that's fair, but I think the problem with that is the fact that D&D casters and fighters have always been on that kind of intersecting, up and down growth pattern, where wizards always start out super fucking weak and very fragile, whereas fighters always start out pretty damn reliable.
Yeah.
But as you level, they start to become, they start to cross, where the wizards become the insanely powerful people, and comparatively, warriors become effectively very weak. Because, in the beginning, they can always do that D12, and in the beginning, that's very, very good. But once the wizard can also do that, and they don't need to worry so much about, like being in danger to do that kind of damage, and they can just do it every round, they don't have to be in melee or anything, it kind of skews that, and kind of throws that balance choice out the window sometimes.
Yeah, and I guess you could make the same argument for like a bow as well, of like...
Well,
Really quick.
you can, but it's less so because archers still have arrows.
Yeah.
If you're counting,
counting
ammo.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Really quick, I just wanted to piggyback off of Boo's point earlier of like martials scale linearly versus casters scaling logarithmically.
Yeah, really.
The argument of like, oh well, the barbarian does a D12 every round with his great axe. Why doesn't the caster get a D12 with whatever the fuck spell? Something that you also need to keep in mind is the fact that, like, yeah, sure, the marshal is doing a D12 damage every round, but that caster is doing 8d6 damage to every square with a 30-foot radius?
Yeah, with a fireball.
Yeah. So 8d6 damage times, what is that? 30 times, it wouldn't be exactly 30 times 30, it'd be...
No, but it's a lot of damage.
It's a lot.
Seven, but we'll say however many squares of, like 50 squares of 8d6 damage versus 1d12 to one square.
It'd be a 6x5, so, yeah.
Sorry, 6 by 5, so 30.
Yeah. But yeah, no,
right. Yes, I was thinking 30 by 30.
No,
That's
I
fine.
get you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, and like, if you would want to, so I can see another thing of like, oh, well, you're supposed to be the exceptional people, right? So why shouldn't the exceptional wizard be able to do this when they've been, studying forever, and yeah, they're level 1, but they at least have mastered these cantrips and all of that kind of stuff. The bard has been using it for who knows how long at this point, and has that level 1 and all that kind of stuff. The warlock has been given this power, so it should be as powerful as the giver wants it to be, right? Like, there's a few things that you could say in that kind of respect, and really, I think that, yes, it makes sense in, like, terms of, the logic of the world, but in terms of running the game, having them scale a bit, they start out lower and then scale up exponentially as they do, at least makes it so that in that early game, they're reliant on other people a lot more, having their fighter do the thing, because you could easily have a thing of wizards do stuff, and not have to have fighters and stuff, which isn't a problem necessarily. I think that's something that you should be able to do, but if somebody wants to play a non-magical class, and then just all the magical classes are just like, yeah, but I can just point at that guy before you can even get there and just blow him up.
Yeah. Because I mean, at that point in the game, fighters and barbarians and all of them, the martial classes then start serving a different purpose.
Yes.
They're not really meant to be the main damage dealer anymore. They become the tank.
Exactly.
Which, I mean, is a very, very useful job.
Yes.
When you, as Pizza Funk just said, when your spellcasters become walking ICBMs.
Very true. Yes.
Yeah.
You want that.
Yes, you definitely want that front line,
Yeah.
and to not accidentally blow it up.
Yes.
So it's just the dynamic has kind of always been there, and that's usually how things were. That's just how things were balanced. Honestly, the whole cantrip being a mistake thing is really more so. It's less of a feel type thought experiment. It's more of a balance type thought experiment.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because you can come up with any number of really good and compelling reasons why cantrips can be as powerful as they are, and that's, from a lore standpoint, that's completely fine. Hell, it's cool. If you haven't seen it, watch the Z Bashu video on Eldritch Blast. It's fucking awesome. But it just comes down purely to a mechanical balance type deal. That's pretty much what it is. 'Cause I like a lot of the cantrips. I genuinely like Chill Touch and Firebolt and Eldritch Blast and Prestidigitation. That's my favorite spell, almost, other than Meteor Storm, because it's a fucking Meteor Storm.
Right.
And so I don't think that they are, in terms of gameplay, a mistake. It's more just a balance thing. I think they should be changed, not really removed.
Yeah, So I actually am more on Aiden's side with the removal of some of them, because there are too many. I feel like there should be more utility focused ones rather than them being damage dealing ones.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, more utility.
Yeah.
Yes, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, because like Prestidigitation is one of them that a lot of people take because it is so useful. Thaumaturgy is another good example, as was said in the video. And Druidcraft can be potentially here and there. And what is it? Move Earth. If you remember Move Earth, Z-Bash, you did a video on that too, which can be fucking insane.
Yep, it was great. Loved it.
I think it's too much, technically, but
Yeah.
A little bit of pushback on your point, Alejo.
Yeah.
And like, don't get me wrong, I fully think this too, but I recognize that like what I want would be problematic.
Sure.
If you start giving players spells and options like, oh, hey, here is a cantrip that makes a surface in front of you for the next 15 feet in front of you is now wet and slippery.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Or this or that. You are opening the door to some people who want to pull off some weird power gaming nuke
Mhm.
with like you are feeding the TikTok content creators.
That description reminds me of a fucking
who
Seth video.
who want to make some weird fucking nuke using
Sure.
a level 2 cantrip and a feather.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well,
that reminds me of a Seth video on a Space Station 13 when they
Oh,
opened an
that-
airlock.
yeah,
and
yeah.
They soaked up a fucking walkway in front of it, and so as soon as anybody stepped onto it, they would slip and fall and get sucked out into space.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that game is crazy weird.
It is.
But yeah, so obviously we would want to limit the like. I think we have a good amount of utility stuff already. It's just culling some of the damage dealers, maybe putting something here and there that might be more amiss here that would be more sensible as something that somebody would or be able to do easily. Right, like doing the water thing or making a surface slippery. We have grease. We're good. We don't need that's a level 1 spell. We don't need to worry about having that be a cantrip. Right. I'm not thinking.
I mentioned like slippery and wet because I was thinking along the lines of like passing along like shock. But we do have grease. Slippery was perhaps a poor example.
Well, it's just one of those things that I understand. You'd have to be careful with it, obviously. Like maybe doing things that are more skill focused in the sense of, this is to give you a little bit of a boost here. We already have guidance kind of for that. Like, again, we have a lot of good cantrips in there, and I don't think that we need to be, one, adding more damaging ones, and two, necessarily even adding more utility ones right now. It's just to have that focus be, oh, these are more, like, the public would have these. Like
people.
The people, indeed. A farmer on his farm needs to get the wolves to go away, so he throws a little bit of fire. It's not that damaging, but it scares them away. Yeah. Like it making things be like a D6, a D4, as damage for those kinds of things like Firebolt. And then again, with your mastery of the arcane arts, if you pursue it, then it starts to become, oh shit, you can throw 2 at a time, or oh, it does like a D10. Whoa, like that kind of stuff.
You become one cantrip man, basically.
You could.
I would even be okay with, like, say for example, the farmer throws out a bit of fire to scare the wolves, doesn't do a lot of damage, does like a D6, for instance. I think that giving people and characters in the world that as a bit of flavor is absolutely a fantastic option, or a fantastic opportunity, perhaps would be the better word, for characterization.
Yes.
And I would absolutely want to give my players that of like, oh, hey, maybe you have a firebolt from lighting up torches when you were a kid at whatever, and it does only D6 damage, and you will know going into my campaign that, like, you will probably never use this for a combat spell, but, like, hey, if your character, for whatever reason, ever needs to light a fire in this campaign, you're set.
Yeah.
I would be totally fine with players giving me that extra bit of characterization for me giving them a little bit of extra utility for the course of this campaign.
Yeah. It would add a lot of realism, I think, to magic in general, because it's in D&D specifically, it's so fucking prevalent. Like, it really is so prevalent, and I don't see a reason why people wouldn't just get it, Like, sure, you aren't necessarily born with it, but learning it at least a little bit. The farmer example, well, he's figured this out, he's got it inherently, and guess what? He can kind of teach it to other people, of being like, well, so okay, so you gotta really center yourself, like actually making it so that his fellow man can also farm effectively and be able to, like, keep the wolves away from their sheep. Like it would add a lot, and it would enrich this whole idea of everything kind of being connected by the weave or whatever it is, because magic is kind of flowing through everybody and it can affect most everybody. So why wouldn't there be a lot of it everywhere? It's so all this to say, cantrips are a little too powerful. Yes, now I agree.
We're 2 minutes in.
We're 2 minutes
51
in.
left.
I did want to say, I saw something in chat of, can you just not use cantrips? Excuse me. Can you just not use cantrips if you want? And August said, you can choose not to, but why wouldn't you if it's available? You're essentially gimping yourself by choice. Like, if you really don't want to deal with cantrips, older editions didn't have them. So, it's as far back as AD&D, as he said, and in 3rd it was there, but they were limited by the usage. I think the easiest way to do it, at least now, again, so that you always have the ability to have something, as Aiden was saying before, is that we at least just tone them down, Yeah,
that's pretty much all you need to do, really.
I think it's fine to have them be the way they are as long as they're toned down.
Yeah, it's honestly, it is just the relative power and the no cost.
Yes.
That's pretty much the biggest thing.
Yes.
And I mean, also in fairness, let's be real. If you are throwing a acid splash or a firebolt for a D6 or a D8 damage respectively, versus, or hell, even Toll the Dead at a conditional 1d12, versus like a level 3 spell. God, I have to look up level offensive leveled spells now. Hold
I
on.
know, right?
The point I'm trying to make is in terms of action economy and initiative like order. If you are spending your turn to do a D6, a D8, or a D12 damage versus an opponent who can like ostensibly withstand that amount of punishment, you are effectively wasting your turn.
Potentially, I mean.
Yeah, so like let me look up some offensive leveled spells in 5e. Because there's like talk amongst yourselves. Let me pick a few.
Yes.
And also, as your GM just brought up a very good idea of having a spell misfires apply to cantrips from Dungeon Call Classics.
Yeah.
I miss Arcane Failure Chance.
Yes, I do too. I honestly think that it would be nice to have that back, because I get that it feels bad when a spell fails, but like you would have, your base percentage chance of it failing, and it could go up or down depending on, things that you're wearing, and like it used to be, right? Of, armor can make it worse, can make it better, or not really make it better, but just can make it worse.
It's just like RuneScape.
And the as you level, it gets less and less, because you're mastering your craft, basically. The more that you do it, the more that you should learn it, right?
Because all the study in the world doesn't really equal actual combat experience.
Yes, absolutely. Current players would love misfires. I think so too. I really do. Like, I think there's a reason why people really like it for Dungeon Crawl Classic as well, because it's neat. If you're doing shit, it might go wrong because in the moment you've done it in a way that is slightly different than it needs to be. Like the slightest thing that you've done, right? Because magic's fickle. It should be fickle. It's something.
Well, I don't even know if I would say fickle. I would say volatile.
I
because
guess
if you do it right, it always works. That's not exactly fickle.
Well, I'm advocating.
It would just be you doing it wrong.
I'm advocating for it to not necessarily always work. That's the thing.
So even if you do it right, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
gotcha.
That's what Dungeon Crawl Classics does in its system, and I like that idea because it is a force of nature that you are trying to shape to your will. or not even
Okay,
a
gotcha.
force of nature, right? But it's
Yeah.
something that is completely beyond mortal perception a lot of the time, right? I like it as that, and I'm also fine with it being like, oh yeah, you just do it every time if you're, good at it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But having that little bit in between of like, oh, fuck, I stepped when I shouldn't have, all this, instead of it throwing a fireball, it threw like a bunch of thorns that don't do as much damage, but man, that's weird, just random shit like that, making it more wild in that way, and thus, just make wild magic like more prominent. That's really all I want.
Latching on to the word wild,
Yes.
and to tangentially go to earlier I talked about primal magic. And like this will kind of go into a bit more wild magic later, but like I'd like to see a lot of the cantrips that we have in 5e taken away, because I think a lot of them are redundant. Yes. I think a lot of them lack character. I would like to see us get new ones that are a bit more like primally focused, i.e. prestidigitation, that dust thing to clean dust. Home, I described it earlier as homemaking magic. I just like magic that is stuff like when people were first coming together,
Yes.
and society was first forming, what did we discover first?
Yes. Exactly.
I think that kind of magic helps to characterize your magic system as a whole. And because that, I think it helps add a lot of like really nice flavor. Secondly, I would like, wild magic for sure. Spells going wrong. And everything entailed in wild magic, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't want to gloss over it, but I think wild magic is like cool as fuck.
Oh yeah.
And I also want to see some more like higher magic. Well, like, what did we discover once we put active effort and thought and learning into magic?
Yeah.
What did we discover to help in war? What did we discover to help in healing? I would like to see those spells maybe be just like out and out better than some of the earlier level spells. They probably have a higher level attunement. I don't really like the magic system in 5e. That's kind of why I feel so partial to Pathfinder.
That's fair. That's fair. It's I feel like the whole thing can have so much more of its own identity if it were to steal a bunch from a lot of other systems.
D&D needs to learn from the people that stole shit from them.
That's right.
Steal shit back.
Yeah, no, legitimately. I really think that it would be really interesting to do stuff like that. And not to say that you can't, at your own table and homebrew and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you want to just create these kind of unique spells that work well, it's going to take you some testing and such, right? And some things are going to break and everything. But I feel like it's ripe for the ability for you to create all these kinds of weird spells and everything if you want to. It's a lot of work, but hey. Anyway, let's continue. Cantrips.
So, rather than a lot more preamble, we'll keep talking about where cantrips a design mistake for D&D. Let's just go ahead and sort of jump into that. So, of course, if this is the first time to your channel, thanks for hanging out. We're going to go through this. We're going to talk a little bit about it. If you like this sort of content, we've got more of it on the channel.
Very loud.
We also do a solo adventure playthrough with the 5e rules, which is really interesting. If you're looking for other things, more in-depth things than we cover in sort of these videos, there's always the website, reddragonfiend.com, that has years and years of blogs on it that you can kind of go see. So cool. The channel, relatively new. The blog, relatively old at this point. So one of the first sort of design issues I feel like we have with cantrips is that they're too accessible. And this is especially damning sort of in the new 2024 version or update of the rules, whatever you want to call it. is that now they're just really too accessible. They're almost universally acceptable. Sort of every PC, regardless of sort of ancestry and class, can gain cantrips at level 1 through either their ancestry or a background choice that grants sort of the magic initiate feat. There is this tendency that you can just end up with cantrips even if you don't necessarily want them, or you're not really kind of going out of your way to get them. You might end up with them regardless. And the weird thing is especially with the magic.
So this might be the first time that I have disagreed with the Red Ragged Fiend.
Yeah.
So here's where I'm at.
Okay.
I do agree with the content of what Red Ragged Fiend is saying.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that cantrips should be less accessible. I believe that your average person should not be slinging magic around. Yes, I agree. I want a lower fantasy setting.
Sure. Yeah.
However, I recognize that I am playing D&D, and the Forgotten Realms is an established high fantasy setting.
Yes.
I recognize that I'm playing a game in an environment where I'm not going to be a fan with a lot of lore-friendly settings.
Right.
And the way that, like, the rule books put forth certain things as being the norm. And yeah, I do call for there to be less magic, but like, I don't necessarily think that this is like a cantrips are a mistake. I don't think that this is me pointing the finger at WotC and saying you are the problem. Like, I fully recognize I'm the problem player who wants a lower magic setting and is playing D&D 5e.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with Red Ragged Fiend.
I think that the thing that we should be focusing on more so than the accessibility being a problem is that the world should really reflect that. You know? If it is so high magic, if every, Jim and Pam is gonna go and get their, bakery spell and, be able to do that at any time, then really we should be seeing the threat that enemies could really be capable of the same thing, that there is, I don't know, like, things in place to make it so that this isn't necessarily the what we want to have happen of like, oh, we have, laws in place in the setting of like, oh, you can, you can't be, you have to, it's like, if you guys know Dragon Age Origins,
oh yes, source magic.
Yes, and they keep all their wizards in a tower because they're too dangerous otherwise. Because those ones they learn all the power and it's fucked, and they're only allowed out sometimes.
Yeah, worms start appearing. It's bad.
It's bad. Ugh. Yeah.
Dirty.
And so things of that nature that would show like, oh, you have a magical aptitude. Well, we have to like make sure that you don't misuse it, and having things made to make it so that magic is accounted for. Like, your magic items could be more than just the offensive stuff a lot of the time and the utility stuff, but really, like, specifically defensive things of like, well, anybody could really do shit, so you might want to, I don't know, get a charm or something.
Like a charm of, or like a ring of shield.
Exactly, right? Like, you would
way magic missile is just boop.
Right, but it only has a certain amount of charges and stuff, and it would just be one of those things that it would change the landscape so much. And yes, it would be completely different as a game. Don't get me wrong. This would change combat entirely because it's like, well, everybody's got, like, armor in a way, and you got to chip that away before you do things. so it might be overall a bad, design choice, but I don't know. It is so prevalent that it's like, well, what am I supposed to think in this kind of setting, other than nobody has come up with like a way to make this less of a problem.
Because like once we had guns, it didn't take long for us to start inventing bulletproof armor.
Exactly. Like,
and this is sorry, I'm now hijacking this conversation to make this about my issues with 5e magic.
Oh, fine. Yeah, put your issues on us. God.
Society would be so fucking radically different.
Yup.
If magic was as common as WotC likes to make it in the Forgotten Realms.
Yes.
Everyone has magic. It's casual. Like having the arcane is practically mundane at this point.
I would agree.
Why is society just sitting on this and sleeping on magical potential? Oh, right. That's right. I know why they're sleeping on magical potential. So that WotC can continue to be lazy and not develop their setting. So then that way it can always stay forever kind of kitchen sink fantasy adjacent.
Yep.
And they're WotC is foisting the problem of like what happens when you have unhinged magic. And they're taking that problem and foisting it off on every single DM who plays their fucking shitty game.
Whoa! Whoa!
Damn.
Yeah, no, I'm mad. I'm fucking mad about this, and I've been mad about it since I learned like about magic in D&D
That's fair.
in general. I have been mad about this since I played 3.5.
That's fair. Woo! Yep. Okay. He's been brewing. Jesus.
Yeah. All right, fucking get him, King.
No, literally.
Yeah.
There is no reason for society as a whole to function in any way like it does in the real world.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It should be completely and radically different, like you said. It's like, alien, really.
Let's do
other settings do this. Vampire does it. Shadowrun does it. Cyberpunk does it. WotC doesn't because they want DMs to do. They want to crowdsource the problem of dealing with fucky magic.
Yeah. Let's add one other little thing to this whole thought experiment, or it's not really even a thought experiment, just this point, really. Doppelgangers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Monsters in general are a whole
Monsters
thing.
in general are really doppelgangers and other shapeshifters as a whole.
There's a lot.
Even having the name doppelganger get dropped in a game is fucking bad, because now the paranoia is there. Doppelgangers are very, very bad. So the fact that those exist in D&D and society is not crumbling from like mass paranoia and shit.
Yeah.
Like holy shit.
It again.
There would be lynchings every other day.
Sure.
Sorry.
No, I agree. It would be a witch hunt. It would be like it would be that time of just absolutely just calling people out and saying, this guy's acting weird, and then just
he's a doppelganger.
Yeah, he's a doppelganger, and he's like, no, I'm not, and then they kill him, and then it's like, oh, thank God we got that doppelganger. Yeah,
it'd be like the fucking
Salem doppelganger trials.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would be like witch hunters in fucking fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy.
Yep, exactly. And so and like I was saying, like all of the monsters that are severely powerful and have magic, it's an issue, unfortunately, because how do we, like, you have to really work for it to work in your own setting, and you have to really figure out if these things are even going to be in your setting yet, because they could be so much of a problem. Because, like, think of a beholder.
No.
Well,
but I could.
You could. The immediate thought is, Well, sometimes a beholder could just go to sleep and another one could just happen.
Yep. They just bud off.
Exactly. And they're incredibly powerful. Like, I get that they're supposed to work alone and everything, but like, if they're, and I know they're supposed to be insane, whatever. Some of them couldn't be. Okay, sometimes they just wouldn't be. I don't know. There's a possibility there, right?
If they're so unpredictable, that means that there would eventually be one that isn't insane.
Exactly, which would then just take over the whole world because it would be that easy. It's a beholder. It can just charm everybody.
If it's powerful enough, honestly, yeah.
It would take over everything. Dragons.
Yeah.
Dragons are big. They would destroy everything. Everything.
Yep.
Like, there's all of these. Yeah.
A single sane beholder would be a really entertaining campaign setting.
It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be a whole, like, it would be every genre you could think of, really, because they could be setting up so many things.
Yes.
That you would have to uncover and try to figure out.
There would mandatorily be at least one intrigue section.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
There'd probably be multiple.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, absolutely. So, but again, I agree with you that there are problems if you're going to do the approach that they have done. Everything exists at the same time, and there are no limits really to everything existing. So how does it function? You know, if you really think about it, the Forgotten Realms should be just wiped off the map, like in general.
I just want them to develop their setting.
I agree. And every time they do, somebody goes, ah! Why? Because
most of the time that person is me, and it's because they're developing it, but they're developing it shittily.
Well, yes,
that's usually the fucking problem.
That's true. What I mean is any change will make people go up and be upset because they're like remember maybe you don't remember, but there was like the whole spell plague thing that was going on that they made like a canon thing in 4th, I think.
Mm-hmm. I remember the name. I don't actually remember the event.
I don't know.
Isn't that when Mistra died?
I think something happened there. Yeah.
Sorry. Mistral died.
Right.
And then she was reborn as Mistra.
Probably. It's been a hot minute, but like that was a whole thing, and they've just I don't know if that's even canon. Like, I have no idea if that even happened technically now. I don't know what the lore is now. You know?
I believe they reference it in Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, that's yeah. So
it is, I believe, treated as canon.
Okay. Well, in Baldur's Gate 3, potentially. I know it was in Neverwinter Nights, because that was part of the whole setting, which was based in 3.5's setting, I think. Or rule set, I believe. But those are the games, and like I don't know what it's a different medium, you know? Like, it's not gonna help with what 5e is now, right? Because I have no idea what that might be on me. I mean, I do own the only copy in the world of the Adventurer's Guide to whatever the fuck Faerun. I don't remember what it's called. Hang on.
The magic one.
No,
the Magic the Gathering one.
No. That's a totally different like universe technically.
Oh, okay.
No, it was the Faerun specific book that they pulled off the shelves and just basically put into every other book. Sword Coast, yes. Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. Thank you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I've read it. I don't remember any of it, so that might be on me.
Do I have a copy of it? Hold on.
Maybe. Nobody bought it. That's the thing. It's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with magic, right? It complicates everything. And again, I'm fine with you trying to make a high fantasy thing.
I do not have it.
Yeah, but they just really need to take into account that it is so high fantasy. Anyway, so many things. Stealing and counter stealing is how an ecosystem works. Yes.
Yes.
Too much magic flying around now. Eat the mages. Yes. I like magic being a general skill that anyone has the ability to learn it. That's why I made my world like that. Yeah, absolutely. That's fair. I agree that it's a thing that should be a thing that can be in your worlds. I think Eberron is the only one that I've seen that really accounts for it, because you have people that literally just do have cantrips like everywhere. And I don't know how balanced Eberron is as a world, but I like Eberron, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it has the whole stalemate thing because people used magic so much that it made the whole big fucking explosion in the middle of the place that makes magic weird and things corrupted and weird and all that kind of stuff. So they have this whole stalemate between all the kingdoms and everything, I think it is. Because nobody wants to make that happen again. So it's like, oh, you have really powerful magic still, and you had a whole thing that happened because of it, and guess what? Everybody's went, ooh, maybe we should tone down on the magic.
What do you mean? You mean a magical nuke's arms race?
Right.
Effectively?
Yeah. Like, legitimately,
it's magical mutually assured destruction, like literally.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes it so that there is some balance at least, right? Of like, oh, fuck, you're telling me there are consequences to my actions? That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions.
Right? There's something there, which I'm like, well, I feel like there should be something like that in most settings that have this much magic. Because, fuck me, everybody's throwing shit around all the time. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, where's the... we run at you and we explode!
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Anyway.
Love those guys. They run at you and explode.
They do.
They're gonna blow up.
It's like Warhammer with the Emperor. He's never going to die and he's never going to move in spite of what the books implies. Oh, he's going to die any day. That's right. Yeah, it's that stale, need to maintain that status quo.
Yes.
So yeah, the D&D magic system is borked all the way down. I knew this already. There is no true lore or mechanical differences between sorcerer and wizard. Their magic is functionally the same. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, pretty much. It just depends on where you get it from.
Exactly.
You're still doing the exact same shit.
Yep.
The only difference is, and I don't remember if I ever convinced you of this, but in my opinion, the thing that's different with magic is psionics, because they tend to have different effects, and two, it's usually because a psionic, you can't teach psionics because it's something that you're born with, rather than with magic you can read a book and learn it, and you're using an internal force to shape an external medium, whereas with magic you are using an external force to shape the external force.
But I don't know. It would have to depend on where the energy comes from, in the sense of, is it still connected to the weave, right?
That will depend upon your setting. Yeah, the particular.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's usually what it is. It winds up. It is different depending on the setting.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's why I'm hesitant to agree with you, because it's like, well,
yeah. The fact that it can't be taught is usually where I'm able to separate it, because, well, if you can't teach it, and you cannot be taught how to do it, then it must be something else, because anybody can be taught to use how to use the weave.
Yeah, I suppose so.
That's at least how I separate.
Right. It would be something that I'd have to look into further, really.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah. Dragons will destroy everything unless you have more dragons to protect you. We will not allow a dragon gap. True. Nukes. Just like any other craft, if you grew up around blacksmiths, you will pick up tips and tricks from those around you. Same with magic. Yes, agreed. And people will experiment and create, and Anyway, all right. So, I don't know what the original thing was, but we can keep going.
4 minutes in, baby.
Woo! 50 more to go.
Initiate one. You get the sort of flexibility to choose the spell list that you want to use and the casting ability, which makes these abilities sort of like overly flexible. I mean, there's a design principle here that assumes that's very nice. That's like, if you're going to get access to this, you're probably going to have some sort of appropriate ability modifier that you're going to have at least some sort of bonus in that you might be able to use.
Mm.
But that comes at sort of the expense of they're very easy to access and everybody's going to be good with them. And we'll see why that's a little bit more of an issue as we get into some of the other points, but it's just so easy to get access to them that every player character now, I feels like, especially with the 2024 rewrites, that anytime that I am playing or running for a group of players, it's more likely that most of the group, even the martial classes, are going to have access to some sort of minor magics like cantrips that do things. I think there's also, because...
I think, so what I would say is that I don't know, creating your characters and such is really up to you, and whether or not you want to engage with it in that way is also up to you, in the sense of always having your character have a cantrip of some sort, because I'm sure that it's true that it's super easy to just get cantrips when you're, making a character in the newest rules. I will accept that as a statement, because I believe it, at least just from how things have gone. And the argument, of course, is, well, it's there, why shouldn't you take it? You'll be underpowered otherwise, all that kind of stuff. You would take all the advantages you want. But the other side of that is, well, I don't have to if I really don't want to. So is it necessarily a bad thing because the option is there? Right? I don't think so. It's just based off of the restraint that you are giving yourself for your character, what makes sense for your character and everything. And if you are power gaming, there's no problem with that. Go for it. It's just one of those things of, as long as your DM's okay with that kind of style and running games with you playing that kind of style, then I don't think there's too much of an issue in that respect. Just like with anything, we just, do things as we will. So it's hard for me to look at the rules and say, well, this is a problem because I can do this.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of where we are at the moment. The accessibility, yes, it's massive. Absolutely. And if we're thinking about it from the lore perspective, I have issues. Like, the actual setting perspective, I have issues because, whoa, we've already gone over them. But, like, if I'm thinking about it from a gameplay kind of point of view, all of these options seem like they should be there. Because that is that is what should be presented, because that is how you have created your system. Right? That's how you've created your world. If everybody has access to it, then it's not a problem that everybody has access to it.
Yeah, it's true.
So, again, two minds of it, because I would, as we said in the beginning, I would like to see less of that, because it would at least make it so that there's less of that issue of, like, well, why doesn't everybody have a cantrip? Why not? But mechanically speaking, it's not necessarily an issue. As long as all of the enemies and stuff that you can fight at level 1 are going to reflect that, the balance of, like, oh yeah, everybody can have a cantrip, so right, as long as
they all have cantrips.
Yeah.
Fuck.
we all have cantrips, they will be able to withstand it to a degree. It will last a certain amount of time, and it will, in both extremes of being really short or really long, you want somewhere in the middle, but you can't really account for it because of the dice and everything. So as long as it's balanced. But we already know that the CR system is not necessarily balanced. Doesn't take into account everything that is part of the game.
CR isn't balanced, never has been.
Yeah, exactly. Legitimately. So, the issue is compounded because of how the system is designed and presented, unfortunately, rather than the fact that just cantrips exist that you can just get really easily. If we have to do so much work to not trivialize these encounters, then there's a problem, which I agree that there's a problem. because we have to really do a lot of work to make it so that it isn't as trivial. But yeah.
They made it so flexible. There's this low ability score dependency. There's even a lot of cantrips that don't rely on ability score at all. You know, your standard sort of utility ones where there's no sort of casting involved. Light is always going to be useful for a character to take regardless of who that character is. Even if you have dark vision, if you're following sort of the rules as written or as they're at least intended, dark vision doesn't just mean you have 1000% night vision sort of heat sight.
Right.
Basically what it means is that you have eyes that are more akin to something like a cat or an owl or something like that, where you have the ability to see in low light situations as if it was sort of normal daylight situations.
Well, no, because that would be low light vision.
Yeah, I think he just kind of misspoke there.
Yeah, I mean, well, even so, the point though is, you know, you will be able to see it dark.
Yeah,
you can see it. Literally states everything is just in black and white.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know why we're going for this.
This is something that's actually kind of pulled out of older editions. There used to be sort of 3 sets of light for vision. Used to be sort of like normal and dim light and then dark vision.
Yeah.
And starting with 5th edition, they kind of pulled that.
Still is in 5e though.
Yeah, it is.
So why is he saying like, oh, something that was in older editions as if it's not?
Yeah.
Current?
I don't think it's a misspeak at this point because he seems to be confused.
Yeah, like, so that, I thought about that earlier when he was like, oh, that doesn't mean that you can see perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, give me a page number on that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying I doubt you, just give me a page number, please.
Right.
And then he continued on, and I let it slide.
Yeah.
And then he started saying this.
Yeah.
I don't think he's quite up to date on the.
Well, he plays it all the time apparently, so it's a big mistake.
Really, he is human and thus fallible.
No, I agree. It's just, you know, you made the video. I don't know. Yeah, so I guess I need to see where this is going because I don't know why we're talking about light. Light isn't a problem. I don't think, like, at all.
Dim vision out, the dim light vision out, and then dark vision is just kind of dim light vision now.
No.
Which is interesting. But it's very, very clear that, like, you just cannot see in 100% pitch darkness. It's something to keep.
Okay. No, it's just, this requires an actual rules check, so hang on. Dark, and he's talking about 2024, so I gotta look for that. D, and, oh my god, D, 2024, there we go. Okay, dark vision. Oh, that doesn't help me, because you can just give people dark vision with a spell now. That's neat.
Really?
Yeah. It's a level 2
That's crazy.
transmutation spell that Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, and Wizards can get to give people a range of 150 feet for 8 hours. Holy shit!
Is that for one person?
Yeah, it's a touch. A willing creature
Okay.
you touch. But even so, Jesus.
What level spell is that?
Second.
2.
Yeah.
I just...
That seems very costly in a party, though. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, if it was an area or of willing creatures, or like up to 3, then that would be fucking crazy.
Right. Yeah, that would be insane. But I don't think they would ever do that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, that's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
8 hours is quite a long time, but like second level for dark vision.
So here's the thing. It was a spell in the 5th edition, but it only gave it up to 60 feet. They just increased it a hell of a lot.
Yeah,
I guess nobody was taking it.
Yeah, but even so,
seems a bit generous.
yeah, it's way too. I would say if you really want it to be far, give it 100 at max. Either that or keep it at 60 and make it something that you would have to spend additional spell slots to give more range to.
Yeah, I'd say 60 feet of dark, 30 feet of dim.
Sure, yeah, that'd be fine. Why can't I don't want the spell though. I want to know what dark vision is. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're wrong. There we go. If you have dark vision, you can see in dim light within a specified range as if it were bright light, and in darkness, within that range as if it were dim light.
Oh, I thought you could see within darkness as if it were light.
Yeah, okay. But then, okay, I retract. I retract. My apologies.
Wait, what the fuck is the point of dark vision then if it doesn't give you vision in the dark?
No, it does. It's just that
it gives you shit vision in the dark.
No, it allows you to be able to see in the dark. It makes it so that otherwise it would be pitch.
Shit vision is better than no vision.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tasha's had a cleric subclass that had an aura of dark vision granting. Wow. That's crazy.
Nice.
Okay. Well, I assume it wouldn't be 150 feet, though.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit much.
Keep in mind with sort of these cantrips is that you also have access to something that immediately ensures that you're never going to have to deal with torches going out or running out of oil, all these sort of basic low-level exploration challenges that just kind of get pushed to the side because of it. And adding ability score increases to backgrounds as a fix in 2024 for mismatched builds feels like a band-aid rather than addressing the deeper design issues. Because basically what they've done is when they tie that magic initiate feat to a background, and that background has very specific ability score increases that you can use, that was their sort of band-aid that would keep people from not choosing magic initiate just right off bat. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to only a +1 or +2 on something right early on the build, it's like I could have a 17th strength or a 16th strength, which functionally through the modifier is exactly the same when I'm building my character, or I could get access to 2 cantrips that would really help me. It's actually not much of a trade-off. At least in my mind, it feels like a 2 wrongs don't make a right sort of situation. Let me just give you an example.
So I agree that is going to make it so that people are going to take magic initiative way more often if it's going to be not that bad. That is something that could be an issue, absolutely. If you're worried about how many cantrips there are and everything. Again, I guess we're coming from the point of view of everybody kind of absolutely power gaming in a way.
Yeah.
And I get it to a degree. Why wouldn't you in the beginning? Because it's the beginning, you don't want to die right off the bat, so you take these things. If you're starting at level 1 specifically, I feel like it would be more often that you would see this a lot, or used a lot more often. If you're starting at higher levels, I don't know necessarily if it's that necessary, because you would probably be, into a subclass or something and able to build the character a bit more differently. Though the same thing could apply, because why not just have extra cantrips? Because fuck it, why not, right? I think it really just boils down to what we were talking about before of the efficacy of cantrips in terms of damage. That's really the biggest issue. Because everybody will be able to do the exact same amount of damage, regardless of what their character is. The fighter who has never stepped into a library
suddenly can cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, exactly. So, and to be fair, I don't know if Magic Initiate lets you get like Warlock spells and all that kind of stuff, but even so, like having strong like D8s of like Firebolt is a lot.
And they're free. That's the other thing.
Yes.
Can never forget that they are free.
They are
can do whatever they want.
Absolutely
every turn.
free. Yes.
Example, ignoring sort of background locked ability score increases. So in Touchless Cauldron and everything, we basically took ability score increases and we got rid of them for Ancestries. We just removed that out. If you want to play an elf.
Okay, you got to be careful here because I wholeheartedly agree that we should just be able to put ability scores where we want to, because not every like character or not every race is going to be the same. Like not every person is the same. Sorry, that's flat out it. They did the same thing that Pathfinder does, and I think that's good.
Yes.
Barbarian, that's a perfectly reasonable build because now the ability score increases aren't tied to, elf. But then we turned around in 2024 and added them back in, and that feels incredibly regressive to sort of lock them in again to another very specific choice about your character.
Oh.
And I think they did that to sort of, number one, to sort of even out the Magic Initiate cantrip access, and also to kind of make backgrounds a little bit more important, because I feel like in 5e the features were cool, they were very flavorful, but they didn't get a lot of use at the table. If you were something like like an acolyte, and you're like, oh, well, any town we go to, I can stay at the temple without paying any rent. And it's like, that's cool, but that's
the only one that I ever saw used was Outlanders. I will feed you guys whenever we go outside for 6 people, including myself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's no need to hunt. There's no need for rations.
Yep.
I always feel like a power game scum piece of shit whenever I asked to take advantage of my entertainer fee.
Yeah.
Like, Tavern Keep, can I have my 2 gold room free?
Exactly.
I have 35 platinum in my like wallet right now, but I want the 2 gold.
That's
Fuck
right.
you.
That's right. Absolutely. Take advantage of that. You were an entertainer for a living. You best be treated as such.
You know who I am.
Exactly. Guess I'm gonna leave a bad review if you don't give it to me.
The College of Yelp.
I will cripple your inn with 1 letter to the king.
Oh my god.
not really a concern.
The town criers will scream it from the town center. Hear ye, this inn is shit.
Exactly.
Maybe second level. Like, being able to afford lodging's not really that big of a deal, and it's really not worth it to go through the interaction to do that unless there's some sort of story reason that you need to access a temple or a church or whatever it is.
Okay, but like, what if I just want to?
Yeah, that was the thing.
I understand. I understand. We have to look at it mechanically for this argument to really work a lot. I get that.
Yeah,
I really do. But we should at least entertain the other side of it. Of roleplay does exist. It is something that is really prevalent. I don't need everything to be the story. I just don't. And I don't think a lot of people necessarily do. But I could be wrong about that. But even so, it's just, the option is there. I'm going to take it if I have it because it's part of what the character is that I've made.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I only saw Outlander being used, so backgrounds are one of those good things to bring up of like, oh yeah, who the fuck was doing shit?
Yeah.
The second issue that I kind of have with the sort of modern cantrip design is that there are too many options. There's a proliferation of cantrips in general. There are 34 in the new 2024 Player's Handbook alone. So it's about 5.5 cantrips per base class with cantrips. Not taking into consideration characters that get access to cantrips through their ancestry, through those background features, but just classes that I'm a full caster class and I get cantrips as part of my class. Each of those classes gets roughly 5.5 cantrips per base class. That's a lot of cantrips to choose from. And that adds to this idea that there's this unintentional sort of accumulation that PCs can end up with numerous amounts of cantrips from various different sources, from their ancestry, from their background, from their class, through, potentially feats and other things. You can end up with a bunch of cantrips without really trying for it. So, as an example, I was building a cleric for a one shot, and I ended up with it was either 7 or 9 cantrips just right out of the box.
Whoa.
Just because I was like, well, I'm going to choose a cool ancestry that feels fun. Oh, that gives me a cantrip. Oh, well, I'm going to choose the acolyte background because that makes the most sense for this character. He's just a dyed-in-the-wool cleric. Oh, that also gives me cantrips. And then I'm a caster, and that also gives me cantrips. Wow, I have a bunch of cantrips.
Mm.
And that becomes actually, for me, especially in a one-shot situation, I was running out of cantrips I even wanted to take for that character. And then just playing them at the table, being like, alright, in any situation, do I have a cantrip that works for this? Because I have a whole bunch. I have combat ones, I have utility ones, I have, social situation ones, like friends and things like that. So it
Oh, that's right, Friends. That was the one that I was trying to think of. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
It's like a +4 to your diplomacy and shit. Like, or
doesn't that still make NPCs mad though?
yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah.
After
Once it wears off.
yeah, after it wears off, they go, "Oh, you fucking charmed me, you bitch."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
made me this super Swiss Army knife, but at the same time made me feel, even as a relatively low level character, I think we're playing level 4 or level 5, somewhere in there, and felt like, wow, this character is incredibly powerful for low level, especially with knowing all these cantrips are going to scale at 5th level. All those combat ones are going to scale for sure. And that kind of leads me into the next point, is that most of these cantrips of the third.
So, we've already talked about how there's a lot of cantrips. We got a lot of them. We can shave off a few. The ability to have so many is crazy.
Yes.
Like, just from that alone, with the example he went with, it was 5. And with the averages that he's given, that's most of them, right? That he would have access to. And I'm of two minds about this, in the sense of the backgrounds give you these options of giving you cantrips. That combined with the 3 that you probably will get, 2 to 3 usually, from what I remember, for each class, already gets you up there with a bunch. And considering that a lot of them are universal in the sense of any class can usually learn them, you're... Maybe there should be a hard limit to classes for cantrips? Or
at least subclasses, because you wouldn't want to take them away from like Eldritch Fighters. Or Magic Knights, or whatever the fuck they're called.
Right. I guess what I mean is, when you get magic, whenever that may be, that's when the limit is set, right?
Yes.
So, like, at first level, you get that for everybody, and then, for your Eldritch Fighter, I don't know if that is the case anymore. You get that at first level nowadays, I believe. You get to be able to plan yourself out a bit better now, if I remember correctly.
I don't remember.
So you would get it from that point, because that's where you're going with it, with the character usually. Though it would then make the options redundant that are in the backgrounds, right? In the sense of like, oh, well, this tells me I get a bunch of cantrips. So maybe you would have to take those away. Probably, right? Like, you would have to reshape the backgrounds to, instead of giving cantrips, to give something else. Maybe things that are less less focused on the magic itself. Like, but magic initiate is literally, that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
So then what do we do? What do we do with it? You know, do we take it out entirely? That doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a hard problem to fix.
It is, because the shortening of the list is the easy fix that would, not even easy, really, but it would at least limit the options. Some of the redundant options, some of the ones that are too powerful for sure, if we can call them, and then just scaling things down. Making it so that these things are 0 level spells, effectively, right? And then I saw Timothy said maybe it would be more balanced if cantrips cost something instead of being free. They used to have their own spell slot. It was 0 level spells, and you would have like 5 usually. You know, it was a lot. But at the same time, with the way that the game works these days, I don't think that it's good to limit down to a certain amount anymore. I think it really does need to be that fallback that wizards and clerics and druids and sorcerers and warlocks all need at this point to stay relevant at these low levels.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really hard thing to jumble and balance. It really is. I'm just the problem kind of continues to get deeper as we think about these things like backgrounds and everything, because they really expand it because of the how much they give. I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah.
34. 65% are combat focused. I think there's way too much sort of combat overload for the cantrips. While many of the sort of abilities and resources in D&D are combat oriented, for sure, right? It falls pretty much in line that 65% falls about where combat takes up about 2/3 of the game rules. So that part feels right. But by doing that, by having this many cantrips focused on combat and the way that they scale, it has this ability to exacerbate the martial versus caster imbalance that D&D
that's what we were talking about.
Always had.
Woohoo!
Where you hear the old, linear martials, quadratic wizards kind of argument.
Oh.
Except with cantrips, it's now not as quadratic for the wizards, for your spellcasters, where they're like underpowered, then they start getting access to higher level spells, and now they're incredibly powerful, versus that sort of straight and narrow martial kind of grade. Now you just have spellcasters that start out on that martial track and then just get more powerful. It's just, rather than having that sort of 45-degree curve, it's a much steeper incline on that curve, and they're just always going to be more powerful. And I feel like we see that. I feel like I see that every time that I have a party that hits level 5, and you see that boost, and then playing a caster character, I hit level 5, and I'm like, oh, now all these first level combat spells are kind of worthless for the most part, because now I have cantrips that do relatively similar damage. They don't cost me anything, so now I have to retool all my first level spells to be like more utility stuff that I normally wasn't picking up, because they were my higher level damage spells. But as you progress in power, you have to redo all the spells again and again, and it does make things more complicated, a little bit more tedious for caster sort of spell management. Obviously,
So, yes, it is more complicated, but again, I don't necessarily see it being a problem that first level spells being more utility focused at that point is necessarily a problem. I don't know. If we're going to have reliable damage being the cantrip, you then have your sword, right? And everything else is just there to help you if the sword doesn't work necessarily for a situation. right? Like at least that's how I view it at that point, because it's just like
The de-hammerification of fighters.
yeah.
Okay.
So I just I don't know, it like fundamentally the system is relative, like it is broken because magic.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I will always accept that at this point, but having to accept it being broken, the first level spells do, even if they aren't as good as the cantrips right out, they will always be better later on.
Do they scale the same way the cantrips do?
You usually the damage ones you can upcast.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can use a higher level
Like
spell
chromatic
slot.
orb.
Yeah.
But why would I want to use a higher level spell slot to upcast a first level spell when I can just cast a free upscaled cantrip?
Because
I
the
don't have
cantrip
to-
might not do as much damage. Because and I agree with you, there is still that. But
Yeah, but the problem there is that why would I use a higher level spell slot when I could? Why would I upcast a first level spell to make it do more damage instead of just casting that 5th level spell?
All right, so let me tell you what, Boo, as someone who has played a Warlock, who I purely focused on Eldritch Blast, because this is that Warlock that I rolled a d6 every day to determine who my patron was.
Yep.
And my only consistent forms of damage were Eldritch Blast or a Ring of Fireball. You want upper level damaging spells. I was throwing Eldritch Blasts at a dragon and doing fuck all for damage.
Yeah.
Would that have changed if you upcast a level 1 spell?
Yes.
Though?
At the level that we were fighting it, level 10, I would have had access to like Cloud Kill.
So you still wouldn't be casting you would not have been upcasting a level 1 spell then.
I wouldn't have been bothering with lower level magic. I would just be focusing on my higher level spell slots.
Exactly.
Well,
so then what's the point of the damaging level 1 spells then?
May I make a slight correction here in the thought process?
sure.
Because warlocks always cast at highest level, regardless.
Yeah,
of
that's the other
what
thing.
The
They
spell
always
is.
cast at max level. So that's
it's not a great example for it, unfortunately.
yeah.
We can still switch our conversation to being about sorcerer. And to your question, what's the purpose of a first level spell when you have like third level spells? Because your spell slots for your third level spells are limited, and you want a backup weapon.
But then you have cantrips, which don't need to. But they still scale with you.
No, he I was gonna say Boo is right in this respect. Yes, your first level spell, if you cast it at first level, is going to be worse than your cantrip at that point. More than
because
likely.
the cantrip scales up with you without needing to sacrifice any spell slots.
Yes.
I see the claim you're making. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you meant scaling offensive level 1 spells, and I was like, yeah, sure, you can use it, I guess.
No.
Okay.
It's just it's the question of why would I ever upcast a level 1 spell to make it do damage equal to a cantrip that scales with me for free?
Yeah.
So then, in that case, I think of offensive level 1 spells as sort of the health insurance of the D&D 5e world.
Yeah.
It is a bet that the caster is making with the DM of, hey, I will sacrifice this spell slot effectively permanently in exchange for a little like early game survivability. I will not be casting Chromatic Orb or I don't know, Cloud Kill at level 8. Or sorry, not Cloud Kill, Cloud of Daggers, rather.
Yeah.
You won't be casting that at level 8. However, you will be casting that at level, like, what? You get that? Level 3? So that you can deal with that wolf or that bandit.
Okay. I can go with that. That's fair.
Yeah.
I the only thing that I can say as well is that your cantrips do have a limit to how much they scale. and the effects that your level 1 spell upcast might be more significant, like the additional effects of the.
They have additional effects.
Some of them,
as you upcast them.
Some of them can, yes.
Oh, that's cool. Okay,
some of them can.
that's something.
Because you just don't get that ability to do that with cantrips. They just have this flat progression, technically.
Yes.
But the first level spells do usually
Unless you're a warlock.
yes. But even so, that means that you're casting them at that level, which gives you whatever it is that it would be at that level, right?
Yes, true.
So yeah, it's that kind of thing to usually utilize the additional effects of those spells, and sometimes upcasting them is going to be more damaging just because that's the way that it is, because your cantrip isn't necessarily... Like, you have to wait until level 5 before your cantrip goes up first, which at 5th level you have... Or at 4th level you have 2nd level and you're nearing 3rd level spell slots.
Yes.
So you, at 1st level, upcasting to 2nd level still might be better than your cantrip, and then at 3rd level it is better than your cantrip, because your cantrip only gets an additional die, while casting a 1st level at 3rd level can usually give up to 2 more.
Okay.
Right? So
when you upcast them, they scale harder.
yes.
Okay. Or at least they tend to.
They tend to, yes. Either that, or they can affect more things. Right?
Yes. Okay.
That's usually the point.
Mm.
The biggest problems I feel like there is in cantrips by design is this infinite resource power. Having these scaling damage cantrips effectively gives casters a martial equivalent attack, but with the added versatility of also I have higher level, very powerful spells that do very weird and different things, then I just hit it and do damage with the attack. They also do a number of other things that kind of set them apart.
Minor bit of pushback on this point.
Again,
Sorry.
you have cantrips.
Sorry.
There you go. It is boss.
Yes.
He wants to make the claim that casters, because they get cantrips which deal damage equivalent to martials,
right,
are just martials but better. That is equivocally false, because you can look at ACs, you can look at your hit die per level.
Yes.
You can look at the fact that you're proficient in armor.
Yes.
Casters, I do agree, martials are worse than casters.
Yes.
But to try to make the claim that casters are just martial twos is ridiculous.
Yes, I agree. You are the glass cannon rather than the warrior.
Yeah,
that's just it.
You are picking a playstyle.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be a lot harder for your wizard team if they get beset upon in melee range, rather than your fighter team. Like, yes, again, they will exponentially increase, but you got to get there. You do got to get there.
As the rogue who must perennially be the special boy in any campaign or group or setting I'm in.
Yeah.
Look at when we were playing Dragon Age Origins, and I would do this weird 7-turn setup of let me do this into this into this into this.
You mean Devils and Dice?
So that I can nuke someone with a shiv.
Yeah. In Devils and Dice, you mean?
Oh no, I meant specifically in Dragon Age Origins. When I hit that person from behind, and I was like, let me do one of these, and then one of these, and after you're like, Aiden's the damage now.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've got to be that way always.
Yeah. That's fair.
But you don't have to necessarily be a caster to be damage.
No.
You are just picking the playstyle of being the special boy who number go up.
Yeah, absolutely. All of them are themselves playstyles, but again, it's if I don't know, the fighter being the better fighter, or sorry, something that is a magic user that is a better fighter is the fighter that uses magic. That's just Fighter 2.0 at that point. I would agree with that, yes, but not that wizards or any other spellcasters inherently are better. In that respect, they are better in general. Don't get me wrong.
That are basically the same as martial attacks. As martial characters get extra attack, cantrips go up in power, so they stay on par with each other. So then you have martials and casters on par, but casters also have this entire library of powerful spell effects behind them that they get to use that martials don't have. They have very specific sort of abilities and things that they can do, but I think it's hard to argue something like second wind.
Okay, I don't mean to be a nitpicker, but my god, dude, I've not noticed it until this video, but your background is flickering and I hate it. It is drawing my eye all the time. Please.
Is as useful as something like a cure wounds or a healing word spell. Like, those things are not the same.
No, they aren't.
And so the trade-off for that was obviously casters have this limited resource of spell slot pools that they can use to do these effects. But then when you add cantrips into that mix, that is removed away.
It's still there, it's just added to. Like the limit is still going to be there. It's just the limits have I guess they are a different thing now, I guess is what it is. It's not that they have removed those limits. Those limits are still going to be there for all those powerful things. The cantrips just make it so that they are playing by different rules now.
The other big thing that cantrips do is that they circumvent a lot of common resistances that monsters have. Cantrips offer damage types that bypass resistances or immunities, especially to the bludgeoning, slashing, piercing trio that is the majority of martial output.
Right, but isn't that the point?
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Like, you want a caster of some sort so that you can get past that kind of stuff, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't see that as a problem at all.
Yeah, that's not a problem at all. I don't know what he's going on about that.
That's a weird one to bring up.
Yeah.
And they're able to do that without requiring magic items. We're looking at...
No. Okay. If we're talking about cantrips, let's think about level 1. You don't worry about magic items at level 1, all right? You just don't. You just don't. That's not something that we need to worry about. Secondarily, magic items break the game. Don't think about them. Sorry, it's not going to help with the cantrips argument if we're going to bring in another problem.
Yeah, we're already dealing with one big problem. Like, we don't need another one.
We're like, I get that we're kind of talking about the magic system in general, but like the items are kind of an offshoot that we could spend a whole fucking day talking about how they can break everything.
Things that have been changed in 2024, like Shillelagh and True Strike, that now not only make it easier for casters to actually just do melee attacks.
That's fine.
Straight up, as good or better than martial characters, they also get to change the damage type from bludgeoning, slashing, piercing with non-magical weapons to do force or radiant damage types that most characters are not resistant to or immune to. In fact, and a lot are in fact vulnerable to. If you're playing a caster, it's great.
For force, no. For radiant, I don't actually know off the top of my head. But I also, again, don't see that as a problem because that's the guy that you're going to when you have the zombie outbreak. Because you need somebody who can be better at that, because not everybody's going to be great at that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a problem when they're designed so that you can get around those kinds of problems, I guess. Because you're supposed to overcome those kinds of problems.
So maybe I'm just like not understanding his point.
Yeah.
Is he saying that you can switch the damage type freely, or is he just saying like, oh, you can switch the damage type of your attacks by switching to a different spell?
He's saying that the something like Shillelagh makes the weapon a magic weapon that can do a different damage type instead of it being just bludgeoning, which would be resisted by some things, and then True Strike apparently also does that. I don't know about that in the new system. But that's what he's going for. He's going for, like, things doing different damage types because of magic cantrips.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this is a couple very unique circumstances.
Yes.
Of a couple spells change damage types very specifically. And if we really want to make this a pissing match between marshals and casters, I lay at your feet every single magic item that does fucky damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it does some weird fire damage, unless if it's against this enemy. Like, I had in my last campaign where I played that 5e Paladin of the Undead, I had a weapon that did more damage if the creature was evil.
Yeah.
Do spells do that?
Not usually.
Not
anymore.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a spell that did that in the olden days.
In the
certainly
olden
not
days,
anymore.
yeah. But not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like, again, I don't know when so I guess we need to also look at this from the DM's perspective, right? The DM should know the characters that he's running the game for, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that you would have a general understanding of what they can do. So when
in an ideal world,
if I'm going to make the assumption that people pay attention to their tables, and so you have to, when you're designing encounters, account for what the characters are able to do. And if you want to throw these things that are weak to certain damage types that you know your characters can utilize, there's no problem with that, because you're literally making it so that they can accomplish those quest lines, whatever you want to call it. Like, you're designing these for them to succeed in. It's going to be a challenge, sure, but you're designing it with those things in mind. Because, hey, you describe to them that when they hit them with their axe, it actually doesn't sink in as hard as you thought it would. Or you're hitting them with your spear, you're stabbing through them, and it seems to, like, kind of, instead of piercing right through, it meets with resistance. And it's not doing as much as you had initially hoped. That way, people can go, oh, shit! We need to do something else. And thus, you then have, your magic user then use, I don't know, Magic Missile, or Eldritch Blast, I guess, if we want to go with cantrips as the theme. They use Eldritch Blast, it does damage, and that just goes right through, and it just, boom! Oh my god, it did full damage. Wow! It's like, these things are a little bit weaker but it doesn't mean that you can't do the damage to them, because they're resistant, so you can still fight them and shit, but it's also now just like, oh, well, we need to make sure that our person who can actually do the full damage is protected, that way we can succeed. I don't know, it doesn't seem like a problem to me that these spells can make it so that that people can succeed. In that sense.
Like, hopefully your DM is making special magical loot for you.
Sure.
Like, maybe making you a sword that does fucky damage.
Yeah.
Or, hell, maybe a staff that underlays fire damage on every spell cast through it.
Sure.
So, your Cloud Kill does a little fire damage. Fuck it.
Yeah, why not?
I see no problem with spells existing that nudge and wink and hint at DMs that, hey, you can do a little something cool for your players. Hint, hint, wink, 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 nudge, nudge. You should do this.
Yeah, exactly. It's very weird to put this as a cantrip problem, because if you have a problem with things getting with players getting past resistances, I have no idea why, like, where that is coming from. Why did you give them the resistance, I guess, if you didn't want them to get past it? Like, I have no idea what the problem is for that one at all. Okay, hear me out. How about an upgrade system from individual spells instead of automatic scaling, kind of like how video games do it, so the player needs to choose what gets stronger? That would be neat. Sure, for like cantrips and stuff. I wouldn't mind that. It's just there's many other ways that we can do this, right? If we really want to, scale them differently so they're not overpowered as their like first level and then onward. Not gonna lie, spells that make the guy with the D4 hit die smack better are not the problem. Also, Tasha's yet again had a wizard subclass that allowed the caster to change damage types of a spell to another one if they had a spell of that level and type. Example, Firebolt becomes acid if you have acid splash. Yes, that is true. There's other spells that let you just do that. The what is it? The orb one that you can choose.
Chromatic orb.
Yes, thank you. Chromatic orb. Yeah, you said that before. Oh my goodness. Chromatic orb lets you choose what type of damage you want to do because that's the point. It's so that you can get past this kind of stuff and at least have something that will do it. It might not be the strongest thing, but it'll be effective throughout. I think that is a level 1 spell, actually. Yeah. Choose what gets stronger. On top of making cantrips cost something again. And the more upgrades a spell has, the more it costs. So, I don't know about making cantrips cost additional things if we're going to nerf them. Right? If we nerf them, I think it's fine if they stay unlimited. It's just we need to nerf them in order for them to not be as effective as the go-to thing. It's more supposed to be the backup, right? It's the reliable source that you have rather than your go-to spell.
Right.
Yeah, it's your Derringer in your back pocket.
Yes, exactly.
Being a martial character, though, especially in 2024, you kind of feel kind of left behind in the dust. And that's weird. Usually in a new edition, you're trying to find a way to balance Marshall's reliability against caster's raw power.
Agreed.
But it seems that in sort of 2024, they were like, well, we'll just give everybody spells and it'll be fine. Which is actually one thing that people disliked about something like 4th edition, where it felt like all the characters were the same. They had
Yeah, but they were stupid about that because they didn't realize how it worked.
Yeah.
It's okay. 4th was fine. People didn't like it, but that's because it worked fine.
access to the same thing. But it does follow in step with sort of the 5th edition, when every sort of martial class has a subclass that also does magic, at least one that does magic. Where you kind of get into this idea then 4th and 5th edition, and if we're continuing along this trend, that modern D&D will just be like basically all magic casters all the time, just sometimes they hold weapons and wear armor.
Like, was that not always the case in 5th edition in general, because things got their subclasses that gave them spells?
What was that?
Like, he said that this is what it's becoming. Like, we have spellcasters and stuff that are just that's gonna be the thing, and sometimes they wear armor and stuff. And I'm just like, well, that's always been the case, in the sense of if you want to be an eldritch warrior.
Yeah.
Like, arcane
tricksters. Battle mages have always existed.
Exactly. Like, they're always there, and it's just whether or not you want to play that character. Like, why were we not, I guess, perhaps we were still having the problem back in 5th edition, but it doesn't seem like it was that big a deal at that point. I don't know what's changed, I guess. Maybe it's the addition of the backgrounds and everything that give you more options of cantrips. That's really the big thing that's made it more prevalent, because you can just take everything all the time, I guess, if you build it right. But again, you just have to keep in your mind that not everybody is playing like that. Mm-hmm. I think that's really important. Like, again, I get, if we're going to be arguing from the mechanical standpoint, going with the worst case scenario, because people will exploit that. But not everybody is going to, and I think that's important to at least recognize. And we haven't gotten that recognition yet, and I hope we do at some point, because I don't know, it's just, I feel like it's important.
Which I'm not sure is really this legacy or spirit of what I think most people think of when they think of D&D. Outside of just sort of the resistances and the ability to do basically the same thing that martials do with attacks, they also have a lot of overpowered utilities, those ribbons that kind of come with the damage. So you have things that, in addition to doing a damage type that a lot of creatures are not resistant to or immune to, compared to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing, you also have cantrips that reduce speed, they impose disadvantage, they force movement, they remove monsters' reactions, they disrupt spells. For example, Starry Wisp deals damage and can negate a second level invisibility spell with basically no resource cost for a round.
Holy fuck! Really?
That's really good.
That's pretty good.
What? Okay.
Do you run into that much invisibility though?
What was the name of the spell?
Starry Wisps, I think, is what he said.
Yeah, it sounded like he was describing fairy fire.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a first level spell, but if Starry Wisps is a new... Oh god, it is. Book of Many Things. Okay, here we go. 60 feet. You launch a mote of light at one creature or object within range. Make a ranged spell attack. On a hit, it takes 1d8 radiant damage. It emits dim light in a 10-foot radius and can't benefit from the invisible condition. Wow. As a cantrip?
So
this is a shutdown of invisibility.
Yeah.
But if you get it off,
but the problem,
yeah,
that's what I was going to say. The problem is you can't use it to break people out of invisibility because you have to make a ranged attack. You have to have a target, correct?
Yes. Hold on.
So then, if it's invisible fully, you can't make the attack.
It doesn't say that you need to see it.
You would need to look up invisibility.
That's the rules of attack rolls, though.
I know.
It's a ranged attack.
That is true. I guess the thing is, yeah, that is true. Okay.
Yeah. So it sounds really, really strong, but you would need to preemptively know that it's going to try to go invisible.
That's true. Yeah. I guess if that's your cantrip that you're taking and you're using it all the time, then nothing can really be invisible against you unless they go before you. Right, that's the thing.
Yeah,
which I guess account for that. I don't know, but at the same time, yeah, I
do agree that if this were the effect of the 1d8 radiant damage, or the creature can't benefit from the invisible condition, this wouldn't be that special because it's just another D8 cantrip. There's a shit ton of them. But it's the fact that this does as much damage as a longsword, is free, and has an added, albeit niche, effect.
True. And again, it's something that you could take from the beginning and just be using all the time as your first spell or the first thing you do in a fight.
Also, this is a 60-foot ranged spell versus a longsword. So, this is even better than a bow.
Exactly. Yeah. It is a lot. I think. Yeah. I don't know. It's something where you would just have to take it into account. Can you use Detect Magic to locate the invisible creature before casting the cantrip? Would that allow you to target it? Yes, technically.
Well, it depends on if you need to make a targeted attack.
Doesn't casting a new spell get rid of the concentration for Detect Magic though?
Is it a concentration cantrip? Because no, if not.
Oh, that's right. No, it's not.
And Boo, so because you would have the ability to know where the magic was, you would have a target, it would be a disadvantage. you wouldn't need to see it. You would know the general area, so you would be able to make the attack, but just at
No. So what I'm
disadvantage.
saying is, does detect magic need a target?
No,
Or is
it's
it
an
just,
area.
Like,
It's an area.
okay.
So yes, you could combo that first spell that you cast is detect magic, and then utilize the thing, and then as long as I don't know if detect magic. I don't remember what the range of. Let's find out. This is we must
30
find
feet, I believe.
out.
It's either 30 or 10.
Yeah, it's 30 itself. Yeah, you can see the presence of magic 30 feet from you. Within 30 feet of you, excuse me. You can sense use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. So you would see it if they were within 30 feet of you. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Something to keep in mind, though, is it emitting dim light and not being able to benefit from invisibility only lasts until the end of your next turn. So
True.
it presumes you are continuously landing these starry wisps.
I think even one would be enough, though, for everybody to kind of like focus on it real quick.
Yeah, but like if it re-ups that invisibility next turn.
Yeah, it would be a problem for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Also, it can't benefit from the invisible condition while that light is glowing. Like it makes no mention of it being unable to like even hit. It will surely have some other defensive option,
Yes,
I'm sure.
Absolutely. I think it's just the compounding issue of it being basically just a low level.
Oh yes, it's a long sword, but free and better.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of things to this that make it so much better than any option that anybody else could do. Really. So, and again, if you're using it right off the bat every time and you're faster than everything, well, they can never be invisible, right? As long as you're hitting, obviously. But if we're making the assumption, of the worst case scenario, they will always hit.
Yes.
So it's not great. No, that's a lot. That is for a cantrip. Now the slowing and stuff. It's so. I think he's talking about chill touch. That's the. Is it? Hold on. Chill touch 5e. Okay. No, chill touch is for the undead thing. What am I thinking of? What the fuck is the ice one?
Chill touch.
No, that's
you mentioned chill touch.
It's not that. It is chill touch is specifically against undead because they named it that way.
The one that keeps you from healing?
Keeps yes, that's it.
Frost touch, I think.
Is it frost touch? Okay, let's frost to yep. There we go. Thank you. Wait, that gave me chill touch again.
Yeah, and I thought chill touch was necrotic.
It is. Yeah, I'm trying to find the
frost touch. Your touch instills supernatural cold into a target.
That's
the spell deals 1d6.
I think that's a homebrew.
Yeah.
Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost. That's it. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Ray of Frost. So 60 feet if you hit. They have their speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. It does a D8 and reduces speed. Is that worse? I don't necessarily think so, but I do think that 1d8 is a bit much. I don't know.
1d8 plus a slow at 60.
Yeah, I feel like we reduce a bunch of damages and shit, right? Make it so that things are pretty base in the sense of D4s, D6s, really. And then have additional effects so that they're useful, but they're not the be-all, end-all, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, in fairness, though, that ranged spell attack is against a very commonly resisted damage type.
Yeah, but it's not even the damage type that I'm worried about, really. It's the additional effects and the amount of damage, I guess.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, a spending one of your rounds casting a cantrip
Mhm.
that will slow their speed by 10 feet isn't that great.
True.
It's decent, I guess,
Can
but
be.
in some niche situations, it can be like it can do some work, but it's probably not that great.
Right.
Ray of Frost gives you a D8 damage, and like, sure, it's going to be probably resisted, but at least it's something. So
Yeah.
between a kind of shitty slow and some kind of shitty damage, I think that they're like, oh, this makes a decent spell in and of itself.
Sure. It's the thing of like when you're at first level or when you're using cantrips, I guess, if that's your reliable thing, like how often are you going to find things that are resistant to cold? I don't know, right? Like not
It depends on the campaign.
exactly. That's the thing. With each campaign, I feel like if we just go by if we're going by like monster manual stuff, most of the things at low levels that are meant for these kinds of things are not resistant to a lot of damage types, mostly just poison. Because always poison. It's always resisted because you just don't use poison in D&D.
Yeah.
Just don't. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way that it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree that depending on how your DM is running things, what they're throwing against you and everything, they should be taking these things into account and throwing these kinds of things that are resistant and such, just to give you that little bit of spice into your campaign. But if we're going to go by mechanics alone, raw, I guess, like the way that the game is designed, everything that's low level is pretty much not going to resist the frost that you're going to be encountering in a bog standard campaign. So it's going to do the full damage, it's going to do the slow, and the combination is going to be really good. Because not everything, like, again, I would hope that you would have tactics and stuff, so your Ray of Frosting 60 feet away hitting the archer, but the archer isn't going to fucking move necessarily. I don't know. Like, potentially. I mean, it maybe takes cover, right, to make it harder to hit you, or to be hit, but I don't know. Around any visible creatures, so the presence of the word visible means you can't use detect magic to detect invisible creatures. Is that what? Sorry? That's not what detect magic is going on about. It says... Oh, no, you're right. There you go.
Oh.
You can use your action to see a vein or around any visible creature or object. Yes, that is true. Okay.
Okay,
So detect
even
magic
then,
wouldn't work. Okay, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you. What am I thinking of? There's an error.
Is that homebrew?
Nope.
I've always heard that detect magic.
This is on D&D Beyond. So it's official.
Okay then.
Hold on. I thought there was one that like saw an area. I must be mistaken. God, it's been a minute. Okay. Oh, am I thinking of 3.5? Yes, I'm thinking of 3.5. You detect magical auras. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. There you go. That's what I was thinking of. Ah, damn you. Thinking of old editions, brain.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. See invisibility is what you need to see invisible things. True. You're good. No, you're good. It's one of those things where I'm thinking of 3 different rule sets in my brain. And they're all jumbled together. Sucks. Anyway.
Because it makes them light up and glow. Starry Wisp is a cantrip that does damage. Does a very powerful type of damage that most creatures are not resistant to. And in addition to that, also makes it extremely difficult for stealthy or invisible monsters to do their things. And you compare that next to, I hit it with my sword. and I have trouble hitting it with my sword, because it's invisible. You see that these things are just they're not. We're not even talking about just sort of like equitable balance. These are things are like not at all balanced. We see that there's this poor martial counterbalancing that they've tried to do with 2024 with the weapon masteries, which is
They're cool.
I have a different campaign that I play in that we use the revised martial equipment, which is sort of 2024's weapon masteries, but on steroids. They're really juiced up for good and for bad. For good because it makes martial characters much more powerful and allows them to do things that spellcasters really can't do for the most part. But the downside is that it does make the combat, being a martial character, extremely more complicated. There are all these other additional things. The group that I play with, we basically all have flowchart diagrams about like...
Yeah, that's... whatever.
It kind of sounds like what's being said here is essentially give us marshals more options, Watsy.
Yes.
Which I agree with. I humbly resubmit my suggestion that people should give marshals weapon arts.
Yeah.
That's like all I have to say on this matter.
Right.
Yeah, no.
I
It'd be
agree.
great.
I agree.
I've played
100%.
anime games before.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They put them in Dark Souls and everybody fucking loved it.
Yeah.
Like, it's sick as fuck.
And in Elden Ring.
Yeah,
They're
that's right.
always so fucking cool.
They are cool as hell.
Yeah.
That's true. And like it would be something to give you more uniqueness with your characters, and
it allows the DM to sit down with the player and say, hey, what sort of attacks would you like to do?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think the combination of more options with martial characters and pruning some of what casters can do a little bit, at least a little bit, would be the ideal form here, because they're gonna go exponential regardless. That is just a fact. So let's just make it so that we at least have more for the fighters to do if they want to.
Like, when do we do which things based off of what we do? Because the weapon masteries change the weapon properties, which allow you to do very specific things, which are kind of tied to setting up particular situations. It's very crunchy. It very much dives towards the crunchy complexity that you're going to see in the game that's more like Pathfinder, either first or second edition. It kind of jumps back towards, in a regression towards that sort of
Regression?
I will be right back,
Okay.
lads.
Welcome back. Or
Okay.
we will welcome you back, is what I mean. Anyway. So, I get that people like how streamlined 5e is. I get that. I understand. But, if you want more things, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that things are crunchy. It just is a fact of the matter. There's not... Oh, my God. What the fuck?
Jesus.
What just fell? What the fuck?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Anyway, you are going to need to engage with it with its complexity as much as you want it to be complex. That's just you're just gonna have to deal with that. It's unfortunate for people that don't want to, but at that point you just don't. Right? Like I there's nothing wrong with making the current edition more crunchy, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it would benefit it a lot because people do like the additions that are more crunchy that they have put into martial stuff with the weapon masteries. I believe that, at least. I could be wrong. Somebody could tell me, oh, fuck, no. I could get a majority of people telling me that, but I at least believe right now, and without any more evidence, that people enjoy that aspect and are taking that, at least. So, I don't know. I agree that the Wizards should put that in officially more in depth as something that is an add-on to this basic starter set of complexity, right? So that people have the option. Options are just good. You don't need to engage with the options that are there, but they can be there if you want to engage with the options, right?
Yeah.
That's always going to be better than just having something be sparse, at least in my opinion. Because, you know, again, it's your choice whether or not this is going to be in your game or not. So, sorry guys, weapon arts are too complicated. Look at Pathfinder 2e, too complex, and everyone is too afraid to play it, said in sarcasm. Yes. It is true that getting people to play Pathfinder 2e is like pulling teeth. Yes, because people are afraid of it, because there's too many big number. Big number, many condition. Though everything pretty flows pretty smoothly, at least. I don't know. How is Pathfinder 2 complex? It isn't. It's just people are used to how D&D is with its simplicity. So changing from that is harder for some people. Which, again, I understand. Some people don't want that. That's totally fine and valid. Play the game however you want to play it. But there is complexity to be had if you are looking for things to enhance your gameplay that are in these other systems that you can move to, if you really want them. And if you want D&D to change, to have these kinds of things, you have to be willing to accept the complexity. It just needs to be there.
3.5, mechanically complex, lots of little floating modifiers, kind of game style, which I'm not a super huge fan of, but I do like that it does make martial characters feel, maybe not one-to-one with spellcasters, but feel like they also have cool things they can do in combat other than I hit it with my sword. And so in 2024, we see these weapon masteries come in, but they're lackluster. They're kind of an anemic response to this, especially with the glow up, the just vastly more powerful most cantrips are in 2024. You have weapon effects that are constrained by, you know, your class abilities that you have, by the weapon type that you choose, which kind of limits your flexibility to choosing weapons, which is supposed to be one of the big things that fighters get to do, is they have versatility to fight with all armors and weapons. But the truth is that all the feats and everything that's built towards that, you're never rewarded for that versatility, for that generalization. It's always better, and basically any D20 game, to specialize, to focus on doing one thing well. And so you're like, well, if I only do long swords, then I only have access to longsword weapon masteries. So,
Yes. Is that necessarily a problem? I don't.
Well, I didn't even think. Is that actually true? Is the game built to where it's like you have to really dive so deep into one weapon type that you can't really afford to take another one?
I don't know. That's something that I would need more context on.
Because I was unaware of anything like that for the new fighters. I thought you could essentially just be like, okay, I want a mace, I want a sword, I want a spear. Great, now I can do all this different shit.
Yeah,
but
I assume that what he's talking about is the fact that you can't just like I don't know, you can't. I don't know what he's talking about, because it feels like he's saying that you can't specialize into everything, which I'm like, yeah. You take the other things for their effects, I guess. Like, what?
Yeah.
What are you looking for? I guess is what I'm. Because like I don't think that you should be excellent with everything if you're generalizing.
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
Yeah. So what? I don't know. Like, it's the same as what 3.5 is. You said that you have all these things that make you feel more unique, basically. And able to do a bunch more things, but that's because you have to specialize. And again, the weapon masteries and stuff, like, you can still utilize all of those weapons as a fighter. It doesn't prevent you from doing that. It just means that they have their base whatever. You just don't have the feats that make them necessarily better, I guess. Which means that, you know, when you're fighting your big bad at the end of the campaign, you're probably going to be using your longsword rather than anything else, unless you really need to. But that's because you took the feats for it. I don't know. It's literally jack of all trades, master of none. If you don't do that, so I don't know what the problem is, I guess.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
I don't. Maybe somebody else understands, but I don't get it. Okay.
So that makes all the other weapon masteries not useful for me. And you're like, cool, but you could also switch weapons in combat. Yes, that is true, but switching weapons in combat, especially mid-combat, is limited by the action economy.
As it should
Whereas
be.
casters don't have to do any sort of item interaction or sheathing or unsheathing to use their cantrips. So you have, let's say a paladin who's got a longsword, some javelin, and I don't know, maybe they have an offhand, maybe they have like a dagger or something like that. They can switch between all those weapons, but each one requires them as an object interaction to be like, okay, I'm going to sheath my sword as an object interaction, and then I will draw and throw the javelin as an attack action. It's like, so that already in the action economy.
You can always drop your sword.
Yeah, you could always drop your sword.
Just drop it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna break.
Although, in fairness, that does just take the action economy down from 0 turns to 1 turn to switch to your spear
It is
from
true.
your sword.
Yeah.
But
Because otherwise putting it away isn't isn't putting it away a move action?
well, so now we have object interactions as part of the move action, I believe. I think that's always been the case, but it's been free basically before, and now in 2024 it actually is like part of your movement and it takes away from it in some sort. That's at least what I'm getting is the impression here. Which means that you don't move as far, I guess, but you can do the thing still, so you're not taking your full action.
You would have think I'd have bothered to buy the player's handbook for 5.5.
Yeah, I mean, we looked into some of it. I'll see if let's go with like move action D and D 2024. Moving between attacks, you can still do that. Equipping and unequipping weapons. Here we go. You can either equip or unequip one weapon when you make an attack as part of this action, when you take the attack action. You do so either before or after the attack. If you equip a weapon before an attack, you don't need to use it for that attack. Equipping a weapon includes drawing it from a sheath or picking it up. Unequipping a weapon includes sheathing, stowing, or dropping it.
Okay, damn it.
So-
they fucking...
But this doesn't change anything. It doesn't even take away from anything. It's part of your attack.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
So, like, legitimately, you can just go and attack, and then you're saying you're using your attack action, so you're like, oh, I'm right next to this guy. Okay, I attack, and guess what? Oh, I killed him. Wowee. So as part of the end of my attack action, I switch to my javelin, so that my next turn, I can throw the javelin, and then at the end of that, I can switch back to my longsword. Like, it's all in there. So, like, nothing is
It kind of
changed.
sounds like the rules are saying the exact opposite of his point.
Yes, exactly. Like, casters still need to take the action to utilize their spell, and they can't just use another one right after necessarily unless they have, specific spells. And even then, you can only use a spell slot and a cantrip. Like, that's how it works. So, they still have the same versatility as a fighter would in that kind of instance. So there's no real difference. But okay.
Space uses that free item interaction, so I can't now quaff a potion at the same time. But the caster can be like, I'm choosing to use one of my 5 cantrips. There's no action economy that's involved with me having to like load in or out a specific cantrip. I can use that cantrip to do an attack roll, and then I can still use my item interaction to quaff a potion if I want to.
Okay, wait. Now I need to know about item interactions, because that's am I looking at the wrong rules? No, this is 2024 moving between attacks that I was looking at. So item interactions. Because now I have to check everything that you said. Here, raw, it appears the free use of objects is no more. Would take the use an object interaction. It seems the free interaction has been wrapped up in the attack action. Let's see. Interacting with things. You can interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or action. For example, you can open a door using your move or as you stride toward a foe. Okay.
Then if you
Oh, here we go.
interact with an object as part of your move option, can you interact with another object as part of your action?
So here's what it says. Yeah. Interacting with things. You can interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or action. For example, you can open a door during your move as you stride toward a foe. If you want to interact with a second object, you need to take the utilize action. Some magic items and other special objects always require an action to use as stated in their descriptions. The utilize thing says, you normally interact with an object while doing something else, such as when you draw a sword as part of an attack action. When an object requires an action for you to use, you take the utilize action. So,
can I get a page number on this?
I don't have page numbers. I'm looking at forums.
Oh,
yeah.
Can I get a link?
Yeah, I got you. I can get you a link for sure. So this is the forum that I'm using right now. It's a D&D Beyond forum, so I'm assuming it's accurate.
I'm part of it. Yeah, I'm part of a game that would be very interested in seeing what the resolution to this is.
Right. Now,
because we've had this come up.
Yeah, so now I'll look up Potion 2024. Yeah, thank you. Clarification on crafting potions is not what I'm looking for. Potion of Healing. Here we go. I need to look at the rules for it because it will say it in its actual description. Oh, fuck right off, you stupid. Let me see the content. I don't care, Roll20. I need to see it.
Give me the fucking content.
Give me the content.
I need it.
I need it.
Okay, here we go. That doesn't help me. Thank you very much. What the fuck? Potions are a bonus action now in 2024 rules. Oh, so anyone could do it, is what you're telling me. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Oh, I fucking hate articles that people write sometimes. They don't tell me things. Drinking a potion is now a bonus action in the 2024 D&D rules. In addition, you can now equip or unequip a weapon before and after attack made during the attack action. Yeah, but tell me, like, pages and shit. I can't just trust your word. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. That doesn't fucking tell me. Thank you. Awesome. It's telling me that it's a thing, but it's not telling me like any pages or nothing. Love it.
Hold on.
I'm going to the next one. Here we go. Okay. Aha. Okay. So in the core rules, it says 2024. Oh my god, this is all. I don't care about costs. Are you kidding me? Here we go. Okay, this potion, this is from D&D Beyond, so it's current rules. This potion is a magic item. As a bonus action, you can drink it or administer it to another creature within 5 feet of yourself. The creature that drinks it, blah, 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 blah. This is from D&D Free Rules 2024, page 228. Thank you. Okay, so, in that case, anyone who has a potion has that bonus action because you remember, in 2024, they've made it so that if you don't have anything that has a bonus action, you don't have a bonus action. But if you do have something that utilizes a bonus action, you have a bonus action. It's a weird way to rule it, but it's the way that it is. So, literally, in his example, the fighter can still do that. He has a bonus action if he has a potion. I'm sorry, the paladin can do that. So this is a moot point. There. Thank you. Debunked.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I have to now like analyze your statements because you're getting more and more wrong.
So even when we get down to the action economy levels, they don't mash up correctly. Other things that they do, the the last one is world-breaking utility ones.
Okay.
Oh
Very much
god, I
like
see the flickering in the
overpowered
background.
I'm sorry.
non-combat cantrips. So there are 12 non-combat cantrips in 2024. You have things like Guidance, which makes spellcasters superior in ability checks, especially at higher levels, often with no consequences for spamming it. If you have something that lasts for a minute...
Okay, so that... Okay. Yes, in general, in a vacuum, you would have no consequences for spamming a cantrip. But guess what? Things take time, and also, your DM is watching you. Like, I don't... Like, yeah! Like, of course.
You guys are watching me right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't help but watch. But, like, legitimately, I don't... I see the flickering, too. I'm sorry I pointed it out. But regardless, like, yeah, if nobody makes any consequences to your actions, you won't have any consequences. You're right! Come on! You're usually better than this.
Minute, and you can do it every 6 seconds. There's no reason. We went through this through the entire lifespan of 5e. If you have Guidance, you should basically be throwing out it every time somebody picks up a die to roll it. You're gonna...
Yeah, but they don't... So the character doesn't know that they're necessarily going to be doing that. And also, I'm sorry, but if I'm in front of a guard and I'm trying to get past him and somebody comes behind me and goes, hey, don't worry about it, bud, starts doing magic in front of that guard, what the fuck is the guard gonna think?
Yeah, that's what, that is reminding me of a scene from Konosuba where they're trying to do fucking rock, paper, scissors. Okay. And Kazuma keeps winning over and over again. And Aqua is like, okay, you know what? We'll do it one more time. And then he's like, are you sure? Because, like, I never lose at rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. And then she immediately casts Blessing to buff her luck. She does that shit right in front of him. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
still loses, of course.
Of course.
Like, if you are a bouncer for a club, right? And you're standing there, and some dude comes and, like, walks up to you and says, hey, let me into the club. And you say no, and then all of a sudden his backup dancers start showing up, and he says again, let me into the club. Yeah. You're just gonna get irritated and say, no, fuck off.
Right, exactly. The DC will increase because you're constantly pestering this person. Yeah. Like, legit.
Please tell me they're doing the torture dance.
The DC will increase by whatever amount it needs to make the game by the spell irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, it doesn't, like, also, just don't be a prick. I'm sorry, just don't. Like,
yeah, come on.
Like, we have some etiquette when we're at the table, alright? We do. That's just part of it. Yeah, if you're a child, you're gonna be going, bless, bless. I'm sorry, not bless. Guidance. Guidance, guidance, because that's your child. You don't know, okay? You haven't been thrown through the ringer, all right?
You don't know the fucking real world.
You don't know how it works around here, all right? But, like, legitimately, come on. Yeah, the game can only be so smart. Exactly. Like, that... Come on. There are other people that are, like, actually playing the game. Don't put this all on the game itself. They, like, are you serious?
Make an acrobatic check here, have some guidance. Sort of like the help action, so you get to a position where people have the help action and guidance for most checks, which gives them the ability to just really rocket over most normal DCs. So in addition to this guidance, of course, you have prestidigitation, mending, light. These all perform actions that either mundane individuals or mundane items accomplish in the world while bypassing the resource cost of both those things. And that is probably, for me, one of my biggest gripes. You try
so I understand that light can make torches irrelevant. I don't see that as a problem. What I see as a problem is that there's nothing to spend money on in the fucking game. Like, yes, it's a byproduct, I guess, of it, in the sense that we are making it so that torches are irrelevant, so why would I buy torches? But at the same time, I would also say, am I always going to be around the person with light? Maybe I need light around me because they only get 30 feet, and I'm actually going to go a little bit away from them, so I have my torch out, so that I can also do light. Mm-hmm. But I don't have magic, so I'm going to do it practically.
Yeah.
Like, I just think about it for like a second for like any character that wants to be prepared. And like you have plenty of reasons as to why they would get the practical things as backups.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but you as DM can just like make a stone be pre-charged with light, and at a command word it lights up.
Yep.
And it will be light for 8 hours. It will be some nice light. It'll be concealable.
Sure.
Even it won't produce smoke. It'll be great, but it's gonna cost you.
Yeah. Like, and again,
or you can get this fucking bunk ass torch. It's a stick with like an oily rag on
That's
it.
right.
Gotta light it. You know,
Yeah.
I guess I can let that
Let
go
me-
for like 5
And
silver.
it'll smoke you out.
Yep.
You won't be able to breathe
Oh,
around
but
it.
don't-
You'll
Yeah,
smell.
don't forget about the ever-burning torches that are a magic item that were just kind of there from the beginning that you could get.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, if you're okay being around fire all the time, is all I'm saying.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, legit.
I sure hope you never have an artificer friend.
Like, I understand. Again, I understand that we are taking away some of the resource management because of the fact that light is a cantrip and it lasts forever because you can just cast it forever. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Like, it's not the end of the world because it's one person with one light and you can't cast it on multiple things. Dancing lights you can in a way, but it's very dim. So it's a little different in that sense.
And how far the lights can go out from you is limited.
Exactly. Like, and you can't, like, not everybody can see in the dim light very well. So, anyway. Cast light on your torch. Yes.
Double light.
So what I would do in the game when I was playing 5e was I had light as a cantrip, and anytime somebody got near me, I tried desperately to touch their hat or like their hood or whatever and put light on them because I was trying to make it so that they would get blinded. Because I was like, fuck it, you're wearing something. Ah! It doesn't really work that way, but I wanted to do something because I was like, I have light. Fuck you. It was great. I also don't get the argument here. I want players to succeed most checks. I mostly really only want them to fail when they do something stupid or in rare impactful moments. Yes. Also agreed. Yeah. I don't know why we're arguing against having guidance and utilizing help in a way. Like, you're kind of throwing shade at the fact that we can kind of trivialize very basic DCs, which I would say, well, why the fuck is the DC there, I guess?
Yeah.
Like, again, as a DM, you should be making these things challenging when they are supposed to be challenging. And yeah, they can utilize these things to get past it, but that's fine. If you're going to not give them consequences in the sense of, like, utilizing guidance all the fucking time, then that's your problem that you need to fix. That's not a problem of the game. The game doesn't say, hey man, anytime a spell is being used over and over and over again, maybe you should, I don't know, think about the world around you. It doesn't need to say that. Because that's logical. If I'm over here, fucking taking my lockpicks and just going, at the door, and I'm just there doing it for a long time, somebody's gonna probably notice at some point, unless I'm in a deserted area. And then it's like, oh. And then they come over and they're like, hey, what are you doing? And I go, don't worry about it. And they go, okay.
Nothing.
Yeah. And they go, okay. It's like, no, that wouldn't happen. Sorry. The guard keeps watching me say words to him and keeps seeing a light come from my friend's hand as they pat me on the back over and over and over again. And they go,
I'm suddenly starting to agree with you.
yeah,
more
exactly.
and
Oh, that's weird. Anyway. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Playing D&D the way it was meant to be played.
Apparently. Lanterns are what you really want? Yes, agreed.
Yes, lanterns are what you want.
Lanterns
honestly.
are the best.
Yes.
Fire that never goes away. What could possibly go wrong? But yes. Looks like they don't have the ever-burning torch in 5e. I think they have an equivalent, but I don't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I remember them being one of the newer ones. Yeah, I remember it. I don't know. Maybe it makes me a boomer for remembering Sun Rods.
Ah, Sunrod.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I remember for the longest time, I thought Tinder Twigs were supposed to be like
Mm.
easy strike torches, and then I was like, oh no, they're super just matches.
Yeah, they're just matches. Yeah.
I thought they were strike anywhere torches though. I was like, yo, those are so cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's whatever the. That's
Well, I
what
mean,
the
isn't
Sunrod
that
and stuff-
technically a match? It's just a tiny baby torch.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Technically, yeah. It just doesn't last very long.
Yeah.
Guard waits till you successfully lockpick because then you've committed a crime. That's right.
That'd be great.
That's the hustle right there.
It's like, and you're under arrest.
Yeah. They just hear the lock click. Oh,
Mm.
manacles.
Yep.
I see they've gone to the Bethesda College of Guarding.
Exactly.
Except this time it's not because it's shittily fucking designed. It's more, well, okay, not shittily designed, but you know what I mean.
No,
it's
it
more
still
so
is.
out of the guard being fucking snarky.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Have you guys heard about apparently in the Oblivion remake, the combat is supposed to be Dark Souls inspired?
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Why?
All I've heard is that it's Dark Souls inspired, and it has me interested.
I haven't looked into. I didn't even realize that it was anywhere in progress still. Honestly,
Yep.
I don't know. That's sure.
But it's coming out in like 2 months.
Oh,
I
really?
think, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
Oh shit. That's
it
weird.
just
they
kind
don't
of
fuck
like
up.
shadow announced it.
Okay.
Still
to
no
be fair-
worried about the Elder Scrolls 6.
Yeah.
Oh, no, of course not.
Yeah, and of course not. That'll never come out because they'll just
Yeah.
remake Skyrim again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, they are. Oh shit. I didn't know.
Skyrim Studios.
That's right. I hope they don't fix all the bugs. I really like some of those. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, so, no, don't worry, dude. It's Bethesda. They'll leave the bugs.
Oh
in.
yeah, the community will have to fix the bugs day one, is what they'll
Yes.
have to do.
I'm just looking forward to Bayazuna.
Excuse me.
I'm just waiting. Oh, yeah. I love the adoring fan.
Yep.
It's great.
It's been so long. He's an old friend to me.
He was
Yeah.
great.
I hate him. I'll torture him.
Oh, yeah.
I'll commit like human atrocities, but
Right.
it's fine because he's an elf.
Yeah, he's a Bosmer. It's
That's
fine.
right, he's
They're
a
fucking
Bosmer.
kings.
Because Bethesda can't have an original idea. Yes.
Yes.
Anyway.
To imagine a world in which mending exists and be like, okay, you can mend any 1 foot tear or rip or gap.
Mending is crazy, yes, I agree. It can be like insane. Absolutely. You got your fucking quilt that's all ripped in half? Give me like an hour. I'll be alright.
Oh, the wagon broke a wheel on a rock? No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
That's 5 feet
What
right
fucking
there.
wheel?
That's a 5 foot
Yep.
cube right there. I see that wagon wheel. That's a cube as hell.
Mm.
We in Minecraft now, baby.
God.
What's the matter, DM, who had this spooky forest all planned with encounters and everything? Oh, our
mending,
broken
bitch.
wagon? Nah, dude.
Nah.
cantripped.
Get cantripped. That's right.
I picked it up 3 towns ago.
Yeah, mending's fucking crazy. I don't know if Dark Souls inspired combat actually means anything. Technically, I mean, yeah, it does.
Yeah, it kind of means like varied. You have to buy wedding rings for your swing arcs, and there's a lot of dodge rolling. That's it.
I think there will be dodging and a walk on.
Yeah, that's it. Which
Oh, okay.
that's there's so many things that have that, but Dark
So
Souls
then,
has
Legend
taken
of
the
Zelda is Dark Souls.
Yes, actually, like everything is Dark Souls if you make it super broad like that. Yeah. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's such a useless definition.
Yes.
Anyway.
All I know is that Bethesda has said a Dark Souls inspired
Of course.
combat system. I would probably have more detail as to how exactly it is Dark Souls inspired. There is probably information out there
Sure.
that you could find. I just haven't given a fuck
Mm-hmm.
about the Oblivion remake to even look it up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. Ocarina of Time inspired combat. Yes, that's more accurate.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is in 60 seconds.
Oh yeah, again, D&D's world is borked, because why does something like a cobbler exist when mending is a thing? Yep.
Yeah.
Should just be
Why
artificers all the
wait a
way
minute.
down. It really should
what
be.
are you
Why
talking
is society unchanged?
Mhm.
Why does cobbler exist when mending exists? You want to have a nice fucking peach cobbler?
Nice. There you go.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Nice. No, legitimately, artificers should be the craftsmen in general all the time, all the way down. Like, that's just how it should be, because of magic.
Yeah.
And you wonder, it's like, okay, what about all the people whose sort of like daily jobs are to repair things?
Yep.
Things like carpenters, masons, those sorts of people, skilled tradespeople. And like, what is the impact that having a low-level wizard, and again, if we're using sort of like the D.
Well, now I will say they can't create something; they just fix it with the spell.
Well, he specifically said the people who repair stuff.
Right, but
Yeah.
those are carpenters and all that kind of stuff.
If you are a plumber, a fair amount of your business is not laying pipe.
True.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. yeah. I mean, it could be, I guess, but
Yeah.
Maybe.
So it's
I've
more,
seen documentaries.
yes, indeed.
it's more so in this universe.
Yes. That's right. I'll take blackberry cobbler. I would love some blackberry cobbler. Yes. Need to watch more Dark Souls stuff on that Kranon guy's channel. No, don't watch that. I did never finish it because I was like, eh. Anyway.
The generic campaign setting is that there are a lot of wizards in it. So how can you justify having these very sort of intensive, trained artisans who also need to buy resources to make these repairs when you have somebody who can just snap their finger?
This is why when we're talking about individual general campaigns that we then have to worry about world building. That's just in general how you have to do it. The people can create the things and they can still repair them, but it's going to be costly, more than likely, to go and find a wizard who can just snap their fingers, right? They can make it a whole hustle and just be like, yeah, we're going to, if you really want our help, then yeah, you got to pay an exorbitant amount because it's magic. Even though it's easy magic, it's time out of my day that I could be spending fucking thinking up the next world-ending spell. Like, come on.
Yeah. Just make wizards a whole bunch of capitalistic assholes.
That's right.
Really.
You could. That's the thing. It's the
Yeah.
an easy way for you to go, oh, there's shit tons of magic. They've made it so that it's impossible for the common man to afford. That's why cobblers exist. Whoa!
And repair that. It kind of destroys a lot of the economy and doesn't really.
Well, the economy's fucked anyway in D&D, so
Yeah, don't worry. That's
like
already broken.
we've already broken it. Why not just break it further? I guess.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Because mending not only just fixes the thing, it actually makes it appear as if the damage was never there. So I talked about this with some friends. Is like you could make an entire character who's a.
What if some people don't like that? You ever think about that? What if some people are like, oh yeah, could you fix it, but like don't make it brand new?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just simple things off the top of my head.
Yeah, well,
you know the people that in like TV shows where they're like, "Oh my god, my lucky jersey got like a ketchup stain on it. I can't get rid of that ketchup stain because the fucking the team.
Yeah, the jersey will not work.
Yeah, it's not lucky anymore if
Yeah.
it's clean.
What about that Chinese art of inlaying gold on broken teacups?
Yes,
Ooh.
that's right. Just again, right off the top of the head. Come on, just you got to world build at that point.
Yeah,
You do.
You got to try just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And I get it. Yes, the system is broken because of what they've presented, so now you have to do all the work. I get it. That sucks.
But whining and complaining about it isn't going to fucking make them fix it.
No, I would say that you should complain about it. Is WotC ever going to fix it? No. But it doesn't mean that your complaint isn't valid.
Oh, I mean, sure, but I mean, what I mean is more so just the fact that the complaint is useless.
Not
So why not just not
necessarily.
bother with it and just do it?
So anytime you have a problem with anything, you shouldn't complain.
No, that's not what I'm saying. In this instance, your complaining is not going to get them to fix it. So in this instance, why bother wasting so much time just sitting around complaining about it when you can just get on with fixing
But I don't see how that's different than like any time having an issue with something, right? Like just because this one little thing or this one little complaint isn't going to fix anything doesn't necessarily mean that the complaint isn't valid. Right?
I'm not saying it isn't valid. I'm just saying that it is a valid complaint, but it is a useless complaint.
How is it?
Because your complaining isn't going to change anything. So instead of just spending a lot of time and energy complaining about something, just fix it the way you know you can fix it. Just do the world building.
Right, but you shouldn't have to, in the sense of, because the magic system exists in a way that is broken and fundamentally making you have to do more work to fix it. Mm-hmm. Like, that is the problem that you should be complaining about, right? Like,
I know, but if you're complaining about it isn't going to get them to fix it, why complain about it?
Well, so if one person is complaining about it and then a lot more people are complaining about it because they are complaining about it, and then it does eventually fix it, like, is that bad? Like,
well, I mean, how long have we been complaining about the economy and all this broken shit in D&D, and they've never fixed it? They do not give a fuck,
So then we shouldn't complain?
That's not what. Oh my god!
No,
just move on.
No. I'm trying really hard to understand. Like, because, like, legitimately, like, I don't see why it's different. I really don't.
It's mostly just because of how worthless WotC is. You can complain about stuff you don't like, because a lot of the times there are people and companies that will actually be like, oh my god, they're complaining, we should probably fix this.
Sure.
In this instance, with WotC, they are so lazy, they do not give any sort of a shred of a fuck about what their players think.
Okay.
They'll just do whatever they want. They do not care. So I think it's not useful to complain about something just specifically with WotC.
Okay.
That's all.
So I see both of you guys' points. Boo, if I'm understanding correctly, what you were trying to say is that any complaints made about the state of the game in D&D are wasted effort because WotC will not care about our complaints, thus why even bother.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
I find that personally really nihilistic.
Yeah.
And it does nothing to improve upon situations.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's my take.
That's where I'm at as well, because, like, again, if we don't complain about it, nothing, like, no one would change anything potentially, because WotC might get new leadership at some point that will be more receptive to these things, and so the complaint is out there, right? So that
WotC won't know what's wrong if we don't tell them.
That's also true. They won't know what's wrong
fair.
necessarily. Like, that's the whole point of complaining and criticizing these things, right?
But at the end of the day, I have absolutely zero faith in any sort of corporation.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, very valid.
That's absolutely a valid thing, but I wouldn't say that individuals' complaints are going to be useless because of that, right?
That's fair.
Okay. Long as we're at an understanding in that.
It's like the people complaining about elections and then being unwilling to do anything in their town halls.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like, it's the same kind of thing. Like, in that case, it's like, well, they aren't doing anything about it. In this case, he is doing something about it. He's creating these kinds of things, and he's thinking about them, and he's making the complaint. Like, that's what he's doing to try to bring awareness to it, right? That's what's making it useful. That's what's making it something that people should pay attention to. He's not necessarily doing it great, because we've already gotten a bunch of different things, but the attempt is there, and that's at least important enough.
Unrelated, but that art of inlaying gold into broken stuff is actually a Japanese art. It is called kintsugi.
Kintsugi. Okay.
KINTSUGY, or GI rather.
Cool. I like that. That looks really cool.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
This antique desk survived the Great Fire. Cast mending. The value. No. Yes. Exactly. Right.
So I'm really entertained by the idea that, so in Greek culture, the idea of smashing like cups and bowls and plates and stuff is very common.
Yes.
And because it's seen as sort of like giving a death to a plate, I guess.
Sure.
Like this plate or this cup will never ever be used again for an event so incredible as this one. It like this is the high point in this
Oh,
cup
okay, yeah.
or whatever's life. It might as well die here. And that's where that like, hey, and then like you smash the cup on the floor, and then
Gotcha.
everyone else goes,
That's hilarious.
because it's everyone saying, "Hey, this event is really special."
I get it. Okay, that's neat. I didn't know that.
And I would really like for that to happen, and then someone just comes up and casts mending on the cup.
They get
I
fucking.
think they would just fucking spike it down onto the ground again.
Yeah.
They just like stare the
100%
wizard down.
would.
Yeah, absolutely. They would spike it on the person. Like,
Yes.
shatter it on their head.
Just like a fucking Coke can on a, on like a frat guy.
Yeah, right. Looks like getting excuse me. Looks like getting mending cast would cost 5 gold there. Not exorbitant for adventurers, but that's a lot of money for commoners. Yes, exactly. Wizards of the Coast might not fix it, but at least complaints about something may cause someone to homebrew a fix. True.
That, you know what? There we go. That is a good reason. I can get behind that.
Wizards of the Coast is getting some new management because Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins are leaving. That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, they are leaving.
I did hear about Jeremy Crawford leaving. I did not know Chris Perkins was leaving also.
Yeah. Chip the Glasses.
Do we know what motivated both of these people leaving?
I don't know. Chat?
It seems a hell of a coincidence that they're both choosing right now to get up and get gone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but something's happening.
Yeah.
Chip the glasses and crack the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. True.
First level wizard or
Oh, is that what
any
the
sort of
Sackville Bagginses were singing?
I think so. No clue. Chris might just be retiring. Okay. Maybe.
caster who gets access to mending. It's like, oh, well, every day I get up in the morning and I walk to our sort of, our cesspit, our sort of midden pile, our dump, and then I just find broken things and I cast mending on them, and I spend my whole morning doing that. I walk back to the market, and then I just sell the things again as if they're new, because through the power of mending, they are essentially just brand new.
Sure.
As though they had not taken any damage at all. I was like, you could have a very
oh my god, it's the Trash King!
successful career
True.
just doing that and make a lot of money because it bypasses any resource cost to you other than just a little bit of that your wizard's time. I find that very worrying. Just the same way that there are things like light as a spell or dancing lights, but also you can just have torches and lanterns, and there are magical light sources, like magic item light sources, like drift globes and ever-burning torches, but you have those as well. So then when you have those cantrips that can so easily do that and they're not concentration, you're like, well, these magic items are now kind of useless. I can't tell you the number of campaigns that I've gotten something like a drift globe in and been like, okay, well, this is kind of useless. There's two casters in the party that have light. It's neat, but I'm not going to use an attunement. I'm
So
pretty
now,
sure it takes an attunement.
Real quick, what it's a drift globe?
Yeah.
He's
talking about a drift globe right now. I don't know what
So
that is.
now, due to the name, am I safe in assuming that this thing is like a sphere?
Yeah, probably.
So you're telling me you would never be able to think that, oh man, we're in like a long tunnel, and we need light down there, but we can't cast light down there, so I'm going to take my drift globe, activate it, and roll it down the tunnel like a bowling ball.
Well, the other thing that somebody could say is I can throw a pebble with light, I guess. Right? Like,
yeah, I guess so.
But I would say the drift globe is really useful in the sense of it's a small sphere that of thick glass weighs 1 pound. If you're within 60 feet of it, you can speak its command word and cause it to emanate the light or daylight spell.
Oh, never mind.
Once
That's way
used,
better.
the daylight can't be used again until the next dawn. But still, daylight's
that's crazy.
fucking crazy good. What are you talking about?
Hey, vampires, get fucked.
Mm-hmm. There's probably a reason that well, unless there wasn't a reason that was given to you at all, other than it's just another source of light, which is fine, because it's also a source of light that you now have.
It's another source. It's another tool.
Yes.
It weighs 1 pound. It's small.
You can also make it hover in the air 5 feet off the ground, and can move. If you, it can follow you within 60 feet. It takes the shortest route to do so. If prevented from moving, it gently sinks to the ground and becomes inactive, and the light winks out. It's useful.
Yeah, what the
You're
hell?
telling me you can't just utilize that? Guess what? The just because your cleric can cast light doesn't mean they need to. Because that thing is entirely free.
Jeez.
You just go, hey, little drift globe, rise and light.
Hey, drift globe, skibbity.
Oh God!
And then
shut
up. Every time, you'll never escape it.
This guy is missing the true moneymaker: running a carriage wash with prestidigitation. True.
Yeah.
Dwarves are singing about it.
Now we just need to figure out how to invent bikinis.
Well, that's what wizards in a bikini cleaning cars. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you remember the second character I ever made? It was when we were going through Ravenloft.
Yep.
And I told Miles I was going to repair his motorcycle.
Yes.
And then I went in. I demanded that I be alone during this process. And I closed the doors to a barn and thought I had kicked out everyone's characters, but just me and the motorcycle.
Right.
And I went in front of the motorcycle and I did a few jumping jacks, did a few push-ups, just sort of got a bit of a sweat going, got panting a bit. And then I cast Mending, and then I opened up the door to the barn, and I took a rag, and I wiped the sweat off my brow, and I said, I've done all I could.
Yeah, I do remember that, yes. Conning fools is a great use of cantrips. It's very good.
I'm not going to use an attunement slot for something that I can do.
Also, yeah, I don't think... Let me make sure, but I don't think the drift globe requires attunement, but I'll make sure. Let's see. Doesn't say you need to attune to it. Let's go with the ever-burning torch, like he was saying. Because apparently he says that it's a thing, so... ever-burning torch in Pathfinder. Oh, there you go. Even so, it doesn't require attunement, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if ever-burning torches and those types of magic light sources actually need attunement.
No, I don't think so. I think that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So, okay. Maybe, I don't know. A little more research.
As a basic cantrip. So you see sort of that trade-off, how very utility magic items just not very useful. And that's a lot of griping about cantrips and sort of cantrip design.
Mm-hmm.
So how could we maybe improve cantrips? What would we do to sort of course correct what I feel like the trend is kind of deviating for in D&D? That's hard to say, because balancing cantrips is it's hard to balance something that's got no resource cost kind of tied to it. Some cantrips, like Blade Ward, which is sort of the base 5e True Strike, that are essentially sort of useless cantrips. Like, Blade Ward's nice, but are you really going to take a cantrip that you have to use an entire action on your turn to make sure somebody takes 1d4 less damage from a very specific type of energy?
You might, I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you might.
I get you.
I thought it was just one that just makes you take less damage.
I don't know if it does specific damage or if it is... Let's find out. Blade.
Yeah.
Word. 5e. I'm sorry, not 5e. We're talking about 2024. That's what we're talking about. Here we go. They subtract 1d4 from the attack roll, is what they do. Which is...
That just makes you... That's really good.
That's very good. Sorry, what? Hold on. That's on self, so it's for you alone. It's a concentration spell. I'm sorry, cantrip. So it lasts for a minute, so it can be the entire time that you don't get hit as often. Come on, man.
Yeah, what the
That's
hell?
way better.
That's incredible.
Yeah, especially at lower levels. That can be life or death, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, research, maybe. And to be fair, we didn't have a lot of research that we did when we started, but guess what? We get to research now. Yay!
Yeah, come on. Yeah, because that is crazy.
That's a huge difference.
Yeah,
Huge.
that doesn't just that is not damage mitigation. That's damage full avoidance.
Yeah, nullification, negation.
Yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
That's not really a great trade-off for my one sort of action in combat and in turn. But then on the other side, you have in 2024 things like we talked about, Shillelagh and True Strike. They're incredibly more powerful and actually make certain builds kind of redundant because Shillelagh and True Strike are just base level, just better than martial attacks. Even once martial characters get 5th level and get 2 attacks, things like True Strike and Shillelagh continue to upgrade. Shillelagh's not so bad. True Strike's pretty bad though, because you're like, oh, you get to do all your weapon damage as usual, plus an extra d6, and you can decide whether you want that to be radiant damage or not. That's still very, very powerful, even up into the second tier of sort of levels of D&D. Sure. Where Shillelagh, I think, just increases the dice size. Doing that and having the ability to...
yeah, it makes it so that your stick does a D8 instead of a D6, I think.
Yeah, and it does magic damage.
Yeah, so...
Or it becomes a magic weapon.
Right, exactly. So it'll mitigate, things that need to be a magic weapon to be hit or whatever, or magic.
Yes.
Using an ability score that is not... specifically not strength, but also not dexterity, makes certain builds kind of redundant if you can get access to that.
Redundant.
So there's really no reason...
If you can get access to that. That's a good thing to put it. How easy is it for you to get access to that is my question then immediately. You now need to give me an example of how easy that would be. You do, because you've put this forward and now you need to substantiate your claim.
Then when you have something like True Strike, do something like a basic paladin build that's a basic strength-based paladin. So you could do a dexterity-based paladin. I mean, the only thing you would need strength for as a paladin at that point would be your armor requirements, maybe? So if you went a dex-based paladin, you wouldn't need that. You could just rely on the dex for things like AC and have a better dexterity saving throw.
That's the thing you could do for, anything, I guess? I don't...
Yeah.
What are we doing? Yeah, the spells are also there, but guess what? You can have spellcasters, subclasses for all classes. So where are you supposed to be going? Is my question.
Yeah, where are we going with this?
Where am I? Can Shillelagh screw spelling it and True Strike double on crit like smites do? I think so. I don't think there's anything that prevents them from doing so.
Because strength saving throws almost never come up. By doing that, it makes the...
Okay, but strength saving throws almost never come up. Well, then, I don't know, man. Maybe you're just playing in groups that don't have a lot of strength saving throws. That's fine. But, I guess a lot of things don't usually do strength saving throws in their raw rules, but it depends on the campaign at that point. That's not I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount that we can blame on the system of not having things available, but there's a certain amount that we then have to also put onto DMs and players because they aren't just messing with the freedom that the system allows.
These other types of builds just less useful or kind of redundant. Like, you can have now a war cleric who doesn't really need any strength because they can use True Strike to use their wisdom to make melee attacks. It's an issue. Balancing those cantrips is really, really difficult. I think the best way to sort of illustrate how that balancing might work, let's rework a cantrip. I think that's the easiest way to do that. Sure. Let me look at the list of cantrips real quick and let's pick one. Yeah, I was just griping about it, so let's do mending. Why not? So we're gonna look at the mending spell a little bit. So mending.
So sorry, wait, before we go too far, I looked up True Strike because at this point I need to check everything, as I said. So yeah, it does make it so that you use your spellcasting ability for damage attack and damage rolls instead of using strength or dexterity. If the attack deals damage, it can be radiant damage or the weapon's normal damage type, your choice. It is an action to do so. It lasts 1 round because it's instantaneous. So it's still bad because you can't utilize your attack. Oh, no, sorry. Oh, it makes you make an attack. Okay, never mind. My apologies. They did change True Strike, so now it's useful. Okay.
Oh, good.
Good.
Finally.
Yeah, it actually does something that isn't shit. Good job. Okay, never mind. I retract. But I will say, again, I don't see this as a problem necessarily because it just means that you, as your whatever you are, you could be any of the classes that use spells, except for clerics specifically, because unless you're a specific type of cleric, I guess, because these are available for bards, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards in the spell list. So I guess you would need to be one that has the ability to take spells from other spell lists if you're a cleric, if you really want that to work, but otherwise, sure.
Cantrip, casting time 1 minute. We talked about that. So it takes 60 seconds, so it's not something you can do in combat, really.
What would you?
Range touch, that's not really an issue. Requires verbal, somatic, and material components. Those components are 2 lodestones or, of course, an arcane focus. Duration, instantaneous. The spell repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. So I talked about how you could just be a wizard who goes to the dump and just picks up like broken pots and jars and torn clothes and just remake them and sell them again as brand new. Especially if you couple that with prestidigitation, where it just automatically cleans things too. It makes them smell fresh, give it that new car smell. It makes it very easy to make a lot of money very, very quickly without a lot of...
I mean, so...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to leverage your entire life, leveraging your magical know-how to sell trash, go for it.
Exactly. Like, also, you aren't going to always make the sale. Somebody might say, oh, that's my old thing. Maybe I want that back, actually.
Did you steal it? What the hell?
Yeah, what the fuck? I threw that out, and now it's better. I want it back. You know, then you have that as a conflict, potentially. Like, do you have the right to sell things?
Being known as garbage-picking Jim isn't the best way to develop a market.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Like, again, also, do you have a trade license, my guy?
You got a license for that?
Yeah, like, legitimately, I don't know. Is there guild regulations? Like, there's so many factors that could be in play, but we could just look at everything and avoid if you want to. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
As long as it makes it easy.
As long as it makes everything easier, that's fine. Why would you use True Strike as a warlock? Just do Pact of the Blade? Yep. I don't know.
Well, then you just double up.
So it's probably just for the radiant.
I want to do Pact of the Tome for flavor.
Yeah, exactly. And it's probably for the radiant damage as well, that you can just change it to if you want. As I've said before in Raw D&D, most people can have a good living just being a farmer. Only crazy people go adventuring. Yup. Exactly.
Yep.
That's the whole point. You're exceptional. So you're doing exceptional things. If we want to do the fucking store campaign, the market campaign, where we have a store and we run it, we can do that, but it's not going to be the same as I'm the Grand Wizard Adventurer, you know? Like, it's just not.
Something I like to talk about with any new players who perhaps maybe haven't played D&D before is I like to say, most normal people do not wake up and say, I want to hunt vampires.
Yes.
Why do you?
Exactly.
Work. And it does make you think, why would anybody who has access to these spells ever go adventuring? When they could so easily make a life for themselves just doing that.
Yeah, it seems real fulfilling for me to go and get trash and then sell it to people. That seems like exactly what I want to do with my fucking life. Because I have fucking wizard power. Are you kidding me?
I told you know the
Imagine-
dump is not a nice place.
No.
Can physically repair a magic item but can't restore magic to such an item. That's basically the limitation of mending. Is the physical size of which you have to work with, and that it doesn't restore magic to a magic item. So obviously there's a bunch of sort of like issues that I find with mending. It trivializes repairs. It bypasses things like tool proficiencies that would be useful in this sort of situation that we rarely get to see examples of use of in play.
Mhm.
Imagine that the party is going through the wilderness and they come across a boat that's been sort of pulled up on shore. It's clearly been left out for a while, and it does have let's say a hole in it. You could repair the boat, which is an effortless task for a character with mending, who can just be like, oh, there's a hole in the boat. Now there's not a hole in the boat. Now we can turn it over and use this boat. Free boat. In doing so, it does sideline those player characters with relevant tool proficiencies or proficiencies.
So you give them opportunities to utilize it on things that aren't a 5-foot cube.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Like,
come on.
Anything.
Like, I agree that mending is a way overtuned spell. I don't think that I'm in the minority of people who think this.
No, I don't. You're not.
So why don't we just do mending wood, mending stone, mending cloth?
Mm-hmm.
Of it just does whatever the effects of mending were, but for wood, stone, cloth, paper,
trash,
stuff like that. Yeah.
Specifically garbage.
Yes, exactly. Everything is special.
Well, I don't know. This boat looks pretty valuable. I don't think it's garbage. Damn it.
Damn it.
And the other thing, I think something else you could do to even make it, you could keep that kind of specialization without sacrificing the versatility, is you could have it be where mending is something that it's a cantrip, but you still want at the beginning of the day you have to prep it. So you have to choose, today I want to do mending stone.
Yeah.
Today I want to do mending cloth, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic, actually. I think that would be great.
Yeah. So that way you can limit it without, limiting it.
Yeah, for sure. Google is telling me that once trash has been discarded in a public area, such as a curb for pickup, the owner has forfeited their ownership rights, which makes it legal for someone to come by and claim it. Yes, that is true. But also, that doesn't mean that people aren't going to want it if it's fixed.
Yeah.
You know?
If you threw out a TV because it was broken and then somebody sold you back the same TV after they fixed it, you'd kind of feel,
cheated.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you threw out a TV that was broken and someone picked it up off the curb and fixed it, I wouldn't feel entitled to it.
I know you wouldn't. I know many people wouldn't. I'm saying there are people who would.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that that's potential for drama, really. And it's something that will potentially harm the business of the wizard who wants to do nothing but go trash diving and sell things for, like, pittance,
Yeah. What wants to go trash diving and sell things for pennies on the dollar?
Exactly. Besides, the dump probably has a guard OTUG. That would be sick, yes.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That'd be great. I guess the trash wizard merchant could be a wizard school burnout. It's a character that you can have. That's the thing. This is an NPC, for sure.
Yes.
Absolutely, you get that as an NPC. But, like, as a player, who the fuck would think to do that just as a thing to do when they're given the grand adventure and it's not specifically about people who are shit?
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Imagine being given the option of you can do anything you want, and you said, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna be the trash man."
Yeah. So there are two things that you could do. First of all, we're changing the name from the Guardian OTUG to the Guard OT Dog because guard dog.
Sure.
Anyway, like a junkyard dog. And if you make the wizard who is the dumpster mechanic guy, the trash mechanic.
Yes.
And then you're like, okay, trash mechanic, it's time to go on a big adventure. And he's like, nah, I think I'll just stay here. Okay, great. Make a new character.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and then that character's over.
Yeah, exactly. It's what are you gonna do? Like, everybody's.
Yeah, it's like,
people,
okay,
people
you're
have,
choosing to not participate, then okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
like,
people
If
have
you're
the
making
buy-in.
someone who is antithetical to the story.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're not gonna be a part of it. That's just how it is.
yeah. So
So-
now make a whole new character, and you're gonna watch the other players go on the adventure for this one session.
Yeah.
Have fun, because there's not really a feasible place to fucking shove your character in.
Yeah, not yet.
And honestly, even if there was, I would probably just make you sit at the table just watching anyway. At least just for that one session.
Like, I mean, you could have water vehicle proficiency, or have the shipwright background, which I think just gives you carpentry. I think it's carpentry tools. So having those two things, characters with those proficiencies would be able to make checks to do the repairs on it, but they would also need to, you know, find some materials to do as a resource to fix that. It's going to take a hell of a lot more time than 1 minute.
The other thing, of course, is just like, what if my character wants to do it and not have the wizard do it? You know, just because like they want to do something and make it their own, you know, and not just have the wizard just magic it away because they're like, it's just too easy. Why the fuck would you do that? That's silly.
Yeah.
I have a skill.
Yeah.
To fix even a basic hole in the boat. And all that stuff's just kind of
Like-
pushed to the side.
I like to think of it as if I'm a craftsman.
Yeah.
I like to think of that as if I were an artist, right?
Yeah,
an
exactly.
artisan.
An artisan, indeed.
And people who are using mending are the people who are using AI art.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, oh my god,
I
yeah,
would-
sure,
actually-
I could repair my loot, but fucking ew.
Yeah. I would love that, actually, if every time mending is used, it just fucks up the design slightly, you know,
That
just
would
like
be
AI.
fantastic.
That would be so good, actually. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
like you repair a doll and it winds up with extra fingers.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking a statue, but
Yeah,
absolutely,
yeah.
with the extra fingers.
Absolutely. Oh, new canon.
Yeah.
That's how mending be, everybody. It's AI art. There you go. You can have that one for free.
Yeah.
Because a wizard has this one specific spell that's really only useful for
An
this.
arm
No,
that
you know,
goes
it's-
to nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
For as much as I'm complaining about mending doesn't come up that often in campaigns,
Oh.
but it could.
Oh,
You could have a lot more things in your campaign that were
Yeah, we can
here's
have a lot of
simple
things.
thing that you could do, but the thing you need to do it is broken, so you need to fix that thing. That's a pretty common, especially along with what I call sort of the hiccup method. Like, hey, we need to get from X place to Y destination. Hiccup, what's the hiccup? What's the issue that's in the middle? Oh, the bridge is out. Okay, well, we gotta find somebody to fix the bridge or figure out a way across the river. Maybe we can find a ford somewhere up or down. Maybe we can find somebody with a boat who can take us across. Maybe there's a ferry somewhere a few miles down or upriver. And you have all these sorts of things, but then you have situations where it's like, oh, well, they could just be fixed by the wizard with mending.
so, okay, so, again,
Or you could go by Hag Crossing in the spooky
Yeah.
forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'll stick with mending. Thanks.
Right, exactly. Like, this is the thing, okay? You, as the DM, have the power of the game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you do. It's a great responsibility. Your mind is dragged through broken glass. We all know this. It's a calling, okay?
Yes.
And
gotta own a house.
you
It
gotta own a
sucks.
house. It's really
It can break
unfortunate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that means that because that wizard can do mending, first off, the bridge is bigger than 5 feet.
Yeah.
Like, it is. So unless you're gonna rule that they can just do brick by brick and try to mend it that way, sure, that's up to you, man. But if it's the whole thing that you're trying to mend and it has to be the whole object, which is what I kind of feel like is the whole point of mending, because it says an object you touch, and it has to be no longer than 1 foot in any direction, they can't mend the bridge.
Yeah.
They literally
Not to
mention,
can't.
like-
I'm part of the mending. How would you put this? A mending anarchist, I suppose.
Oh God.
That I say if you had a team of people all casting mending, and essentially like laying a brick in place
Sure.
and casting mending to mortar it,
Sure.
and then laying another brick in place and casting mending to remortar it.
Sure.
I would say you could absolutely.
So
rebuild the
that's
bridge that way.
I think that's fine. That just means you have to find that team of menders to do it.
Yep.
And you
Right.
have to find all the bricks.
So
And
that's
you know what? They're going to be fucking expensive.
exactly like you've already gone the extra step of making it so that you can do it, but it's going to be costly, right? So like
Yes.
that's the thing. That's what we do when we're running the game. We say, oh yeah, there's many things that you could do. You can't do this one thing, but you could do it if you do it this way, sure. But there's also these alternatives, and if you don't want to take the time to go and find your crew and pay them, get them back here, wait the fucking 30 minutes for them to mend the entire bridge, and then get the fuck over it, well, there's like 3 other options that are going to be way quicker. So,
be more fun.
Yeah.
So if my 2 players in my 6-person party want to like roll up their sleeves and get to work mending that bridge, and the party is cool with just hanging out there for a month and a half while people repair the bridge, sure, they can do it. Fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing.
Quests will still progress, though.
Exactly. It's the thing. We aren't looking at this in a vacuum. There are consequences to your actions. A lot of that can be time. It's crazy, man. You don't get it back. It's fucking insane, dude. I don't know if you know this. We all are gonna die. It's crazy. All right.
I don't know if you know this, but time is the only resource you can never get more of.
Exactly. Do mending wizards talk about how they are just as good at art as the original artists? Yes, absolutely they do. If they're specializing in that, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then you know what? Since we're now talking about mending being the AI art of D&D, what are the NFTs of D&D?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes. Fuck. Hold on. I have something for this.
He has something for this.
There is a spell. Give me a second. I put it in my Discord because I made a one shot based off of this spell.
Oh shit! Nice.
It's based off of NFTs.
Very good.
Hold on. D&D
is it right click save as?
Right
click save image as.
Yeah. Oh, it's worthless.
It always. That's the neat thing. That's the neat thing, Mark. It always was.
Oh! It would be a mark. That's a good name for the person.
No, that's the invincible thing.
Oh, yes.
Omni-Man's like, that's the
that
neat
is
part.
True.
You don't.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's the meme.
I've never seen that show, but I do know that meme.
I know the meme, though, yeah.
Maybe it's in my Google Docs. I'll need a second to give me talk amongst yourself.
We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you, NFT man.
Between all these mending wizards, it sure would be a shame if someone had a wild magic surge. Unfortunately, due to the rules, it doesn't work on cantrips. It only works on spells. But fuck it, let's just do it anyway.
Yeah,
why not?
Fucking homebrew, that's what it's for.
That's right.
Making the bridge explode.
Yeah.
Make the bridge turn into a giant pile of fucking flower pots.
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be great.
Are wizards crypto bros or sorcerers the crypto bros? Sorcerers.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, sorcerers.
Sorcerers, for sure.
They're the fucking Nepo babies. They totally are.
Yep, they got everything handed to them. Absolutely.
They are Nepo and trust fund babies.
Yep.
At the same time.
That's right. The show Invincible. The show Invincible. There's a character that basically has mending as a power, but in one episode try to repair a building and ends up fucking it up because they don't know about building codes. That makes sense. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, while you're looking, I actually really need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh.
I guess it's not in my Discord server. Let me grab my phone.
All right.
Wahoo! What'd I miss?
He's still looking for his spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Never go to crypto despite being a wizard or a sorcerer. Good. Crypto sorcerer of the douchebag bloodline. That's right. All right. Well, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Especially like something like that, because 1 cubic foot is a large area to fix. That means that you can basically fix old foundational, like wooden posts too. Things that are like 1 foot in diameter. If it's been snapped in half from weight because the ceiling collapsed, you could legitimately just fix that with a cantrip. And that, again, is really overpowered, I feel like. And I have these issues with a lot of the cantrips, which is mending is the one we decided to focus on. Let's look at some proposed changes. So what would I change to sort of deal with these issues?
This is what I'm
The first thing I would do is probably increase the casting time. 1 minute, I feel like, is too short. I would probably change it from 1 minute to 10 minutes.
Sure.
Jesus.
So that way...
that's fine with me, because that just means that it just takes that much longer, which means... I mean, you're not doing it in any situation where you're going to not be spending the time anyway.
Yeah, I suppose that is true.
So
You're essentially taking 10 on it. That's fine.
That's fine
Yeah,
with me.
that's fair.
If it's like, if we're going to stop to do this, we should at least be doing some sort of like wandering monster random encounter roll as sort of a limitation of using the spell. You're going to sit here to deal with this, there's a chance some monsters are going to run across you.
So you do know that stuff exists. Whoa, I know you do, but like, this is the first time you're talking about a consequence to the action, and it's weird.
Oh my god, how much you want to bet that he held off on saying that just so that way he could start sprinkling it in here with alongside his fixes?
I really hope that's not...
To make it... I hope not. Because the way you guys talked about him, it didn't seem like he was that type of
I don't think he is.
Creator, but god, I hope not.
Yeah.
It would have been way easier for me to just look up the D&D spell instead of trying to find my one shot. But the spell is called Duplicate. This spell creates an exact copy of any single item the caster touches. The item to be copied must fit inside a 20-foot cube. The spell has no effect on living creatures, including undead, nor will it copy magical items. The duplicated item is identical to the original in every way. For instance, a duplicated sword can be wielded to inflict damage as a normal sword. But Detect Magic can reveal its true nature, and Dispel Magic can cause it to disappear. The duplicated object exists for 1 hour per level of the caster, at which time it vanishes.
Damn.
Permanency does not affect duplicated items. The material component for this spell is a pinch of coal dust.
I'm glad that it says the thing about permanency.
That's bullshit.
So
I was gonna say just duplicate a platinum coin, then just do it over and over again.
Yeah, that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
In the one shot I had, a group of wizards had found a way around that like permanency effect. And they could permanency items. So what they would do is they would say, hey, do you have an expensive object in your home that you would like secured? What we can do is we will take that object, duplicate it, permanency that duplicate, and you can keep up the permanency to duplication, and we will hold on to what you own for you. So you own it. It's in our special pocket dimension. that we call the blockchain.
God damn it! Of course you did.
And Mistra, the goddess of magic, was like, I can't stop them. Like, as the goddess of magic, I have to provide magic to people.
Yeah.
That's part of what I do. However, I think that this is like disgusting as hell. I will pay you to go to their pocket dimension and kill them.
Jesus Christ!
Fair enough. I like
Did
that.
you get anything out of their hot wallets?
Oh, maybe, I don't know. I didn't have enough interest in the campaign yet to justify developing it more fully.
Yeah. But I like that. I like that. That's very good.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah, that being said, we all know crypto is a fake trick. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god, yes.
That feels pretty safe to me. If I was going to not change anything else, I would probably bump that up even more to even something like an hour to make it align a little bit more, like I said, with those mundane repairs. It's like, for a small repair, you could probably do a lot of small repairs within an hour, assuming you had the materials to do that. So then, if you have the mending, you can at least offset the time balance a little bit. Like, oh, well, it'll take an hour for this person to put a plug into the boat, or it takes an hour for the person casting mending to do that. That seems like it's a little bit more balanced to me, but I want to focus more on sort of that 10 minutes. So try to focus on what we can do with mending to still make it a powerful and useful spell without being like, well, if you took any tool proficiencies, that was really stupid, because those aren't going to be useful. When we change, okay, so we're going to up the time a little bit. We're going to go from 1 minute to 10 minutes, so that way we can at least, if you choose to do this, you're going to have somebody who's going to come in and be like, all right, well, maybe there's a monster that's going to attack, or maybe something's going to happen if you guys are going to just stop in the middle of adventure to do this. The next thing I would do is probably add a material cost. So we kind of said with the mundane repairs, you were going to have to source materials. If you found this boat in the middle of the wilderness, it might be just spending some time trying to find an appropriate piece of wood, or getting some sap out of a tree, making some sort of like glue.
Just make it so that it literally costs gold. You know, like, just make it so the gold just gets put into, like, it literally becomes the Japanese art that you were talking about.
Yeah, you transmute the gold into whatever.
Yeah, it's not like it will become, you know, anything other than just the material that it is repairing. So it's just another way to spend gold, which would actually be good as a fix for two things: the mending spell and the economy. Making it so that it's actually costly to utilize this cantrip more so than you'd think, because it is so powerful.
Waterproofing material, things like that to repair this boat. Or you could just buy those materials if you were in something like a city. So I think it makes sense if you're not going to have to go out and source the repair material.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, like, half the cost of whatever it is you're mending would be the gold requirement or something. Like, that would, oh man, that would actually work really well to get a lot of gold out of you. if you're really into mending. Like, yeah. Oh man. Okay.
Materials to make the repairs with mending, because that's not really what the spell does. There should introduce some sort of minor material cost. Of course, the 5e and 2024 rules for spells is that if there is a coin amount listed with the material cost, you do actually have to provide that item.
Yes.
That can't be hand waved away just by using your arcane focus or components pouch. So I think introducing a material cost, let's say like 10 gold's worth of gemstone dust, that sounds pretty reasonable to me. I think that makes a sort of tangible resource expense, and gives, I feel like those treasure, especially in low levels when you get a whole bunch of just like 10 GP, 20 GP, 50 GP gemstones that are just like, hey, here's the thing I also just convert into cash that doesn't serve any other purpose in the game. So if we did that and we had like a functional use for those small gemstones, I think that could actually be really interesting to have.
I really wish that, like, weight was taken into consideration for gold and such, because the gemstones would then eliminate that, you know? In the sense of, like,
more liquid.
Yeah, you have to convert them into gemstones so that it doesn't weigh as much, and you can put them somewhere safe, you know, if you want to, and all that kind of shit. Like, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Characters be excited about being like, oh yeah, I I got a 10 gold piece worth of amethyst that's going to be super useful for us when we need the mending spell lately. I'm going to hold on to that and grind that down into gemstone dust.
Hey, are you proficient in your mortar and pestle, though?
I sure hope so.
I sure fucking hope so, because otherwise you're going to make it so that it doesn't work. And then you're going to sprinkle your dust, and it's going to go everywhere, and you're not going to be able to get it back.
Yeah, good luck collecting all the dust out of the dirt.
Yep. It's okay, I have the move earth cantrip, so I'll just move it all, and then just...
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You move the dirt out of the way of the amethyst dust, and just in time for that amethyst dust to fall onto the dirt underneath that dirt.
Ah, shit! Wait, I'll just move the dirt again. Oh, wow, no!
Oh, so close!
Ooh, maybe this time. You just keep going.
I like that sort of
Just
stuff.
digging a hole straight down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's Minecraft at that point. I'm digging straight down. I got to get that gem dust.
It gets excited, especially parties that get excited about getting sort of mundane stuff, being like, oh, this is actually going to be very useful for us. We really wanted this. We're going to tie some material costs for that. And I think that should scale, too.
Sure.
I think the cantrip's going to scale. But let me get through the things before we start talking about scaling it. So I think we're going
to... You want to scale mending? You already said that it's broken as hell. No.
What?
We don't need to do that.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well,
mending's fine as it is.
Yeah. Please don't scale it. Please, like, I'm fine with your other changes, but please.
Yeah, you truly do not need to do that.
Not every cantrip is scaling, so
yeah,
just don't.
Increase the casting time to 10 minutes. We're going to add this sort of small material cost. 10 gold is maybe a lot for a first level party, but by the time you're third or fourth level, that's not much. Right, it makes sense that you carry around a pocket full of gemstone dust to use specifically for this. I think that another good thing that we could use to kind of...
if it's a component, yes.
I'm kind of just riffing here,
Sure.
and I'm bringing up an idea as soon as I have it.
Okay.
So it may not be very good at all. However, what would be everyone's thoughts on mending that is free and unlimited? You can cast it as many times per day as you want. It acts as mending is written currently, but you only have a limited amount of material, and getting more of that material costs a lot. So we will say, for instance, you are a level 3 character. You were able to pick up an extra cantrip, and you decided to pick up mending. You walk on down to the local magic shop, and you say, "Hey, I need some mending putty." And they say, "Oh, that'll be X amount of gold per ounce." And you say, "Okay, how much will that ounce do?" And they'll say, "Oh, well, it can go out up to a foot. But you can just kind of smear it in the axles and the grease or whatever. Just smear it, and it will act as whatever material the material it's bonded to is." So you could, for instance, use it to repair wagon axles by just smearing a little bit of putty. If you are able to go back afterward and like recast mending, essentially, you can reclaim your putty.
Right.
Because getting more putty costs a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
However, if you have to leave any of your putty behind, and that's just gone forever now. So the DM can say, "Hey, yeah, I will let you past this. I don't know. I'll let you plug the hole in this boat for 25 gold. And then when you guys get to the other shore, you better go back and press mending again to recover that 25 gold.
Right.
Otherwise, it's gone forever." So what I'm thinking is, over the course of a campaign, like even if it's expensive, characters become obscenely wealthy in 5e anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And you would get to the point where someone is walking around with a fucking 1.5-pound satchel of this stuff.
Right.
I don't really have any answers for that situation.
Yeah.
My answer would just be try not to get into that situation in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the reclaiming of it is an interesting concept. I wonder about having that, just because, having it be an expendable resource that you do need to keep putting into the spell would make it so that you're, again...
I want to make it a resource that's punishing to have early. And
Okay.
it has a gold amount tied to it.
Okay.
So like you as a player will say, hey, I have 17 gold of putty on me.
Right.
And DM tells me that this is a 5 gold putty problem.
Right.
I could solve it, but afterward I would only have 12 gold worth of putty. I won't be able to reclaim this.
Oh, because I need to utilize it more. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because we will be unable to come back and grab it for whatever reason.
Right. So you'd create those situations where they are constantly spending, probably, and if they are stocking up, it is a significant cost in the early game.
Yes.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I like that. It's a little thing that will be a hardship for the beginning, but yeah, it will definitely become trivial later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. It seems it fits a cantrip. I feel, honestly, it fits a cantrip. So yeah, I approve.
All right.
Also, Aiden, did the wizards in the pocket dimension blind themselves with a laser light show? If you know, you know. I don't know what that's referring to.
Oh God. Yeah. So there was a laser light show, and I believe it was Germany.
Okay.
And they wanted the laser light show to have, of course, lasers.
Right.
But they grabbed the wrong type of lasers.
Oh no.
And they grabbed a type that would, would degrade your vision, because they're like just blasting out their corneas with like UV light.
Oh.
Yike.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh well.
That's a deep pull. I'd forgotten about that.
I had no idea that happened. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but interesting.
I take it, was that related to crypto shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was laser. Oh no, sorry, laser light show. Oh, I know. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll find it.
Okay.
And separated apart from those people that have the tool proficiencies is to make the repairs.
And you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I've needed to say this for like the last 15 minutes here, and I mean 15 minutes of the video, not just of us talking.
Yeah.
God, he is putting me to sleep.
It's the video is very long, and
the video is long, and he is pretty low energy, and
that's fair.
Just his mode of speaking is just kind of it's slightly slurred on occasion, and my God, I'm having so much trouble focusing on him.
I understand. That's all right.
So it was an event for the Bored Monkeys in Hong Kong.
Oh,
and the Bored Yacht Club. Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Yes.
Bored Ape NFT.
Yeah.
Led to 15 event attendees having what's called welder's eye.
Oh God.
Oh.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. Oh well. I hope they were able to do something to get, compensation from
Don't worry,
the
I'm
event
sure they
holders.
can afford, the surgery.
Right, of course.
Of
course.
After all, they're all rich, right?
Right, they're going to the moon.
They don't need eyes. They have people to see for them.
Yeah.
True. They can just use their apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Temporary. Let's remove this sort of minor magical cantrip that allows you to just permanently fix things.
Sure.
This is more of a patch job. This is a mend job, not a fix job. Not a completely make it again like new kind of thing. So we're gonna pull that part out of
it would be
mending.
interesting
The part where
if
it
mending
says,
had a duration.
Yeah, I feel like that would be something, like, if we didn't change anything else about it, it would make it, like, more of a not a risk, but, like, as it was said.
Like, like even an hour, but
Yeah.
hell, I could see a minute.
Yeah. Like it would make it so that you would you could have the guy constantly casting it, every few seconds. Like say we're in a wagon, right? And the wheel breaks and it's like, okay, well, we're going to start mending it. And so you're starting to mend it and you get to that point where you're mending it and then another wagon's coming at you and it's racing to catch you. You can see that it's people that want to get you. They're here for you. You know it. The wizard has told you that, oh god, that's those people. They're here. They're coming for us. And so the wizard has to just continuously mend the wheel every minute so that you can continue to run away, or if you want to, by just like, by cart. If you're not like strong enough to take them on, or you don't feel confident enough to take them on. So you have this whole chase scene of like everybody's fighting on the wagon-ish, and the wizard's just bent over the side, going mending.
Must go faster, must go faster.
Exactly, a little bit, yes. Absolutely.
It's very, very Wallace and Gromit, where Gromit's like laying the tracks to the drain.
Yeah! Oh, man. Great stuff.
It leaves no trace of former damage. It's like, nope, it's just a mend. You can clearly tell it was damaged before. You can clearly tell that we have used magic to replace the missing parts or re-weld together the broken pieces, but it's very clearly mended. It's not perfect again.
He swapped his camera so that he's now in the correct way to read things and everything, and the flicker is on his left side, which was on his right. Well, technically it was always on his right side, but
did that just happen?
No. This is I just noticed because I wasn't looking at him. I was looking at mending. So the flicker is on the other side of him. Yeah. Now you all can notice too. Woohoo!
Oh, I noticed the flickering even before.
That's fair.
Let's say goes.
I'm just doing it for the people in the back who haven't seen it yet, so that I can annoy them as well and have them feel my pain.
Yes, fair enough.
24 hours. You get a day out of it. And I think that if you do that, then it still makes sense to have mending and people with proficiencies in the same campaign world.
Sure.
So you have mending for somebody who's like, hey, we need to fix this thing, we've got to fix it relatively quickly. I'm going to use 10 GP of gemstone dust in 10 minutes, and we're going to get this build going. And tomorrow, or whenever we get back to camp, maybe you can spend a little bit more time permanently fixing it, but we can use it right now.
But why wouldn't you just continue to mend it if you still need it? Because if it lasts 24 hours, that's a lot of time.
That is a lot of time.
Now,
I guess just if you don't want to use up all your gemstone dust.
That is true. The other thing that I would say, actually, to counter myself is, well, you don't know how, if you'll be able to come to port in 24 hours necessarily.
Yeah.
So fair enough. Never mind.
I don't have to sit around and worry about that. So that's the trade-off. Mending gets you to do something faster, and it's a temporary solution, but if you were going to do full repairs, it would be a longer process, but those repairs would be permanent. So I think that's an equitable balance, right? It's not equal, but it is equitable. Do you want something fast but temporary for a cost, or do you want something permanent but it's going to take some time?
Yes.
I think that makes sense to me. Increasing the casting time, we're going to add a little bit of material cost to it, and we're going to change it from being a permanent fix to a temporary fix.
All right, I don't want to be too mean, but you've said this 3 times. Let's move on. Come on.
And then I think we should introduce scaling, because I think that's one of the things
wait, go back!
Keep saying it, keep repeating it. Repeat it all you want, just don't scale.
Just don't scale!
Cantrips?
Why
I should say
do we
that I
need to
like the
scale
idea
it?
of scaling spells. This is something that I like that DCC does well, that First Edition Starfinder does well, where you have spells that you get at low levels, and then as you get more powerful, those spells become more powerful. So it's there's less choice of spells, but those spells become more powerful as your character.
That would be cool if we had that as cantrips, that there are less of them, but they get, progressively more powerful. Sure. They already do that to a degree, but if we had less so that it was more of a choice, like an actual thing that you had to think about, it would be better, I feel. But we don't need to do this for mending. We have plenty that we can go for this. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
Becomes more powerful. They reflect the increased power of your character. So instead of having like things there's like healing word and then there's like mass healing word, like those would just all be one spell, and you could just cast it at a higher level once you had the ability to do so.
Sure.
To choose basically more targets, area effect, do more healing, that sort of thing.
I do feel like that some of the spells should just be like that, because like healing word is like if you cast it at you get it like first level, so if you cast it at like third level, you get to choose another person and all that kind of stuff. Like it would be like a interesting kind of progression, and make it so that one, you don't have mass healing word anymore because you don't need it anymore necessarily, and you could probably come up with something a little bit more interesting potentially, but like it would just naturally be part of how putting more power into a spell or finding different ways to utilize it would work, of like, oh, this just kind of becomes more. And I get that's the way that it works because healing word is healing word and mass healing word is technically the evolution of it. But I don't know, having it be two different spells is a little odd, I guess. It's not a big deal. It's just, it would be nice to see things feel more naturally progressive rather than something that you could just potentially take later on that is different technically. I don't know.
In the same way, you could look at something like Firebolt scaling to Burning Hands, scaling to something like
Sure.
Flaming Sphere, scaling to something like Fireball, scaling all the way up to, I don't know, what's a big high-end spell? Maybe something like, I think maybe Meteor Swarm
There
does
it
fire
is.
damage.
I was gonna
And that would be
say
sort of
It doesn't.
the high-end
it's not, no,
rail
but
of it.
I knew it was gonna go there.
I shoot things
Yeah.
with fire path of spell scaling. So I want to introduce scaling because I like that mechanic, but I do think you have to. I don't like the way that sort of 5e and 2024 has done this thing where it's like, oh well, you just get some more damage, and now it's better than maybe your first level spells. So now you have a bunch of worthless first level spells that you have to trade out or rewrite.
Well, we've already
No.
debunked this because they have additional effects and everything. So,
So I want it noted that this actually had. I considered this important enough to. Sorry, I was saving. To pause my Prey game. And
Oh my
save
God,
so that
okay.
I could talk about
yeah,
this.
yeah.
So firstly, getting access to higher level spells that do more damage does not totally invalidate your level 1 spells.
No, it never would.
That do less damage. Like getting level 2 does not make level 1 worthless.
Yes.
Maybe it's not one-shotting stuff anymore,
Right.
but like you necessarily have to one-shot stuff to contribute to your party.
Exactly.
Secondly, yeah, it does kind of suck that as spells scale, the effect is more often than not number go up.
Yep.
That is kind of uninteresting. That is kind of boring. I do agree. However, let's review the nature of the type of game that we are playing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, number go up is kind of a necessary evil.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I was saying with the whole, like, having something be like how healing word could then go into something like mass healing word or something. Like he was saying with how Firebolt, I mean, I don't know about doing a cantrip up to that, but having a low-level spell become different spells as you cast it up, you know? Have it be like kind of like a tree, you know?
Someone mentioned that earlier in the stream, and I think it was a really good idea.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I think like spell trees would be really neat. You could cement choices so like they could branch out into different possibilities, and then you just take your choices every level are the ones that it can turn into as you cast it up, you know? It'd be really interesting, I feel, to like see how things and maybe have some things like be combinations of two different spell trees, you know? You could have like a bunch of different things that way, just as a way to really make things feel a lot more unique. Because I don't know of any other TTRPG that does that necessarily, though I'm sure there's something. It's impossible, but
that would be really cool because you could get it where you like, in order to get like a 9th level spell, you have to have like, like let's use Meteor Storm as another example.
Sure, yeah.
You need Fireball, you need Boulder, you need Gravity, you need like a whole bunch of other shit in order to even be able to get it.
Right.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, it would make it so that it's the further specialization of your wizards and such, right? You have their school of magic that they have, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, because of that, you can go through this path and get to these spells, whereas other wizards couldn't get to those spells, right? It's I wish we still had that of like, you have to sacrifice a school of magic so that you can utilize your primary school of magic and have that be your best one and all of that. That used to be the thing in 3.5 when you made wizards.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's neat because like if you want to specialize in necromancy, you have to get rid of divination, I think. Something like each one has their counterpart, right? So it was really neat because it's like, oh yeah, of course. I'm trying to get really good at this, so I can't do the other thing. Yeah.
So in order to in order to have master evocation, you might have to get rid of illusion.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. I don't remember the specifics, but yeah, each one was specifically like that.
That's very cool.
It was. It really was. I liked it a lot because it made you have to think about what kind of wizard you were, and then say, well, now I can't even access this tree of spells. I'm sorry, it wasn't a tree; it's a list. But regardless, yes.
This school of magic.
Yes, exactly. And it was just again another further specialization that limited your wizards. And it's neat because the limit just kind of breeds that whole play style. I can't use illusion anymore. Shit. Okay. Well, can't do any like disguise self. Can't do charm.
We're going full corn.
Not
no
charm.
zinj.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like it's a whole thing. I miss it. I miss it so.
Spellbook or it's kind of a mess. So let's talk about scaling. So how would I scale? So I kind of said that I want to use the gemstone levels. So I do know if you look in the D&D treasure packets that they do increase, and you see those gemstones sort of ratchet up. So I think that makes sense to ratchet up the price as characters will have more, the party will have more gold to sink into it, and we can change maybe the amount of repair to match that. Let's do it by tiers. There's 4 tiers to play. So first level tier, you spend 10 GP of gemstone dust, and let's say, what seems like an appropriate size? Let's say maybe something that's like fist or maybe like palm size. For 10 gold pieces, you can fix 1 break or tear that's about that size. That sounds pretty good to me for a low level cantrip. And then, so that's levels 1 through 4. 5 through 10, you kind of jump up. And I think that's where we hit the standard sort of like 1 foot. And I think the next level of gemstone is 25. So it goes from 10 GP to 25 GP. It goes from basically this to this.
I will say this isn't the worst idea for scaling.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to this at all. I was worried, and I'm no longer as worried.
As to what you can repair. Then we're gonna open it up a little bit more. I think once you get to 11 and 16, there's a big jump there. It doubles up, I think 50G is the next level up. So now you're talking about somebody's making the difference about whether do I buy a classic healing potion for 50 gold, or do I use this 50 GP of gemstone dust to cast mending. So I think if it's going to be that, you've got to do a larger size. So I think by the time you're in that third tier, you're in levels 11 through 16, you're looking at things and you're like, all right, I think you can do a full medium-sized creature's square. So a 5 foot by 5 foot cube.
Sure.
I think that makes sense for 50 gold.
So I would raise the prices, I feel.
Yeah, it would be a way. I would. Yeah.
This is why I say half the cost of whatever it is. Like, if we want to keep the same dimensions, that's fine, but just half the cost of whatever it is probably where I would go, just to make sure that we're really putting a lot into it, because a 5 foot by 5 foot statue might be like 200 gold, you know? And if I'm only spending like 50 on it, I feel like that's like not enough. It's just like, you know. It also depends, like, this... Remember the appraise skill?
Yeah.
I miss that skill. It would be really nice to have. And obviously you can put it in as like some sort of awareness check of like wisdom or something if you want, or intelligence. Well, however you want to rule it, put it in there, because people are going to swindle you and other people are going to try to tell them the prices and stuff, and you should be able to find that out for yourself and see if you're getting ripped off or not. Don't trust any fucking merchant. Never trust the merchants.
Don't trust the Merchants Guild.
That's right.
Seth is an idiot for always thanking them.
That's right.
And be like, oh, this entire sort of front side of this boat has been snapped in half, and you can put those two ends of the boat together and actually fix that entire boat. Again, it's only temporary. It'll only last for a day, but that's 50 GP to make a relatively sizable repair that will still last for 24 hours. And could still be fixed by mundane means if you wanted to. And then at the top level, once you hit sort of level 17 and plus, I'm saying you can do a full large size creature. You can do a 10 by 10 foot square. So that's a huge space. Mechanically, it's a large space, but descriptively, it's a huge space to repair something in. Be like, okay, for that 100 GP of gem.
Yeah, no, immediately it's just like, well, are you like, I could, like, the ornate door that I'm fixing, I don't know. I get that it's supposed to be temporary and everything, but I would not make it temporary at that point if I'm doing like the costs being very high. It would be something that's permanent, so that it is worth you spending the gold. It's just like, again, I get it. It's fine to do it this way. I don't see it as much of a problem, but I don't feel like we're investing enough to make it so that it makes more sense to me, at least.
And this gives you the cool thing to be like, hey, there's a completely, I don't know, and I'd open it up a little bit more. Mending's like you can do like one break or tear. I'd probably be a little bit more flexible with that.
Sure.
Once you're spending like a material component attached to it. We already know that the way that we changed mending is that mending is going to show that this was clearly a mended item. It doesn't look like new, and it's temporary. And I think that people are savvy enough that you wouldn't be able to go and try to sell something that extremely expensive that you repaired with this. And you could be like, here, buy this, if you have 50 GP of gemstones, and you're like, hey, I just fixed this armor plate mail. Would you like to give me the full price for that, or the half price for it, or whatever it is, for the 50 G I spent to fix this? Somebody's going to look at it, and they're going to be able to look at the physical indication that this thing has been mended and be like, sure, yeah, I know that's only going to last for 24 hours, so you can try to hawk this off on some idiot somewhere else. I think I think that's sort of the balancing act for it, to keep people from just like making ridiculous amounts of money off of something.
Again, that's one of those fears that you have for some reason, where I say, yeah, sure. If we didn't scale it though, it wouldn't be a problem, right? Because then they wouldn't be repairing these huge things that they could sell for that much. And I don't know. If we do want to allow it, like in my version where you just put in half the cost and everything, I'm fine with them still selling it. It's their whole thing that they got to do, right? It's their time that they want to take to do all this shit. Sure. Let's go for it if you really want to. But most of the time, mending is literally just for these quick things. Yeah, it's a minute and everything, and even if we put it to 10 minutes, it's those quick downtime things of, well, you guys, you were through your battle and everything, and the shirts got torn a little bit here and there. Your tunic is a little caught from the blade, so I gotta just fix that up here and there, and the wagon has a little bit of a chip here and there, and all that kind of stuff. It's maintenance, really. It's maintenance in your downtime rather than a career. Again, if you really want to make your trash wizard, absolutely go for it. It's not going to fit in most campaigns, but if we're going to make a specifically everybody's shit and they're scrounging to do whatever they can to get by, hey, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Let's figure it out, right?
Hey, you let me make Davis.
I did. Yeah, that is true. You haven't done craft junk in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to get on that.
Yeah. But yeah, so legitimately, like if that's what we're doing in the campaign, that's fine. But again, I think that most cases we can safely assume people aren't doing this, so you don't have to worry about the whole money thing.
Something like this, while also relaxing a little bit. Like, it doesn't have to be like one singular tiny spare. Like, if you came to me with even the low level one, you're like, I want to fix something that's been shattered into like 15 pieces. I'm not gonna make you have to cast, a dozen specific uses of the low level mending.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, like it does say a single break or tear, but I could see people arguing like, oh, well, they threw the cup on the ground, it shattered, and that was the break. It's like, oh, okay, well, it's a tiny thing. It doesn't really mean much if you just make the cup better. Okay, let's do it, right? Like, it's your DM case-by-case basis that you just gotta arbitrate fairly.
If you do spending 120 gold to get, this ink bottle or whatever back into its original shape, that's fine. I feel like that's very easy to be like, yeah, you spend the 10 gold and you reform. So there might be some clarifying language if I was going to write this out for Homebrew. It'd be like, you can repair an item that costs up to this much that fits within that completely without multiple castings. Something like that. By the time you get to that sort of high level thing, you can be like, you can do a 10 by 10 foot cube to be like, I'm going to spend 100 GP in gemstone dust to completely fix this doorway, to completely fix the staircase, to overcome very specific things. Maybe you can fix like the water wheel in a water mill or something like that. Something that would be actually incredible amount of labor and skilled labor time and effort to completely repair and permanently repair, because remember, these are only temporary patch jobs, but you could do that. How I'm thinking about the impacts of rebalancing, I think that it encourages some creative problem solving. I can imagine a sort of second level party being able to find a broken plate mail armor set, and feeling that we can basically rent a repaired version of this plate mail armor by maybe casting 2 or 3 of the low level mending spells on it. So from like 20 to 30 GP a day, they can afford for their fighter to have plate mail armor until they get back to town, and they can have the smith.
Now you've immediately created a revenue source that you could do of renting armor. You've now made a new business. This will last for 24 hours. Get it back.
Good luck.
If you really need it.
Yeah.
Low prices. Like, if you're worried about the money thing, I've already found an exploit. If people aren't going to rent the armor from me, like, it works functionally the same. It just looks like shit a little bit, but it'll work for the day. Then I feel like people are willing to pay for that. If they only need it for the day, people rent things all the time in real life, so why wouldn't they try to rent things now,
Yeah.
Renting a full plate. There's a thought.
Fucking crazy, actually.
Whoa, crazy. Dude, I have this whole get-together, and my plate broke, and I have only 4 of them, but I have 5 guests, so, could you repair my plate? So that I can, do. Oh yeah. It's a rental though. Sure. It'll break in 24 hours. Yeah. That's fine. Fine.
Yeah, they'll be dead by then. Gone by then.
I'll get a new plate later. It's just I need this now. I'm gonna be late for the fucking dinner.
Ugh. You know what? I'm sorry. Discourse putting me to sleep.
That's fine, man. That's okay.
Yeah.
If you're feeling it, then you can absolutely take a bow out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to step out, but it was fun.
Yeah. I get you. It's yeah. You had a whole day of work.
It's very dry.
It's the music is kind of calming as well. Like he's very
it's like the bar ambience and shit.
I get you. I understand.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys have fun finishing off the video. I'm gonna go. And this week on the 26th, I think, I will be good to play.
Okay.
The 26th, I
Or
am playing in my campaign.
I think it's actually the 20. Hold on.
The 26th is scheduled for this campaign.
Yeah, the 26th is Saturday.
For my in-person game.
Oh, I thought you were doing it on Sundays.
I had thought we were meeting on the 26th.
Yeah, he said the 26th.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, it would have to be the 27th.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be the 27th. Okay.
Yeah, we should be good.
Yeah, so I'll be good for the 26th.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. All right, take it easy.
See
Have fun.
ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right.
With that being said, though, I do somewhat harken to Boo's point
I
of
understand.
like this is dry.
Sure.
Let's speed through this.
Yeah.
Myth,
We only got like 8 minutes left. It shouldn't be too much longer. We'll see.
Yeah.
Armor Smith completely repair it, make permanent repairs to it. But
In
if
this
it's done
economy?
sort of in the middle of an adventure, in the middle of combat, a dungeon where they find this armor and they want to use it, that gives them a way to do that, while still, again, kind of getting money out of the economy, out of adventurers' pockets, which is always an issue, because the characters just end up with a bunch of gold and not anything to really spend it on. We can do some of these things at low level, being like, hey, this is kind of a repair tax until you actually spend the time and money and energy to get it permanently fixed.
We get it. Yep.
So it kind of just gives them more options, which is a good thing that spells do, is when they provide more options without completely overshadowing would be something else. So
Agreed.
if you found this plate mail armor and you're fixing on it, but maybe every night you guys are in camp, or when you get back to town, you have somebody in the party who has blacksmith proficiency with blacksmith tools, and they're able to sort of go to the local smithy and kind of work on a little bit. So each adventure you guys go on as low level adventurers, you have to spend less and less of that sort of daily mending tax to make the plate mail useful until they get it completely fixed, which would be sort of like a fun dynamic sort of fighter wizard pair up to work on this project together, which I think could be a really fun experience for the players and for the party, and for dealing with seems like a relatively mundane problem in a very smart and magical way.
Sure.
Which I think really kind of hits the sweet spot. At least for me, it kind of hits that sweet spot at D&D. It has a clear scaling tied to caster power and material costs. This rebalancing. It makes non-diamond gemstone valuable as adventuring loot, which they usually aren't. They're usually just like, hey, here's a different way that represents 50 gold coins.
Hard agree.
Yeah. The economy is fucked. Like, it is.
Yeah.
It's basically the tool proficiency is important in the world and useful for characters, and I think it encourages some creative problem solving for things like, hey, you want to use this really powerful item, maybe you guys find a very powerful magic wand or staff that's been broken. You can fix that. Now we know that it doesn't bring magic back, but maybe it gets to the point where it allows it to, maybe it can be re-enchanted.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe it has a really
depends on the campaign.
long recharge time where it's just sort of like
Depends on the
ambiently
loot.
filters in magic from the world to sort of like recharge up. Something like that. If you want to give them something that maybe it takes a little bit of work for them to get sort of the full reward from. And I think that it expands sort of these narrative opportunities, especially as a dungeon master, where you can do things where you can do things like use rust monsters and not feel bad about them.
Oh, no, don't feel bad about what you've chosen. That's why.
No.
Why would you feel bad about something that you have done? You are the person who's doing it. You think that they can handle it. Why would you feel bad about that? What?
And also, like, mending does exist in the world. Yeah, sure, you ruined their armor against rust monsters. Oh no, it might be pretty shitty going back to town.
Yeah.
And that's a fantastic opportunity for a bandit encounter. I don't know.
Sure.
But the characters reside in a world where mending exists.
Mm-hmm.
Rust monsters exist, sure, but so does mending.
And so does the ability to buy additional armor that you can then use.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Making it so that they have to, I don't know, buy the set again that they need. Like,
Like what I'm saying though is like the players can like go back to town and fix whatever you as the DM have thrown at them.
Exactly.
It is your job as DM to humble those little shits. When they walk up all in your dungeon and think they can take all the loot that you put in there.
That's right. Yeah, no, and
fucking loot hungry demigods.
That's right, exactly. It's just part of the world that they will have encounters that will break things. I don't know, like we used to have specific things about hardness and object health. That used to be a thing that we had to be concerned about.
Yeah.
It was a lot, don't get me wrong. Did people utilize it? I don't know. I didn't really that much. But it was a mechanic that we had to worry about. And now, I mean, the rust monster still works the same way it always has. It touches the thing, it turns to rust. Uh-oh, you don't have your armor anymore. Uh-oh, you don't have your sword anymore. You know, like, that's what it does, you know? And again, if you're creating...
non-magical loot.
Huh?
But only non-magical loot.
Yes, exactly. And so if you're throwing that at them, you have already considered, I assume, that they can go into town, get what they need again. They won't be, you know, you potentially might put another hardship in their way that might be, you know, challenging, but something they can overcome, like a bandit encounter or something, because they don't necessarily need all that shit just to continue to, you know, be effective, as long as you've taken that into account. I don't know. Like, don't feel bad about creating something that makes a hardship. That's part of the game. They have to deal with consequences.
Taking away gear from your players because they have a way to fix that. So you could use that mending to overcome the degradation in a semi-permanent way. And then you have sort of permanent repairs to get them to those items, things like that. But it does give some versatility and some new narrative opportunities for Dungeon Masters where you can do things like break gear for players or challenge players to think beyond hit point loss about things that they need to worry about in a combat. It's not like, I'm not only going to attack your actual hit points, but I'm also going to really screw up your gear or maybe throw your gear away or break it or whatever.
That should be something that you have instilled a fear into them at an early level. I just like, obviously, you know, it's just like they should understand that, again, consequences are going to be prevalent because of actions taken and inaction. It just is. It's supposed to be a representation of a life they're leading in this dangerous way. So if it's not clear to them that if they leave their horse untied outside of the cave and they're going around and then they come back and the horse is fucking gone and they go, what the fuck, man? I left my horse here. You go, well, you didn't tie it, so it had no reason to just stay here necessarily. You don't know what happened, but it might have gotten scared off or something. You can make a tracking roll if you want to try to find it. You know, like, I don't know, man. Anything? It's just, as long as they are cognizant of the fact that it's going to function like with logic, internal logic, then I don't know. Nothing's going to be, you know, too bad. I would hope.
I would hope.
I would hope.
And now having a framework to be like, okay, here's how we deal with stuff like that. And still making it a manageable challenge for your players. Instead of just being like, oh, well, broke your sword, now you don't have a sword.
There you go. Yes, agreed.
You get back to town to buy a new one or take one off an enemy. Or
there you go.
Whatever. And now it gives you an opportunity to be like, oh, well, we can fix the sword, but I got to do this temporarily.
You know what your weapon is in the beginning of Dark Souls 1? The BSS, the Broken Straight Sword.
That's right.
Your players can find a new weapon. Let them experience the fear of having a broken weapon and nothing else.
Yeah, we don't need to like change mending to do that to them. I guess I don't.
They'll be fine.
They'll be fine. Everything's fine.
Make it deal like a consistent 3 or 4 damage instead of a D8.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, arguably 3 or 4 damage every time versus 1 to 8 could arguably be an improvement.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
let your players have a broken weapon. Let them think they're in danger, even though they're in a party. They'll be fine.
Yes, exactly.
Fix every day until we find another sword, or we can get you to a weaponsmith or messer, whoever it is. That's sort of my take specifically on it, on cantrips, and the direction I see them going, and maybe how I would change things to maybe reorient what that is, because I think we're rocketing off on a path between starting with sort of 3rd edition and kind of pushing forward. We're seeing cantrips become more and more and more powerful, and seeing those martial characters kind of get left in the dust. And I'm sorry, but the new weapon proficiencies, the weapon mastery points in 2024 is just not equaling that out. That's just not working. So I think that we have to maybe look at what are we gonna do with cantrips in the future. What would the game look like if we didn't have any cantrips?
I don't know if I want D&D to not have cantrips, just in general. I think...
Yeah. Speaking as someone who I would consider myself a 3.5 spell slot survivor.
Same.
Yes. Having limited spell slots for my cantrips, like, I understand that I had plenty of spell slots, and that running out of spell slots for my cantrips was never a real concern.
No.
I am fully cognizant of that.
Yes.
However, there is this little gremlin who lives in my brain who says, you are giving up a resource for the day that you may need later, and if you spend it now, you get to just not interact with the game later. Wouldn't you like to just sit here in the basement of this college dorm twiddling your thumbs while all your friends have fun without you? And this is why I think that cantrips should not have a limited number of slots. It makes enjoying the game feel less guilty for people like me. However, I do agree that cantrips' place within the whole of D&D is a little fucky.
Yes.
I also would like to see more and different cantrips.
Yeah. I feel like we've covered it, a couple of times now, but there's a lot of improvements that can be made to D&D specifically. And cantrips are one of the things that does need a bit of an overhaul in a way. And are we going to see it? Probably not, because the next edition is probably going to have the same cantrips and everything, if there even is going to be a next edition and they don't just revise what 1D&D is, depending on how they're planning on going about it. I have no idea. There might be, I don't think there's ever going to be a complete overhaul necessarily, but it's possible, I guess. But even so, I don't know what the form is going to take, at least for what D&D is now. There's a lot of fundamental issues that we've already kind of highlighted throughout that need to be addressed for us to really, dig our teeth into D&D like again, because at a level that is like with a passion that's like, oh yeah, I want to play this a lot now, because I'm not there anymore. I'm just here to continue to see how it is, because I have that passion at least, but it's less about like wanting to play it necessarily, because I have so many other things that can take its place pretty easily that do things a lot better, like Pathfinder, like Dungeon Crawl Classics, like
yeah.
All of those things.
As time goes on and I get more opportunities to put my hands on other systems as a TTRPG enjoyer,
yes,
I find myself thinking less and less of D&D and more of all of the various other systems who do all of the various things that the D&D doesn't do so well.
Yes, exactly.
I find myself wishing for the variability in combat and degrees of success that Pathfinder 2e gives you.
Yes. And again, obviously you can homebrew stuff in and everything. We can do a bunch of this stuff, but if other things exist that do them like inherently and we don't need to like do the extra work, I don't know, man. It's a pretty easy choice for me, at least.
I remember I told you about the campaign, the 5e campaign I was running.
Yeah.
Where I was trying to secretly
Yes.
smuggle my players into Pathfinder 2e
That's
without their knowledge.
That's right, yes. And then one day you just come in.
Every couple of weeks, hey guys, I have something new.
Yeah, and then after a good amount of time, you pull out the Pathfinder Core rulebook and then just say, all right, guys, so we're already doing this. Don't worry. Just keep playing as normal. It's good stuff.
It's actually, not too different, I don't feel like. Sure, you can take away things like light. You can take away things like guidance. You can take away things like firebolt or vicious.
See, okay, so with those first two, you didn't give me any reasons why they should be taken away. You just gave me reasons why they could be supplanted if you don't think about it.
Mage Hand was a mistake. I want it removed from the game.
That's right.
Vicious Mockery, and those will hurt those caster classes in combat. But hey, that's why you have leveled spells. And you have proficiency with weapons as well outside of that. I'm not saying that a return to something like very, very old school D&D where the wizard's like, I'm a first level wizard, I have one spell slot, I use my spell, now I sit in the back with a crossbow all day.
Sure.
Maybe not quite to that degree do we get rid of cantrips, because I do think that that's frustrating for low level.
According to what you were saying earlier in your video of the caster sitting there with a crossbow, kind of sounds exactly like what a marshal does. So that caster has that one spell, and then they're effectively a marshal.
That's true.
Kind of sounds to me like casters are just better than marshals.
Nice.
Magic players. Where we are now is so far an overcorrection in the other direction, where we have it's relatively easy for a first level character to walk out with 5+ cantrips. They can do all sorts of, utility things. They have things like friends. The way that we treat friends is the way that I think we should treat things like mending. Where friends is a very temporary effect, and they know it's done to them afterwards. Mending is a very temporary effect. People who are looking at the mended item should know that it's been mended and that that's a temporary fix and will go away. I think that the game would not be hurt that much if we did not have combat-oriented cantrips. Or if we did, we had cantrips that focused more on that other stuff, more on that, like, slowing speed, getting rid of reactions, doing things like that, rather than dealing just straight damage. That
I agree with. Yeah, like if we had them so that they were less powerful but more effective, if you will, I feel like that we wouldn't have too much of a problem with the scaling and everything. Again, we talked about it. It's just, scale them down a little bit, make it so that they are a reliable backup. That's what they should be.
Those characters are...
No, sorry, I'm reading up on something. I'll have something in a second.
Okay. Some people have things like friends. Friends is a temporary effect. True.
Most monsters are not going to have resistances to, compared to basic bludgeoning slash.
And again, you tried to argue that with how it works, but I don't know. Sure, but they need something to get past those challenges. That's just in general how it needs to work. I'm sorry.
Slashing and piercing. That there has to be some sort of cost for cantrips, because they're too powerful to just be a limitless resource, especially in combat. Well, thanks everybody. This was really great.
So,
to the god.
Would you like to know how many cantrips I have as a level 1 Tiefling Rogue in a 5e campaign that I started recently.
Is it 5e or 2024?
5e.
Okay, I would love to know.
Thaumaturgy.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah.
I don't think that people are necessarily wandering into combat with 5 cantrips
Well, so
and going, ooh, which blicky will I clicky people with today?
now I will say he is going from the 2024 standpoint, which does have all these things that allow you to get a bunch of them. So
Fair.
so there is a little bit of that incentive that's there, but also, what I would more argue is that I don't know how many people are going purely for mechanical advantage rather than character choice, right? It's just something that we can't really figure out. We can't really have good data on it. We can't have reliable data on it either. But what I would say is that there's a possibility that this is more of a problem with some people than it is with others, and as something to try to fix, making it so that that isn't the case would probably be more beneficial than it would be hurtful, in the sense of making it so that everybody can have like every cantrip as an option, because that seems like too much for level 1 players and all that kind of stuff, just to have to not have to deal with, but for the DM to have to deal with, I guess. It's something that shouldn't be much of a concern, I guess. Like 2 or 3, I'm fine with. 5, I'm like, oh, okay, that's a lot.
Yeah, 5, you're like, oh, skill monkey. Is cantrips like your thing? Are you like Pact of the Tome?
Exactly. So if that's the case, then it's like, well, you've specialized into it, so that's your whole deal, and that's what I feel like we should be seeing for that big of a number of them, rather than it being something that anybody could really do if they really wanted to do things in a mechanical or a mathematically advantageous way.
Yeah, like if cantrips were as problematic as Red Ragged Fiend likes to make them out to be, we would see more cantrip monkeys.
Yes,
but we don't.
Exactly. Again, I feel like there's a good amount of people that aren't going by pure numbers; they're going by character choice, and what works for backgrounds and everything for them, and what they're really seeing as their character. So. It can be a problem, but I don't think that it's prevalent enough for me to say cantrips are a mistake. Like that's ridiculous, I think.
Yeah, I think that's just his reactionary and algorithm-friendly take.
Potentially, I mean, he did just say it in the video as well, so I don't know. But either way, hey, you can have that opinion. That's fine. I disagree entirely. Not entirely with your points, because there were some that you brought up that we agreed with, but just in the premise, I guess.
Yeah, overall, like, Red Ragged Fiend has, in the past, I've consistently been impressed by.
Yeah.
But I guess just, it can't all be home runs.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like I hate this video. Or anything. No. It's not like it's like horrible. It's just you didn't do enough research for a bunch of things, and
I disagree with large portions of it.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't make me think any less, really.
Yeah,
Always.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
See you guys next time. All right, I think we're gonna hit it back with the solo RPG next time. So stay tuned, and I'll see you guys.
Anyway,
right?
I think that is going to be it for us tonight.
Yes, that would be it. I just wanted to see if there was anything else, but there wasn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we did it, everybody. We made it through the video. I didn't really think that it was going to take 5 hours, but hey, there you go. Maybe it was going to take maybe like 3 hours, but it took 5. So, thank you everybody for joining us for the evening. I'm going to move on to comments and stuff because we only have a few. And I will, of course, extend the invitation to you there, Aiden, if you wish to also bow out at this point.
Yes, I shall.
All right.
You have yourself a good week, Alejo,
Thank
as
you.
well as you people in the audience.
Yes. We'll see you later, friendo.
Or switching to Discord would be awfully nice if Windows would let me. Maybe. Oh, there we go. I'll do this.
Whoa. He got there in the end. All right. Well, we have a little bit more, everybody. Just a little bit more. So yeah, the video was a little bit dry. It's true. There's some repetition and stuff that could be worked on, but hey, you know, it's fine. So I'm gonna read comments because I do so at the end of each of our shows. And I noticed that there's a lot more people in the audience than usual. So hello, everybody. Hope you have enjoyed the discussion so far. And I'm gonna read comments now. So. Timothy left a lore comment. Here we go on last episode saying, "Hello, bros. New lore. Veronica POV. Title: The Daisies of Death. It had been 2 days since Cornell and Leroy left to claim a Great Worm soul. Things were quiet for the most part, and the only problem being moderate morning sickness the Queen was dealing with. A doctor visited Veronica in the throne room. Doctor: Well, my queen, the simple truth of the matter is you are with child. Normally, this would be 100% a happy thing. However, you have a half-dragon baby, which means more danger on your part. Veronica: I am well aware of this danger, Doctor. I did some research to better prepare, the only shock of this being the timing. I would love to share the news with my king, but unfortunately he is far away, with no real return date set. Telling the news by mirror or messenger won't be the same. Thank you, Doctor. You may leave now. Doctor: Yes, my queen. Congratulations on the baby. Let me know if I can help with anything. Stay safe. As the doctor was leaving, a person ran into the room. Person: My queen! A gift was left on the castle steps for you. Veronica: For me? I believe all wedding gifts already came. Who from? The person: No name. Just the name of the one who gets it, and a small note tied to it. The gift was a small box with a card on top. Veronica read the card. Your goals will be your downfall. This will look nice on your grave. Oh. When the box was opened, there was a bunch of purple daisies. Veronica's eyes were locked on the flowers, her hands slowly crushing them. The person: Yeah, I'll go now. Veronica: Guards, find General Renee as soon as possible. Renee the were-tiger rushed into the room 20 minutes later, out of breath and half-dressed. Renee: My lady, is there a problem? I came as fast as I could. Veronica: Read this. Tossing the card at Renee's feet. This insult will not stand. I will strike down the one who wrote this personally. Calm yourself, General. It might take a while to find them. I might have a theory. Speak up then. Perhaps it was the same person that brought the nameless army to our door, showing they haven't given up yet. That could be true. I'll go around town asking some questions. These flowers may be the key to finding the one giving us these headaches. Meanwhile, can you call the other 3 generals back to the capital? With General Woodard traveling with the king, we will need some extra help just in case another army attacks. Finding more great worms can wait. Renee: Yes, my lady. Please be careful. There might be assassins. Veronica: No need to worry. With the mood I'm in, nobody will dare try anything. Veronica quickly stormed out of the throne room, and soon found herself in a tavern looking for answers. Veronica: Innkeeper, have you heard any rumors going against the royal family lately? Innkeeper: Sorry, your highness. I have heard nothing. Everybody loves you and King Cornell. I remember my pops telling me how bad the kingdom was before you came along. Who'd want to hurt you? Veronica: Good question, but sadly I don't have an answer. A gnome sat next to Veronica. Gnome: Having troubles, your prettiness. Benny could help that be I. Veronica: Oh, really, Benny? Oh, yes, very much yes. Benny is a sailor around the world, has been I. Seen many things. Veronica: All right. Do these flowers mean anything to you? Placing the purple daisies on the bar. Benny. Oh, aye, you're in danger. Veronica. I gathered that much, but from whom? Benny. Them purple daisies mean death, their calling card that be. A family of purple dragons use that to scare the ones who cross them. Veronica. I see. Are you sure? Benny. Sure as the sea is salty. A few of my shipmates got on their bad side, you see. Very bad idea. Veronica. How do you get on their bad side? Benny. Depends on what you're doing with them. My shipmates borrowed money, couldn't pay it back. They got those daisies, and then they never returned to the ship when it was time to leave port. Veronica. I borrowed no money, neither did the king. Benny. You did something to make them mad. They could be watching us right now. I warn you, being a noble won't stop them. Who knows, they might get old Benny for helping you. Veronica. I won't be so easy to kill. I'm sorry about your shipmates. Benny. Aye, the sea has them now. No bodies were found, but their souls know where the waves are. Veronica. I don't know why Benny sounds like that now. Veronica. I can give you payment if you wish. Benny. Nah, Benny's help is always free. Besides, I got to sit next to a queen. I say that's payment enough. Veronica. Thank you, Benny. I hope our paths will cross again. Benny. Aye, that would be nice. May good fortune be yours. Veronica left the tavern with a small smile on her face. That's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. And of course, we also have Unit Rico on the last episode saying, happy belated birthday. Downside of watching VODs later is that I miss things like these. Also, those coasters actually look really nice. Definitely thinking of getting some. Well, thank you. And thank you for considering the coasters. I appreciate it immensely. If you would like to, out there in TV land, leave us comments, I will get to them and read them at the end of shows, as long as I have the energy. Thankfully, I have the energy today. So, now comes the time where I shill. And I'm going to change up the formula a little bit. Here we go, everybody. So, we have a website, TableTalkDND.us, and you can go over to the Support Us Further tab if you want to see other ways to support us financially. That is up to you. It is not an obligation, of course. Don't feel obligated to. It is just an option. Thank you very much. First off, you can go and find us on Patreon, that being patreon.com/TableTalkCrew. And there we go. And you can go and join for as little as $1 a month to join and become a table flipper. That being said, thank you to our table flippers here, that being Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unirico, and Steely at tier 4 for those $15 every month. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you goes to Crimson Rose as well for those $5 at tier 2 every month. Thank you. And of course, a thank you goes to our tier 1 contributor. Little as $1 a month, you get to do that, as well as if you go over to Ko-fi, which is the next section here, you can do the same thing, become a table flipper through that. You get access to our Discord as a table flipper, which means you get to see editing streams, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow, as well as early episodes of Vampire, the Masquerade campaign that we've been doing, as well as anything else that really seems befitting of the table flippers, whether that be I run games for you sometimes when I have the time and when I've thought of an idea, usually in Delta Green, but I've been thinking about some other stuff too. We'll see how it goes. As well as I'm thinking also about starting like a movie night thing, maybe. Potentially, we'll see. It's a whole... I don't know how well it'll work, but we'll see. We'll workshop it, you know? We'll workshop it. It'll be fine. Because I need to watch things sometimes, and it's better to watch things with people. And obviously, it wouldn't be a recorded thing or anything. It would just be like, you hang out, and we'll just watch something. And I might pause it a bunch, because that's what I do sometimes. Depends on if I'm really into something or if I'm not. So, yeah, Table Talk Crew. It's ko-fi.com/TableTalkCrew. It's in the description, of course. So is the Patreon, and you can become a table flipper like these lovely people. Anyway, moving on, we have a fourth wall shop, and you can see this big thing about dice. Well, if you go over to our shop, You can get the link in the description, or you can go and click on our website. We have a very sparse page, but it does have some products that you can buy to support us. One of them being our custom dice. We have 96 sets of these still. And if you wish to, you can go and buy them for $15 over on Fourth Wall. It takes credit cards and stuff, so it's actually pretty easy to do so. Get our side profiles on coasters. They're pretty good. I'm using one right now, in fact, as well as the new mugs, which there are two types of mugs, one being a 11 ounce and one being a 14 ounce, I want to say. So, yeah, 15 ounce, it's even bigger. Whoa! So, yeah. Those are the two sizes of mugs that you can get if you wish to. Again, it's just an option. It's just the logo that we've got right now on a mug. It's cut off as it is because that's how it works. But yeah, so that's some stuff. More stuff planned to come. I just have to sit down with the guys and work on designs of things. But yeah, I'll send these out personally to you. And I've got keychains coming. They're in the works. So at some point, I will post those as things that we can also sell. So it's going to be a limited run of keychains for sure, just as these are a limited run. Anyway, next up, you can donate to us directly through PayPal if you really want to. That's an option. This is really just kind of a legacy thing. Using our link for Humble Bundle. We are partnered with Humble Bundle. You can click this, you can click here, you can go to, or it's actually just this. There's a link in our description. If you use the link, we get a percentage of a commission, I think it is, but we don't take away from the bundles at all. So whatever you do with it, if you go and you buy one of the bundles through here, if you go and you get the choice bundle, if you go and buy stuff on the store, it's just if you buy something by using that link, we get to have a little bit of a kickback, and that's it. Right now, there is the BattleTech RPG Collection, which is one of the RPG bundles here, Mapmaker Bundle, which I might get myself at some point here. Obviously, the gaming bundles of the Metroidvanias and stuff, and everything that's in the choice bundle here. Dredge is coming up. Dredge is a great game. I really like that game a lot. It's really good. So if you want the choice bundle, I would recommend Dredge, as well as anything else that you can get in the store, whatever suits your fancy. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff usually, so just shop around, find the bundles. There's a bunch of bundles. You just have to actually go to the bundles thing itself and look through them. Anyway, and last but not least, where am I going? Here we go. Last but not least, we have all of these links for drive-through stuff. We are actually affiliated with Drive-Thru RPG now. If you click any of these on our website, you'll be taken to the page that it corresponds to. So, I don't have all of the links here because that's too many links, but I do have the one for Drive-Thru RPG, which is the most, relevant one as to what we do, talking about TTRPGs and stuff. So if you use that bundle and then you buy within like 15 days, we get a percentage kickback. If you want to, that's up to you, of course. But Drive-Thru RPG has a lot of cool stuff that you can get bundled, or not bundled, but get a bunch of stuff through downloads of electronic PDF content for your campaigns and whatever system you're playing and everything, and people just put a bunch of shit on here, so go check. As well as, the comics, the cards, the fiction ones, they're all there for you to go and see. So see if any of them, suit your fancy if you wish, and use our link if you want to, obviously. But yeah, that's all the ways that you can support us financially, if you want to. We do also have, if you want to follow us on Blue Sky, we do have a Blue Sky thing. You can go over there, follow the Blue Sky account. I'm trying to post on there when we do shows now, so that, it's more awareness there. Join our Discord if you want to. It's in the description as well. Go over to the website. It's in the description as well. You can find all about our schedule, everything here. Sometimes this doesn't work for some reason. I don't fucking know, man. I gotta update this. Holy shit. It's, you can see all this stuff. Go to each of the things, find all the stuff, find all the people we've been around, see about the campaigns that we've done and what we're doing here. And it's got a bunch of features I would recommend. It's in the description. Go to our website. I work hard on it sometimes. But other than that, you can obviously support us for free by continuing to watch the shows, by subscribing to the channel, by liking the videos when they come out, by liking the streams, by sharing the show with your friends, or with your enemies, or with your grandma, whoever the fuck you want to. I can't tell you what to do, though, of course, because I'm not your dad. Everybody knows this. I'm not your dad. You don't have to do anything that I say. So, also, some of you might have seen from the Discord stuff, but we have some new PFPs coming. I'm hoping to get a new logo for the season that's coming, or the seasonal change that's coming. So I'm excited to see it. But I really have been liking the art that we've gotten so far. So be excited, because seasons change, and by that I mean not the actual show season, because season 7 won't be until season 7 won't be until next January. But fucking calendar seasons. I don't fucking know. The world seasons. It's gonna be summer soon. There's your hint. It's real easy to find. But anyway, soon enough, we shall have some summer stuff. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out with me and for hanging out with all of us tonight. We appreciate you immensely. I can't speak. It's been 5.5 hours almost. We appreciate you immensely, of course, for your viewership and support. If you've been hanging out with us for the entire time, well, good on you. Fuck, man. You didn't have to, but hey, that's cool. If you are watching this in the future on the VOD, thank you also for watching on the VOD. I'm gonna go so that I can sleep, so that I can get up, so I can start editing tomorrow. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Go on. Get out of here. That's enough. You don't have to listen to me anymore. I'm not gonna be here for very much longer. Go on. It's time. It's time to go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.